2024, where in the last match was actually ONIC Indo. They are fighting for the qualification also, and then I think that we just have to really prepare.
Hello, good afternoon guys. Final day na group stage and laglagan na this. Laglagan lahat ng matches, 4 na matches yan guys. Matalo, laglag, panalo, pasok sa knockout stage. Okay. Sino kaya ang malalaglag? Ate Kling, hello. Yvonne, hello. Maraming salamat po sa inyo. At syempre, huwag kalimutan ang code Dias sa Black App. So, dapat ngayon nasa Black App kayo kung ayaw nyo manood sa akin. Pero kung ayaw nyo naman ng Dias, ayaw nyo na makipag-unahan kasi lagi kayong di nakakakuha. Dito na kayo magstay. Wala lang, na-share ko lang. So, ang first match natin ay Team Spirit versus Guangzhou Gaming. Guangzhou Gaming. GZG na lang.
10K diamonds each. Scan that QR code on your phone or your tablet and take part.
By the way, Randy, as well as all of the audience watching, just to let everyone know, in 2036, the saying has now evolved. It's like the journey of 10,000 steps. Like we've upgraded now. It's like 10,000 is the new base.
That's the standard.
Yeah, it's the standard for
10,000 steps. So that was 10,000 hours.
Yeah, weight loss and everything like that. You know, it's
10,000 steps a day. You're right.
I 100% agree with you, and I feel like it's especially true for Guangzhou because let's remind ourselves, they're the one that came up with the saber in the jungle. No team has used it just yet, and Zara
Match
Egoist is more
Speed.
than likely going to use either Hirara or the Ling.
Yes.
I think it would be better if
Di
they
ko pa
somehow made Zara
napipin.
Egoist grab the Ling, and then they try to counter it with the saber later on, but legit,
Live din ako
I
sa
feel like
YT
after
guys.
yesterday,
Sa mga
I feel like Eudora should be first pick, or just
So mag-ipon ng points sa YT para magka-epic skin.
Some of these picks, right, and some of these combinations too, have fallen into place throughout this MSC. And one thing's for sure, I'll still say it, like a lot of the teams are playing around their own personalities, which I really like because everybody can actually play a different approach to the draft, to these games. Again, you know, you only have so much room to do that in because it's a best of 3. And now that this last day is like, all right, you got 4 teams that are going to make it to the knockout, 4 teams that are going to get eliminated. You have to bring your best game plan starting in game 1.
The refreshing thing is, I still remember, I believe the last international, that was the meta where you are punished for creativity, right?
Yeah.
The more you try to move away
We start
from the
na
meta,
agad sila.
it really does make it so that there's nothing much that you can do. But now it does feel like more of a rock, paper, scissors, but now in broken walls. I feel like this is one of those maps where it really incentivizes having a very
Anong
beefy front
TSB?
line. And I feel like this could
Di
be
ko
a
gets yung
game that
TSB.
is good for Team Spirit in the sense that I think Team Spirit is one of the teams that can actually do what some teams have done, which is give the hyper farm over to the jungle, right?
Yeah.
Basically have 4 utilities and 1 main carry. For Guangzhou, actually no, I feel like Guangzhou could do the same.
They could do the same, that funnel strat.
But so far, they funneled the best with the Nolan.
Yeah.
Talking about this setup, Freya and Uranus, 2 basically 100% picks or bans most of the time. Uranus sometimes making it through more so on the pick side than Freya does, who is often banned. Modi in that EXP lane, how big of an impact is he going to have in his connection? Because opening up the jungle is so important.
Yeah, XP laners right now, it's in an interesting place just because, you know, for a while we talked about XP laners so impactful. They still are, and you see it. The teams that have actually struggled throughout the group so far have kind of with this struggle of what do we put in our XP laners' hands? Do we put something that is one of those tankier heroes that you can play that front line with? Because even for a lot of us, we're used to seeing the initiators, right?
Yep.
The initiators happens. Now for Modi, he's shown he's really good. For example, with the Yuzhong, right? If he can get a lead, he can get going. You know, he does a lot of damage. But again, teams are struggling with what do we do there, and then what do we do in the side lane, the gold lane? Also, do we put a fighter there or a traditional marksman? And that's been kind of the nature of the decision making for the teams.
And oddly enough, I really feel like some of these EXP laners they got higher value because they're heroes that don't need the flicker.
Yeah.
Like, for
Jolinda,
example, the
hello.
Freya can use the Vengeance, making it so difficult to take her down.
Raid
The
from
Arenas can
Angela
opt for something like
Nicole.
a Purify, same as the
you so
Esmeralda.
much
Right now,
po.
Guangzhou, I honestly don't like this. I would prefer if they pick up the Eudora as well as the Paquito, because Valentina seems like I haven't seen the problem just yet, but I know eventually it will come out, so I'm just going to take the answer right now.
Yeah. Also because they banned out the Atlas. Usually the Valentina is an answer to the direct, usually blue side
So
first
they're
pick
hoping for
Atlas.
Team Spirit to pick up something like a Belleric so that they also
Supposedly so, yeah. I mean, yeah, I have to agree with you on that, Lafel, but again, there could be a method to this already. Again, Paquito himself, that hero alone, has been flexed throughout
Di mo
the groups
napindot
already. And
yung
there's the
claim.
Belleric, that's going to be the answer.
no!
Belleric and the Esmeralda. So this already
Dapat
first
di ka
three picks
umalis
for Team
dun.
Spirit.
Really strong.
Really
Para
strong,
meron
really
pa sa
good. I mean,
tenda,
even
no?
if you break it down to the statistics, Herrera's win rate is still like, what, 70+%?
Pagbibisan talaga
And the crazy
mag-claim
thing
yan,
is, I feel like
sayang.
this might be one of those games that it's going to be very risky if you want to go for that Saber again. They might have to go for something else like a Harley to try and influence the side lanes, because
Dapat nag-stay
even
kayo
if
dun
Saber
kasi
goes in, now
dadiretso
it
sa
is much
ano eh.
safer. But going up
Para
against
sa
the Belleric
count
as well as
ng
Esmeralda,
30
there's really no
minutes.
such thing as safe. And now we also have to see whether they want to go for a Ling or not, because I feel like for Team Spirit, wow, ban out the Ling and maybe even ban out the
Kasi
Nolan.
makunat
And
yung
after that,
kabilang.
not gonna have enough good junglers to deal with Team Spirit unless there's another surprise for
Inutusan
Guangzhou.
ka. Oh no.
Yeah, this is
Yun lang.
again, this is one of the
Dapat
interesting things here. Just
pinakisuyo mo
the
sa
difference
kasama
of
mo.
drafts,
Pindutin yung claim.
throughout the course here.
Kaso baka siya
But
mag-redeem.
Clint being banned out just because, again, they already locked in their marksman. They already got their gold laner. The carry hasn't been picked up too much than what
Arnold,
we've seen
hello.
before between, for example, the Claude
Hindi ka
and the
makanood
Moscovs.
ng live
But
round out.
you have your gold lane locked in,
I-reserve
which then
mo na
also
yung
just shows
battery
your
ng
hand for
phone
the
mo.
Paquito.
But I feel
I-watch
like it's
mo na
fine
lang.
because they know that they need some kind of shred. Everything else, I feel like for Guangzhou is going to be more burst oriented. And if that's the case, you will not be able to deal with the Belleric. You will not be able to deal with the Esmeralda. And I feel like they at least need one. And now
Hello
even the
pala kay
Baxia
Lilin.
gets banned out by Team Spirit. So they're thinking Guangzhou might go for the tank jungle route.
That new portrait always surprises me, man.
Yeah,
Until
I'm
now.
like, wait, is that Baxia or Franco?
No drop
It
code
could be
na
either
yun
or.
eh.
Yeah,
Sa
that little
knockout
Thunder God
stage,
scene.
every live meron.
Eve banned out here, so we'll wrap up our final bans with one more on the side of Team Spirit.
Pero ngayon group
Expecting anything
stage sa
funky from
first day
them,
lang
Cold
meron.
Star, coach getting them ready for this, and Sunday as well, coming in with a plan. Both teams have seen the stats, like you mentioned, Claude's low win rate and also the high win rate of Herrera, but that's not necessarily a part of this matchup. So far, some uniqueness. These last two picks going to mean a lot for both teams to see if they can get an edge.
I'm wondering too, even for the roam options for Guangzhou Gaming, what do they want to bring out? Just because you're already against the Spellrick, you don't have the Atlas, you guys took that out. What is the play here? What do they want to fight against with this? And now the Cho being banned out too, a hero that's great for going ahead and obviously going for those pickoffs. So do they pick up the roam now? That's what I'm wondering.
And the interesting thing here is they pick up the Alice.
Oh.
So is this going to be Alice jungle?
Alice?
We've seen it in MWI used by Navi, and it did look pretty effective. Because here's the thing, Naisu, the thing that I was about to say about the roam, they need someone that can either heal or give revitalize. Because look at the three heroes of Team Spirit.
Yeah.
This is a draft that they can keep on fighting for even 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Right? They can fight for 2 minutes, and then eventually maybe Guangzhou will not have enough. Like Guangzhou, the moment carry dies, that's where Team Spirit really comes alive.
So it's either
I need more sustain coming in from Guangzou here.
Hylos or Gatakacha is basically what we have
Winslet,
as an
hello.
option. The Brody and the Eudora get picked up.
Eudora.
Solid choices here. Honestly, for Team Spirit's lineup, they have everything they need.
Parang
I feel
na
like
lang
Hylos
pag-asa
would
ng
be a good
Pinas.
pick if they want to go for
Grabe,
a healer.
napanood ko yun sa
Yeah, maybe
PL.
something like a Matilda S or something like that. But I feel like the
Ganun
safest
talaga guys,
is that
hindi laging
Hylos.
You don't
panalo.
think it'd be a jungle
Tingnan
Paquito,
natin
though, right?
iba.
I mean, we've seen Paquito go in the jungle previously in other
Yeah,
metas.
but like if you don't have the flicker, you can't make those TikTok montages.
you can't make them, yeah.
Yeah, you can't make those
It
highlights.
has to be the Alice.
It has to be the Alice.
Well, Valentina picked up. We thought that might just be warding off something like the Belleric and using it. Maybe Alice was in mind all along and taking the Valentina away since the mid wasn't shown on the side of Team Spirit, so that they couldn't steal from her. The Grok picked up at the very end. How do you feel about that, Naisu?
I feel like for Guangzhou, they're going to their identity, which is hard engage, hard dive. Because at this point, basically all of them have to go all in. And I think that's dangerous. But if they're able to take out Eudora first, then they're fine. Because
They're not swapping.
Because the thing about the Eudora, it's an AO.
It's Paquito jungle.
It's Paquito jungle.
Oh,
That's what I was. That's why I was throwing
Wow,
out
wow,
there.
wee, wow.
That is a wow, wow, wee, wow.
Ooh-wee.
Modi on the Alice. May
Daming
on the
basher ng
Rome with the
TM.
Grok. This is going to be fun,
Grabe kasi,
guys. Well, what do you
Pinoy, guys.
expect? 10,000
Pagka
steps or the
panalo,
journey of 1,000
grabe
steps or
maka-
100 days or
Puri.
whatever the
Tapos
metric is now. We know the
isang
first one
mali.
is going to be important.
Grabe
Whoever wins this
makabash
off to
na.
a great start in a best of 3 that
Diba?
sends
Pwede
one team to the
namang
knockout
nice
stages
din na
and
lang,
one
nice
team
try.
home. And to kick it off,
Congrats.
we've got
Well
2
played,
casters
diba?
ready to go. It's Mirko
Di naman,
and Brigida.
di naman tayo yung naglalaro
We're kicking
dun
off the
sa
final day of the
tournament.
group stage here
Anyways,
in
quiet mode
MSC at
muna para
EWC
di ko kayo maabala sa
2026
pananaw.
with all elimination matches starting off with Team Spirit coming from a loss and Guangzhou coming from a win. Who will get it this time around? Let's see here in game number 1. Mirko, I feel like the team fights for this game are looking to be pretty long between these drafts.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. It really is going to be a lot of back and forths here for both the team, Spirit and Guangzhou Gaming. Spirit, at least it's more of the Spirit we know coming into this matchup, right? It's also Spirit finally leaning into the meta for the mid lane. For the most part, I think the first 2 matches of Team Spirit, it just looks so weird for Sunset Lover because he's always been placed on heroes like the Valentina, evading away from the meta Eudora.
Yeah, and now the Valentina's on the other side, which might just go down here. Quick rotations from Spirit. That's an early first blood.
And that's exactly why you want a Eudora with you when you have a Hirara, right? Like, I mean, people have been talking smack on the Eudora because
Yeah.
of a certain few matches yesterday, ONIC and TL notably. That's why you still pick it up though. It enables the assassins so well just by bursting them down. Pull yourself together though. That's a bit new, the Master Assassin for Sai, and Hiko's actually taking a Festival of Blood on the Brody instead of trying to bully the laner on the Brody. All right,
Yeah, I mean,
interesting.
the fighter emblems were something we're kind of really seeing now in the gold lane, but I guess there's a bit more sustain to be expected here for Hiko, considerably, as someone who could likely be targeted every now and then. There's just so much backline potential, honestly, from Guangzhou. If you take a look at their lineup, there's just so much ways for them to go for the backlines, even through either recall or, let's say, a setup from Modi on the Alice once again on the team fight later on. But let's see, it's the first turtle already up, and all 4 members of Guangzhou already positioned themselves up here.
Zara's already going to get level 5 here from this Lizard. Gets level 5, reset on the neutral objective as well. Side with the rotation first, clears out in the bottom lane, now into the mid lane he goes. He goes to be late to this rotation, Bomba, falling Storm to the back, recall, still with the red tree, Zara nowhere to be seen. So waiting for the right moment, and Team Spirit will give over this neutral objective.
Wow. No one went down there. I mean, Sai was there too, but I guess they weren't really able to deal with Sawo nor Kid Bomba first. A lot of their resources were used at the exact same time. So I guess it pretty much really boiled down to who really got the red tree in that scenario. It was clearly Guangzhou Gaming who got the better of them. So now they don't necessarily have the advantage, but I think it's somehow working out. So far, they did lose one in the process, but that's the thing. I don't think there have been any direct trades as much just yet. Team Spirit seem to be the more proactive ones despite everything that's happened so far.
And I like their understanding of win conditions here in this game, right?
Yeah.
Their composition, yes, is very good at team fighting, but Guangzhou Gaming have kind of like hunkered down for the neutral objectives of the composition. Bomba's though, falling Star Moon by Bomba. Needs to get that skill 1. Good stun from Sunset Lover. Even an ultimate. Zauer, already using a dash, won't go in on Exig. Knows there's a lot more lockdown that Guangzhou Gaming can provide. And again, for Team Spirit, it's all about just understanding the win condition and taking a chill pill, not going too crazy, building upon their already winning lanes and waiting for their mid-game power spike to hit.
Yeah, and they have really great use of their resources as well, despite them occasionally having to use it defensively. And you know how they pretty much understand their timings and win conditions, as you've mentioned. They didn't necessarily force a re-engage after that. They knew what had to be done, and they just wanted to protect each other and set up for the upcoming objective. As long as they don't let go of this lead, things are looking to be great for them, even if it seems like it's not that much at this point. But you need at least see that they understand their timings. So we see the movements right now. There has to be a very careful transition towards this objective because Guangzhou are controlling the mid as much as they can.
Yes, how we're gonna get chunked as well. Has revitalized, but I don't think he wants to use it just now. Sai gonna try to go for the burst down, and it's instant recall with Retribution. Now the Wrath of the Giant lands onto the stun as well. Connecting in the back as Sour walks up. Bomba with the flicker, finding the damage on Xing as Sour walks up, and the knockout strike comes around. Throne of Ruin locks 3 members, but Sour is still right there with the rest of the team. Revitalized, kept Team Spirit safe. So again, it's Guangzhou Gaming with the neutral objective. Spirit with the winning team fight.
And it seems like the lead just ballooned for Spirit rather than Guangzhou just because of the amount of kills that they got, and now they might be the ones to be rotating towards bot lane first. Oh!
Crazy damage! Oh my god, through the wall! Hiko lands the shot, and Mei just got bursted.
They don't get the turret, but that was a statement right there from Team Spirit. Now it's a 2K gold lead. Modi already down to half HP. And they've just solidified their lead and advantage here in the bottom lane. I think they're really taking control of the sides. And as much as you're seeing really careful movements from their mid, it's understandable, it's warranted. And they're not losing out on too much. Zar Egoist, it probably isn't as the most aggressive hero just yet, but you understand that they're also waiting for the right timings for them to find the engage. And the sides are just doing a spectacular job at holding down this early game.
And again, if you guys are still, kind of confused on how the Eudora works, that Ball Lightning second skill, the stun, it has reduced magic defense up against opponents. So even tanky boys like Mei on the Grok, they're gonna fall, especially when the Thunder's Wrath comes around together with Hiko on the Brody, who's munching on turrets. There you go. Oh, Sawa gonna be initiated on. Bomba gonna be caught as well. Wrath of the Triad lands though on all of them. Still the burst comes through. Both frontliners taken down for the turret up top as Sunset is able to get away. Trying to go for the stun right now as Zaur and Hiko will have to respect this. Guangzhou Gaming finally get on the board for kills.
Yep, I was about to say, Guangzhou, it seems like their lineup has to be really up front. They have to close in their opponents. Oh no, Hiko. Okay, he's gonna get out of that. But at least for Guangzhou, every single time, that can be a problem for them, but that can also be something they take advantage of. The fact that they are very melee, they have to go in. If you see them synced up, then I think when they fight on their terms, everything works out. But when Team Spirit actually make use of these combos, you see the Eudora, you see the Hirara, the burst potential is there alongside even Hiko, then that kind of changes the tempo. Oh, hold on.
You see the instant respect there. Sunset did not have the Thunder's Wrath up. Now it's back, but earlier it wasn't. Xing had to respect Zaur Egoist and Sunset Lover straight up with a flicker. And again, for Spirit, it's all about utilizing the space that they made with this composition through these individual lanes. Guangzhou Gaming, they've gotten a few picks here and there. They got the neutral objective, all 3 of the neutral objectives, but they're just not able to convert on any of the structural objectives, and that's why Team Spirit are the ones still controlling the map. They're the ones holding these positions.
I feel like they do get the wins in the objectives. They start things off. They're the ones who actually engage against Team Spirit. But what happens after that is the question. They're not able to sustain or fight for long as opposed to what we were expecting from them. Oh, hold on. Kid Bomba, though.
Flickers out of the barrier. That's going to be the Ball Lightning. Now a Sunset Lover has to flicker out of Throne of Ruin. Sawo trying to look for the taunt now. Walks up onto Modi. Hiko's right there as well to put ton stacks down on Modi. But it's a slow game that Spirit want to play. And Guangzhou Gaming can't really force the issue, at least not right now.
They're so careful. Spirit are just like so patient about this.
But Guangzhou Gaming have baited out 2 big battle spells, right?
Yeah.
Sunset and Kid Bomba, they're very vulnerable to that instant engage now.
That can be an opening. We're seeing the first Lord spawn here in this game. It's Spirit actually starting it out with Kid Bomba once again.
Wow.
Just trying to get the information.
Yep.
But that's not where Guangzhou are trying to come from. They will actually find a bit of their way through. Modi already taking hold of that push as well alongside Mei here in the right mid. But I think it's still tough for Recall. Recall has to have other people to tank either the crowd control or the burst damage that'll come from Team Spirit before he could just freely go in. And speaking of burst.
Whoa, the taunt lands as well. Bomba trying to capitalize on the ball lightning. Magic reduce. Oh, Sawo in the bush. Finds the Wrath of the Dryad. Chrono Ruin and the Flicker now coming out as Xing is able to walk up, and now he's going to get caught as well. By the stun, by the stack side with the pickup out to Sour Ego is Mexico. Finds a trade in exchange. It's a 1-for-1 jungle for Rome. Guangzhou Gaming walking out with the winning trade.
And that's the sacrifice they were looking for. Mei had to tank the first damage, and that's when Guangzhou, alongside Modi and even Xing with the IMU Wrath of Dryad, decided to go in. Going for the re-engage against Team Spirit, and we're taking a look at it right now in the replay. That was a great two-man setup provided to us by Modi, but the follow-up from Xing, I feel, was really what made a big difference. And now Recall's free to take the objective.
Uh-oh. Thunder's Wrath comes down. Guangzhou Gaming, they get the neutral objective and they back away instantly. Team Spirit are just getting outplayed around these team fights.
I'd like to think that the way they bursted down Mei was probably, to them, an opening, because you take down one of the front lines, but it didn't work out the way they expected it to. Now it's a tier 1 potentially falling down to the hands of Guangzhou Gaming. Spirit are not even able to defend it up close. It's just Sawo and Kid Bomba standing in front of them. There's just too much threat of backline. Although Modi doesn't have the flicker, but they'll just have to give up on this tier 1.
Team Spirit's structural advantage gone with one Lord. Guangzhou Gaming with a sweep on the tier 1s. Down below, mid, and up above, all gone as Guangzhou Gaming will look to capitalize on his Lord advantage a bit more with the tier 2 up top. Xing, Bloodwings, Recall. With a bit of poke on Sawo, Bomba. Oh, just 2 on the Falling Star Moon. Bakes out the Wrath of the Dryad as well as Mei is going to be able to look for the Airborne now on Bomba. Sawo with the pick. Sour Ego is the iframe. Sawo going to be taken very low, bursted out. Now it's Hiko's torn apart. Memory over. Now it's Sour walking up as well. Hiko on the board with the stacks on the Sky Piercer. Sour walks up, but he cannot chase. Guangzhou Gaming instantly with the retreat after losing their XP. Sunset doesn't have the Thunder's Wrath.
They lost out on so much turrets. Guangzhou Gaming, the way that they've been playing this, at this point, we don't really see any lead between the two teams anymore. They've closed out the gap that's been existing, and we're looking at the replay just now. It looked like a fight that they still wanted to take. Modi actually found some setups here and there, but Sai had to focus down on Sawo, and that was a lot of time. That was a Belleric who definitely took a bit too much of their attention, and so they just probably really had to settle with that. Also trading Modi in the process, but it's still a huge advantage for Guangzhou Gaming nonetheless. You see a lot of turrets already taken down, and them starting to transition into a playstyle where it feels like they're just guarding all around Sai, who's already 3-0 on a carry and looking like a massive threat now that we're approaching the 12-minute mark of the game. So it's surprising to us, I feel, to see Spirit in this situation again, because I feel like entering this matchup, considering the matchup, you would really consider that the underdogs would be over to Guangzhou, but it's another potential upset all over again.
At this point, the upset would be if Spirit wins, right? It's the favorite teams losing out. That will be the real upset after yesterday's outcome. Oh my god, I mean, you're right. Guangzhou Gaming also have great scaling now. Team Spirit are gonna have to look for those creative angles. Sawo again with the opening. On the Revitalize on Belleric, though, you just lose out on so much proactivity, right?
I agree.
It's just all about reacting to your opponents. It comes down to Bomba making the plays on the Esmeralda, and that's certainly very difficult with a carry on the hands of Guangzhou Gaming.
Yeah, it's like hopefully they, or Sawo lasts long enough so that they can find some other angles around the team fights as long as Sai has his attention on him. But that's the thing. Will their targeting change? That's the ultimate already used by Sunset Lover.
But a flicker burned out by Xing. Tectonic charge on the Throne of Ruin, misses Hiko by just a bit. Sawo able to go in, and now it's going to be Sour walking up, capitalizing on the flicker, already used up, now the Purify burned by Sai. They're going to go for the retreat. Sour with the steal. Bumble with the flicker in forward, and Sour still able to survive as Hiko picks up another. It's a Mega already for Hiko as he looks to go for more stacks on the Sky Piercer. Finally, a team fight win for Team Spirit.
Guangzhou still wanted to fight that, even though Team Spirit clearly already took down one. And we're in really great position to go for the contest. No one was really watching out for Zar Ego. His recall too, I feel like he was kind of split between having to fight back and just focusing on the objective. Oh, the damage, yep. You can see it already, especially through Sai.
That burst is Nothing you can ignore, man. For Guangzhou Gaming, they really got to be decisive with the plays. One wrong move from main, you can see the punish instantly. You need to find these tech charges on these vulnerable targets.
Yep.
If you miss it by just a pixel, which happened earlier, Modi couldn't capitalize on the tech charge. Sunset on recall with that burst, forcing him to back away. Now it's a 4v2 up top as they're trying to get this base turret down. But Spirit will respect Guangzhou Gaming. They've built up the lead back to where it was all the way in the early game, and they're going to be happy with that. Whoa, Berserker's Fury for Hiko on the Brody.
Okay, as I was saying, I was supposed to say, Guangzhou, at least you saw from that last team fight their understanding of who needs to be targeted in this current part of the game, right? It felt like they were just trying to focus down on Hiko. That was a setup attempt from Mei. There was follow-up from Modi. But Hiko was just a bit too quick to react as well. The fact that he is already 4-0 as well is not looking as good with the Malefic Gun pickup and the Sky Piercer. I think he is going to be a bigger problem right now for Guangzhou. On top of the fact that Zar Egoist seems to be a bit too free as well in just trying to find these targets. Right now, Guangzhou, we understand the idea, but the execution has to be more precise. If they really want to go for Hiko, they got to land those skills.
And if they don't land those skills, Zao, I mean, even if they do, Zao can just go untargetable. That's one, right?
Yeah.
But if they do get him, Hiko's a big problem now. I'd love to see the items. Berserker's Fury. What? You do a bit of true damage now, so I guess it's good for the shred on these very tanky boys up front. But usually when you want to shred, you go for like DHS, right? So I'm wondering what the Berserker's Fury is all about. I'm going to have to catch him later on and try to ask him about this Berserker's Fury.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of interesting choices here. Oh, but that's a Conceal. Winter Crown pickup available also for Modi. But I think there's another Conceal coming in too.
All right, just Conceal for Conceal. They're a trade already. Good damage on Modi. Bottom lane, slow pushing for Mr. Hiko. Great for Team Spirit. They know Guangzhou Gaming can't send anybody down below. They're gonna have to stick, and that means this base turret will be the next forced error for Team Spirit against Guangzhou.
Okay, at least Xing has the Wrath of Dryad again, but they have to layer their skills really, really well. You see the buffs already on Sai. You understand what they're trying to play around, but it's a burst from Guangzhou.
You gotta go straight for it. Throwing a Ruin, lands on nobody. Wrath of the Dryad from Sawo. Now it's a stun and the Sky Piercer goes through. He bursts him down. Recall with a retreat witness. Now Sauer walks up and he dodges away from the untargetable already. Sawo enemies of it all. Sunset walking out. Hiko with a jump again. With a double already. Jumps on side and gets bursted down. Oh my goodness. Before he gets shut down, he finds the last hit with a fadeaway. Recall all alone against two. Sauer with the chase is Recall. Gets into the bush. Sauer with the chase again. He doesn't have the stacks, but he's going to be able to walk up with a killing spree again. It's Sunset with a walk. Sauer gets the killing spree. And they get rid of the last member of Guangzhou Gaming.
Oh my goodness. I think we have to see that team fight one more time. Just to understand the entire sequence and process. We take a look into the replay, and yes, the Throne of Ruin didn't land, but also we saw the exact same scenario all over again. It was just Guangzhou trying to deal with members of Team Spirit 1 at a time. It was Sawo first, but even Sawo, it took a while for him to go down, and all the while they were trying to burst down these front lines. Hiko was just there. He was just throwing out all these long-range basic attacks, and no one from Guangzhou was ready to answer back.
Did you see that damage? No wonder he went Berserker's Fury. It was the True and the Sky Piercer. True damage from Berserker's Fury and the Sky Piercer working in tandem. Executing Sai with a quarter of health with one basic attack. Hey, he might be onto something, this Hiko boy.
Yeah, how many stacks could he possibly have, right? If he's 7 kills, or not entirely sure if he got the Sky Piercer even before he got all these kills. Okay, it's 42. It's 42 right now. Not looking so bad, but
oh my God,
this is terrifying. Because at this point, you see the damage of a single basic attack.
What happened to his Berserker's Fury?
Oh, it's an immortality now.
I guess he sold it for the immo.
Yeah.
That's a very weird build. Heptasea's Haas Claw. Did he sell it for the Haas Claws, or did he sell it for...
No, he had the Haas Claw.
He buys the Berserker again. Oh, throwing a Ruin on Asawo. Falling Simon to the back line now with the Wrath of Dryad as well to peel, but Bomba's able to flicker out as Hiko puts in those stacks. Sauer with a walk up again. It's going to be the winner crown from Modi to try to stay alive. Hiko missed that first kill. Couldn't get the torn apart memory. Now again, I want to see the items.
Okay.
What did he sell for the Berserker's Fury again? Did he sell the Immo or the boots now? No, he has Immo, so it's the boots. Or is it the Haas Claws?
Because I think he had the Haas Claws even a couple minutes ago.
Wait,
oh wait,
it's gone again. What? Wait, I don't get it.
wait, he sold.
Boots, and then he bought Berserkers, but it's gone again. Is this a visual bug or is it actually gone? Did he misclick?
What is he going for now?
I got no clue, but like, he bought Berserker's Fury twice this game.
And he hasn't replaced it with anything just yet. Maybe we see it come in. Maybe in a bit.
I am so confused.
Okay, yeah, it's actually the build.
Yeah, and what? Where is it? Where's the? I want to see the Berserker's Fury.
He's probably looking to pick up something.
Did he sell the Berserkers by mistake? Oh God. Oh, he sells it for the win of nature. There you go, Sawo. For the walk-up first down on Lord, straight up with the carry and Team Spirit.
Yep.
We were too busy with the items. Maybe Spirit was as well.
Yeah. Guangzhou, I think the game plan worked this time. The fact that they went for Sawo first, but that was when they were off guard. They were caught off guard. Spirit were not able to respond. They were not ready, and they just barely had their members nearby to actually engage in a full-out punish against Guangzhou. So the moment that they were actually able to take that pick off, that was such quick movement from Guangzhou. 20 minutes into this game, we still don't know what the next pickup is going to be. The Immortality gets swapped with the Malefic Gun again for Hiko.
Okay, I think there's a bug there because he also bought Wind of Nature, but it just shows 5 items. Oh, there you go.
Okay,
there you go. Okay, so he's had the Berserker's Fury. Yeah, that was just so weird. But okay, Wind of Nature. He sold the boots for the Wind of Nature. Now we know for sure.
Okay, I think this is the final answer right now. I doubt there will be any swaps from this point onwards, not unless we see the Wind of Nature actually getting used. Oh, Kid Bomba, that was really far positioning you see from him. Team Spirit, this is 21 minutes, Mirko.
This is very scary. Sour gets caught by the barrier. Lord, Evolve, charging into that top side already. Thrown of Ruin, and the Blinker catches Hiko! Oh, he just gets wiped instantly! Side bursting him down. Sour gets caught by a tech charge. Time to perfection. Sour bursts it down. Bomba and Sunset left to defend against an Evolved Lord. Guangzhou Gaming strike first.
Grabe yan.
Such precise
Guangzhou Gaming.
and focus
Game
onto
number
Hiko
one.
when it mattered the most. Moldy on that Alice with the setup. And
Naguluhan sila sa build ng Brody.
For the longest time, it seemed like they were always just after Sawo, but in that last moment, in that crucial game-ending siege, they got the target they needed to find the most. And Hiko, without the immortality, he had it earlier, but without it now, he was just a much easier target to take down, and we're not entirely sure if Guangzhou were aware of the fact that he didn't have the immortality
Hello,
at the time, but
Stitch.
it was
Hindi
such
ako
a
makapag-shoutout
smart
kanina.
and
Naka-off
quick
mic ako
decision
pagka
that we get to
game.
see from Guangzhou Gaming as they secure game number 1.
A fantastic game number 1. Again, just capitalizing on these vulnerable backliners. The Eudora and the Brody worked well in the early game to get structures, to get a snowball, but that one big team fight set them back so far. And it gave Guangzhou Gaming the right opportunity to scale up to where the Alice and the carry could just carry through. And again, Modi. We've been seeing him on the Yuzong carrying through these group stage matches, now on the Alice as well. Catching Hiko. When has he sold his immortality for the Wind of Nature, man?
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I feel like what you said about the Belair, just waiting for Guangzhou, was a bit too true in this scenario. And even for Kid Bomba, I feel like there were just moments they were waiting for Guangzhou before they also got to set things up for the team. And that did not necessarily work out for them, because you see every single time it's Guangzhou starting the fights, it's almost them winning it every single time.
And in this meta, Brigada, it comes down to who makes the first move, right? It's all about tempo. It's all about you making that step, being the proactive team. So Spirit, with the draft again, they already kind of put themselves in a very reactive composition. They're forced to react to all the moves, and when this happens with an Evolved Lord, there is not much you can do.
Yep, it's just overwhelming crowd control that you see from Guangzhou as well. I think there's a bunch of things we gotta break down about that game, so we're throwing it over back to our panel.
Aldo Tendaya. Si Yuan nakakuha din si Omimiya. Congrats, nakakuha ka. Mga di nakakuha, sayang naman. Bawi na lang sa naka-outstage. Ubus na yung code.
Naisu, China, one step away from making history.
This is, again, this is how things have been going. You know, it's so exciting to see, and I feel like when you watch that game alone here, they made clearly some mistakes at the beginning, but they adjusted towards the end. I mean, even LaFell and I were wondering, like, some of those initiations from Modi on the Alice were questionable, but then that one at the very end where he caught 3 in the base, perfect. Even with the Grok, right, from May, there was a couple tech charges that were kind of a miss, and then he landed some great ones. So again, this is the adjustments that they needed to make, and now they have the upper hand against a team like Team Spirit.
Yeah.
Wala na pala TL, laglag na. Paris uuwi na para kumain ng Paris. Sayang vote daw, di bali din naman to M6, pero laki price.
Throughout all the wins that they have, they just have that Nihao energy where you're like,
Malaking tournament din to
and then you
MSC.
just have to accept this coming in, and at that point, Team
Pero
Spirit,
talaga,
honestly, like I
walang
say, for
magagawa
the Telestrator
guys.
later on, it's mostly on mistakes, you know, coming in from both teams, where I would say Guangzhou Gaming, with the draft and the way that they play, they force a lot of mistakes coming in from Team
Nice
Spirit that
try
made
lang,
their
nice
team
try.
fighting a little bit more
Nice
awkward.
They were very
try.
patient. They fought a lot around objectives. They didn't push towers. They were definitely not the aggressor in this game for
Masami,
most of the
hello.
time. But they knew, I
Renz,
think, deep
hello.
down that once their lineup got going and the ranked team fight, they
Code,
could snowball
walang live
with
stream
the correct push.
code. Sa
Discipline,
Black Up sana
approach
kayo
from
tumambay
GZG.
kanina
Even
no
the decision to
game
put
1.
Paquito in the
Bago
jungle is
mag-start
again something
game.
that a lot of teams aren't going to do. They put that
Walang
in the hands
nanalo sa
of recall.
prediction.
He
Oo,
might
walang
have had
nanalo
a
sa
difficult time kind of
prediction.
maneuvering around
Pati yung
fights here and
Falcons
there,
nung
but it was more so
nalaglag.
finding those openings,
Nalaglag
which he
din
did so
lahat.
well. Also securing objectives early on.
Nalaglag
Again,
din
the
lahat
team really had
dun
to
eh.
support him to be able to do that. And now
Nalaglag
it makes
sa
sense to
lower
have
bracket,
that
I mean,
Valentina, you know, 99% of the time he's got the Raptor to dry. I don't think there was anything else that he took. So you can play around and locking down those members. And there was a lot of fights where it looked like something was going to start up, and then they kind of pulled off a bit. So there was really good show of discipline here from GZG as well. And again, I think Team Spirit has been one of those teams who have sat at a lot of the top of the standings, the power standings for a while, and now they've got to make some
Wala
adjustments.
na
It was
yung
a
live
nice
stream
Valentina
code
pick
guys.
early. We were kind of questioning
Sa
it, not taking
knockout
Eudora,
stage
but they
pa
gave
ulit.
themselves a lot of ways to deal with some of the tankiness required
Pero
to
yung
survive and
unique
sustain
code
these
sa
fights, which clearly they wanted to
Black
do. They
Up,
played it slow.
meron sana
Uranus wasn't
kanina, kaso
available, but they
ubos
were
na
able to steal
rin.
from the Belleric. They also opened up a
Kung
little bit for
tumambay
the
kayo,
Paquito in
may
jungle, not being EXP,
15
allowed
dayas
Alice to come
sana
in
kayo.
and do what she does best rather than trying to peel all the time. So they had threats across the board, and they had more than maybe they should have. LaFell, you took a look at some of the mistakes maybe Team Spirit made, but also some of the ways GZG were able to accomplish that. Break it down for us.
Yeah, honestly, like we gotta look at the drafts first.
Should I stand?
Yeah, let's stand. It's okay. Not too high. Not too high.
Yeah, they had to
All right,
raise
there
the
you go.
camera for him, man.
Yep. So now, this is the thing that we gotta look at into the draft here. Let's talk about the philosophy of Guangzhou, where they really like to go in. They really like to dive, and that clearly shows from 3 of the picks here in the Grok, the
Agad
Paquito,
sa
as well as the
OJT.
Alice. Now, this is the very
Pahinga ka
interesting thing.
muna
We talk
dyan.
about the Paquito, and after watching that game, in hindsight, both the carry as well as the Paquito, they're really good at neutral objectives because carry can really burst down
Code
the
pa ulit
turtle
na
as well
pang
for Wars,
maramihan
especially the Wars
guys
very
ay
fast.
sa
And when you're going up
July
against a Harara,
29
so far we don't
Wednesday.
have the stats right
Wednesday
now,
pa
but
ulit.
she has, I would say, one of the
29
highest
yan.
retry secures when it comes to MSC for now. A lot of base
Wednesday.
damage, making sure that the turtle is secured. And I feel like the Paquito is just something that they use
Wednesday.
as an answer to potentially fight
29 ba?
against that. Now, we got to talk about how both teams want to play. They
20
want to team fight, they
seconds
want to
na
pump
lang.
up. And that actually should have
Ibig
helped out Team
sabihin na
Spirit, as
na-late
we're
ka
going to
sa
be
live
looking at the
stream
first
ng
clip here,
20
where
seconds.
this is the first instance of them fighting together. And as we saw, this
Or
is
hindi mo
what
na-claim
Team
agad
Guangzhou Gaming
yung
want to do. They want to be able to actually
isa
secure all
5
of these objectives.
dayas.
They want to be able
Nakaka-claim
to
ka ba
have
ng
good
5
macro control
dayas?
and then have a good engage and then win the fight
May
off there.
PH pa ba
But
laban
look at
doon
what
sa
happened
natalo
when
na
the Eudora
lahat? May
started
isa
to be
pa,
involved
Team
in the fight
Falcons
here.
mamayang
We're gonna see the amount of
9:30.
stun, which is I believe 2 people got stunned here, and then the amount of burst damage. This is level 6 Eudora with not one item just yet, or just one item, and you can
Pag
see
may
the
bagong
burst
laban,
damage
may
is a
bagong
lot.
drop.
Now, unfortunately,
Depende
that's
sa
probably
kanila
one of the
eh.
only times that Team Spirit was able to win a fight where they're able
Minsan
to
wala,
have
minsan
a good
meron.
AoE stoppage and then follow up with the damage. But then after that, it honestly went downhill. Because we're going to be looking at fights here where this is the awkward thing that I do want to say.
Kalimutan
Looking
ko
at how
i-check ko.
Modi as well as me engage, that's huge AoE.
Ayong
And
date.
look at how spread
Oo
Team
nga,
Spirit
29
is, or
nga
they're gonna
guys.
be after this
Tapos
engage. And that's a good
Saturday
thing. You
ang
wanna
grand
spread, you don't want to get
finals.
caught everyone together. But then
Grand
They
Finals
have
agad
a
sa
draft that they
Sabado.
can potentially delete one person with the Eudora as well as the Brody, but because they're separated, that becomes quite a bit awkward as we see the fight go in, boom, bang, they split by top and bottom, and then Sao is like, okay, do I go to the top side or do I go to the bottom side to protect you guys? And we're going to be continuing with the other clips here.
Naubusan ka
This
lagi.
is where I would say Guangzhou also has to slow down just a little bit
Dayas.
because they get a
Oh.
little bit too excited.
Nalalate
And
ka
again,
kasi.
the potential Eudora and Brody, quite a lot of bursts. They go in, someone overextends, stun, and then burst, get the kill. It's just unfortunate that this happened throughout the game, where Team Spirit is just waiting for Guangzhou to go in, which makes sense, but I feel like upcoming, maybe don't rely on that. I feel like Belleric should have used the flicker in this situation because with the Brody having his 7-1-1 KDA, with the Harara also waiting for someone to start the fight, I feel like just that one change could have helped out because look at this. This is a mistake coming in from Guangzhou. They dive in a little bit too deep and then eventually Team Spirit was able to capitalize. But imagine if you had a flicker on the Belleric, you could have flickered in and actually catch quite a lot of people here coming in from Guangzhou, and then after that getting the Lord and potentially could have ended the game.
That is a really good point as well. Nice. Any comments on that? Or just, actually, the comment I want is how hard is it really? Because Brigitte says it's very difficult.
You know, I'll tell you this.
You got a lot of weight on that arm, you know, a lot of muscle, man. It's, it's a lot to hold up.
Hey, that's a couple minutes. That's an endurance test. You know, I think like this is an endurance test for Team Spirit.
Yeah.
I have to agree with LaFell too. I feel like when it was in the draft and you saw, because we were throwing out some roamers that have Revitalize as well, Gatakacha and Hylos. As soon as that wasn't picked up, I feel like they could have just maybe switched that Revitalize on the Belleric and just taken up the flicker, because you now don't have to fight Revitalize for Revitalize. And so, yes, LaFell, as we mentioned, that flicker initiation would have helped so much because it also alleviates some of the pressure on Kid Bomba to always be the one, because once he jumps in, he's just shredded down by the carry.
It's interesting you guys are talking about not having the flicker on the Paquito as well in the jungle. So both of these kind of mainstays, whether it was Sawo or Paquito, trying to capitalize on space or create space for their team, were going with different actives that did not allow them to do what they normally did. So it was kind of like, who can play this strategy of ours the best? And I think that Recall, to me, seemed like the most impactful player because he was so patient with how he decided to go in. And when he did go in, he made sure to have an impact.
That impact comes from allowing your gold laner to scale up the way that happens for CY.
And that beautiful combination of trust, but also execution is what has given Guangzhou Gaming the lead here. In the next moment, we're going to see if they can continue on, or if in this final game, Team Spirit will play their final match of MSC. The key ready to be crushed. Guangzhou Gaming ready to make history for China as they have their chance to jump into the top 8.
For Team Spirit, if they want a chance here, they know that Guangzhou, they're going to go for some kind of dive. And counter dive is not enough. You need a way to counter engage as well, right? It's good that you're able to avoid the initial engage, but how do you go back in? That's something that they have to consider because Guangzhou is a mature team. The moment they know the engage is bad, they just back off.
Game 2.
I like that point about maturity you made. In the green room, we kind of set the conversation earlier. Big shout out to Maui as well, helping us with these editorial conversations. But Guangzhou Gaming and maturity is what was kind of on display for us. They usually have had histories of not scaling well into the late game, but Naisu, they were actually behind in game 1 and they found a way to kind of keep it together and then start trending upwards. Are you noticing that this is a little bit of a different GZG, or is that more on Spirit's mistakes?
It's a little mix of both, I'd say.
Sure.
A lot of the teams, I feel like, just because of the nature of the compositions of meta, they're prone to making some mistakes. That's going to happen throughout a game. No one's going to play a perfect game, you know? So it's just how fast that these players, these professional athletes basically can adjust in the game, and not just from game to game, because that's what Team Spirit has to do now. They have to go to that drawing board, figure things out, because you got to remember too, again, these matches today will decide who moves forward and who is knocked out. And a team like Team Spirit has been able to surprise a whole lot of people over the previous internationals that they've had. And for GZG, I mean, the same thing. They're a team that is on this quest to make it for the first time into the knockouts from their region, and they're one game away from making that happen.
Got some fans in the crowd as well. I love the early fans. Sometimes, you know, it's tough to wake up early. I get it. Morning coffee, your caffeine choice. But at the end of the day, if you're here, you might be able to witness something special and say, I saw China make it to top 8 for the first time in MLBB history.
And again, they're going up against some serious competition here.
Yep.
Like, it's a statement to say you made it to top 8 by taking down Team Spirit. Team Spirit is also a mainstay in internationals. Like, we always look at them as possible grand finalists.
Yeah, it's usually top 5 at least.
Yeah, top 5 at least. But every single time, I think the closest was the previous MSC back in 25. They were defeated by ONIC Philippines, and that was close. They already had a 10K gold lead, so they should have went even further. But now, hey, c'est la vie, Team Spirit, they just make sure they get the Paquito early. And then the Valentina again, and this time with the Harara. So just a quick swap of the first picks.
Yeah, I like this though. You know, we kind of questioned that Valentina in the previous game, but Guangzhou Gaming has pretty much proven that they're just comfortable with it. I mean, you can go ahead, take these quality ultimates from your opposing team, and obviously makes them kind of second guess what they're going to bring up. Because you already locked in the Paquito too, which now it makes me wonder, like, where exactly?
Paquito jungle, maybe? They might be like, we might do this too. We might flex it on you.
Paquito goal and use the Ling.
That's what I'm thinking, because Hiko has played that gold lane Paquito. You can grab the Ling just for that classic matchup we're used to seeing. We'll see if they end up flexing it or not. So the Eudora and the Cho will get picked up. Again, Cho was banned previous game. This allows you to go for those pickoffs with the Eudora really well. These should be, just those 2 heroes alone should be an automatic kill almost.
This should already be fighting fire with fire, because if Guangzhou wants to go in, Team Spirit can do the same thing, right?
Exactly.
There's a lot of forward momentum coming in, and now Guangzhou, they reply with the Moskov. So he's going to be supporting his team in case someone dives a little bit too deep. He can push them away. So I'm liking the opening draft coming in from Team Spirit as well as Guangzhou. Quite a lot of interaction between the two.
Again, with the Moskov being in play here, makes me wonder if we do just see the gold lane matchups now. But Team Spirit will play on that, because so many teams still kind of, if there is a flexible hero that can be flexed, and that has developed over these days as well, then they'll play that into the draft, because it also changes some of the focus on the bans. But you can see this just in case Guangzhou Gaming's like, you know what, we'll just ban out some more gold laners, so they do take out that Clint. Again, the Moskov is so deadly just because of the mere fact that he can pretty much just stay in his lane, push it, farm up, do his thing, play the off map, and then join the fights if the SOD lands.
Crazy enough, that was the strength of the character, but not the strength in game 1 of GZG. They grouped up and they committed to that group up. Obviously playing the lineup well. We'll see if maybe swapping over to the Moskov allows them to be as effective as the Uranus expand.
Day 7 of MWI. Yo, woo! Shout out to them. That is dedication.
Since MW, yeah, that's crazy. And now
that's us.
That's you guys.
Hey, we're here since wild cards.
Yo, that's true.
we're here longer. It's not a competition.
It's like we're dedicated.
It's like we love the game or something. Anyways, yeah, the Uranus gets banned out as well as the Esmeralda here. Good ban on the Esmeralda, because right now for Guangzhou, they don't have a proper front line yet. So what else is there, at least in the EXP? I mean, like, I guess they can pick up the Alice again. Oh, the Belleric, yes, is still open.
And you can technically flex that if you want.
Rarely do we see Belleric being in 4th pick though, right?
Yeah.
Usually the first 3.
I think that's because the Valentina kind of worked against that. And I think they warded off, so it's like, why prioritize that? And I think it's been smart.
I do have to say, though, right now the draft does look a bit difficult for the Cho to actually get a good kick in. But, hey, you know what? If you're here in MSC, you should be able to do it. Right?
I think anything's
Pick a target and then grab it.
Ling's still available, but is like the hype on Ling fallen? I mean, so much. Obviously, Paquito's going to most likely jungle here. Or actually, EXP here. Right?
Yeah.
And so Harley picked up.
The Harley jungle.
Well, this will tell us if it's going gold or not. So it's going to be EXP Barrett's, and then it's going to be that gold lane Paquito. That's what I was saying. You know, he's 3 roles basically that you can see the Paquito go to. So that's the game plan here for Team Spirit. They really want to burst a member down, get an upper hand in terms of numbers.
Maybe we'll see Paquito mid. I've heard a lot of things. But yeah, right now for Team Spirit, they're using a draft with a lot of forward momentum, having the Barats being the main escort, and then having the Dura as well as Hardy. You should get a kill. And now a Kaja gets picked up. So the moment a Cho or a Harley overextends, the Kaja can help him get a kill.
That's what he says when he ulted. When he got divine judgments.
Dude, they're digging deep into the pockets here. Another unique hero for MSC. I can't wait to get an official count on what that is. We're aiming towards 90. We still got like a week to go, so plenty of time.
I hope by the time we get to the knockouts, which is just in a few days away, we still have unique hero picks come through, because it's just been so fun to go through these drafts in this meta.
It is a blast being here and watching
Deep kaya
MSC live in Paris,
or
France. For those of you watching
magkakaroon
online,
ng
let us
game
know,
number
who are you
3?
leaning towards? You might have favored Team Spirit, but now
Matalo
Guangzhou
dito
Gaming's in
guys,
the lead
laglag na.
with one more
Yung
game to go.
mananalo,
Potentially,
pasok na
China
sa
could be moving
knockout
on to the
stage.
knockout stage for the very first time. And to kick off game 2, let's send it back over to Mirko and Brigitte.
Thank you very much, Rain Day. And indeed, we have a lot of surprises to break down here as we head into game number 2 between Team Spirit and Guangzhou. I'm looking forward to hear Mirko say the kacha later on.
No, no.
You're not?
No, they got it wrong. Kaja doesn't do kacha when he ults. He does a... It's a whip.
Okay, okay. And I hear you do the Barrett's ult all the time too, so maybe we're
Oh
expecting
God, it could be, yep, two. Could be, and...
That's a lot. That's a lot. But it's surprisingly actually Hiko on the Paquito this time. So we thought it was a jungler all along, but they do decide to flex it eventually here. Could we expect like maybe better synergy across the board though? Because this is looking like a Cho Eudora, yes.
I don't know. Right now, it's looking very TLPH. I'm gonna be honest with you. The composition of Team Spirit, putting Bomba on a Barats, it's like putting Sanford on a Barats. You know, it's like, I don't want to see that.
Okay, so they have to make this work. At least that's what we're getting from now. And we take a look at the emblems too before we move on to this game. It's been a while since we've seen a Kaja, so I think it's still very usual. See the support emblems come through, the additional speed and the break smite. Pretty much same across the board, I feel, for majority of our heroes this time. Oh, whoa.
Also putting Hiko on a Paquito. It's like putting Paquito on Teddy.
Oh, okay. You're still talking about that, yeah.
I mean, it's the same side lanes as yesterday. It's crazy, actually.
It does feel kind of the same. And I feel like TS are also in a sort of same position wherein you're just really expecting a bit more from them, but it's been a struggle ever since game number 1 to just coordinate. I think like it's weird to see Spirit in this kind of position, but hopefully they work things out this time. We are seeing a more aggressive laning phase from them, to say the least, here in game number 2.
Oh my God, the Thunder's rat straight up. One shots, May. No, right now, first blood over to Team Spirit with a neutral objective as well.
Yep, a much better start. We can say that for Team Spirit right now that we're looking at the way they've executed the first 2 minutes of the game. Laning-wise, it's been very aggressive for Hiko, and at the same time, you see better coordination from Sao and Sunset Lover, which I think is something to expect because you're not on a Belleric anymore, so you could just be as aggressive as you want. And May!
Ooh, the deadly magic didn't land on May, thankfully, for Guangzhou Gaming. SOD goes wide.
Oh! Okay.
An attempt, you know, Sunset Lover flickers out of the way.
Yeah, it's a IMU. Daytona's welcome from Xing supposedly, so that changes things a bit too. Xing will be, I guess, picking up the Daytona's welcome or either the Way of the Dragon more than anything here from Team Spirit's composition. But how are they able to utilize that? That's like 2 potential lockdowns or pick-off setups. And the damage is mostly going to come from Recall, at least for now in the early stages of the game. But has Recall been having a good time? Because I think he's already a level behind Zarigo is.
Bomba's doing a lot right now with just delaying the jungle. He's going to lose out on a bit on the bottom lane, but it's going to be pretty good to stop Recall. As you can see, Zaur is really capitalizing on the fact that he's getting so much more space, so much more room to farm up, a whole level ahead with a turtle as well. Sao feels a lot more comfortable on a hero that can be proactive instead of a Belleric.
Yep, and that's what we've been waiting for. Right now, Spirits seem to be back on track, at least for now, as long as they get to sustain everything that's ongoing. But the Belleric is potentially, if they fail, I think that could be an angle for Guangzhou to just really go for the punish. At least they have one way to get AOE setups and not just either the Kaja or the Cho if it ever boils down to a massive team fight. But let's see, Spirit are now positioning themselves across the objective. It's not like Guangzhou are looking to contest, however. Or it will take them a bit more time.
Yeah. Guangzhou Gaming were able to control all the neutral objectives in game number 1, and that's what's set up for their late game. Position, space, everything to scale up. This time, Team Spirit don't want none of that. Oh, up top, whoa, what a kick from Sao! Way the Dragon kicks the Kaja back into Hiko. And it's yet another pickoff. They're really utilizing the strong side well. Zawo with the deadly magic. Zawo with the walk up as well. The Purify already out earlier. Oh, that's the Ball of Thunder. Bang. Goes down to Moskov. Sai down. Hiko with the hits on the turret.
They've learned their lesson. They've learned their lesson. They got to be the more proactive ones. They got to be the ones starting it off. And with this lineup, they're definitely doing it.
Ooh.
Mei has not had a single divine judgment in this game. And you could see that Zawo's just starting to feel it on this show.
It's like watching... Oh my god, Bomba. He's getting free turrets. Guangzhou Gaming are the ones reacting to everything, and it's not the right reaction either. They try to go mid for some reason, and Bomba just stomps down bot. That's a free turret for a Barats.
Okay, at least for Guangzhou, right? If we're looking for potential angles that they can turn this around, they have plenty, and it's a Flicker Belleric as well, so they could just try to go for more counter engage as long as they feel like they're already on the same page. Because at this moment, oh, hold on.
He goes for the whip now. Bomba with the response, throws him into the wall. Ball of Thunder. Bomba with a chomp. He just swallowed Mei whole.
You saw that. You saw that. You saw Mei. He tried, but Guangzhou, it didn't feel like they were ready to follow up.
Ooh.
It's tough. It's tough.
Very tough. Recalls forced out of the fight. Tier 1. Free for Team Spirit. Zawo doing a good job on this Cho so far. And yeah, like you mentioned, man, Mei cannot really go for anything. That's going to be a free purple buff as well. Oh, Ball of Thunder lands and everybody Thunder's Wrath as well. Wrath of the Dryad. Holy moly, lands on Natalia. All 5 Natalias.
Okay, it's Guangzhou facing a 6.5k gold lead this time. Spirit have completely turned things around and are looking real good in game number 2. A potential game 3 is potentially coming for us at this point. If you take a look at Team Spirit and the current situation that they're in, because I think the panel also touched on how maybe, yes, they can utilize the Kaja to punish some of the overextensions that have been happening or that could come out from Team Spirit, but I don't think we've seen any of those. It's more calculated backline engages either from Zard just to force reactions out of Guangzhou. It's more pinpoint and precise way of the Dragons coming in from Hiko. I don't think he even had to use the Flicker as much just yet because it's always Guangzhou tending to overextend, but they might actually go for one this time. They don't risk it as much though. There's still tier 2 turrets across the board. Eudora is so annoying. Xing just walks up a bit too aggressively. He didn't even walk up aggressively. It was Team Spirit with a conceal, and he's forced to go back to Fountain. Tier 2 up top taken down already. Team Spirit with a 7,000 gold lead. We've seen comebacks before, but it is going to be very difficult for Guangzhou Gaming as long as Sai doesn't get space to farm. This has been a very difficult Moskov game. Like, Sai has just not been given any space, any lanes to farm up. And how far behind could he possibly be? Because he's already 2 levels behind of Hiko. I think there hasn't been much opportunity for him to also take some gold to catch up. And Guangzhou are just really investing in defense right now. They gotta put up their walls. You have to have Modi reliable enough to tank everything, because looking at Guangzhou's lineup, it seems like he's the only guy you could really rely on to do that. Xing and Mei, they probably want to go in for the more aggressive setup plays and pick off potentials if ever they do find any. And he also picks up the Eudora ultimate instead of any other setup. So it's just probably all on Mei right now. They need a bit more of the damage to come through because, as you mentioned, Sai is taking a while to scale up and he's probably behind in terms of items right now.
Very, man. He only got the gold staff earlier. That's a second item at 8 minutes, so his third item, Power Spike, might come through in like 10 minutes, looking at the pace of the farm. Spirit gonna get this for free. There's no chance Guangzhou take it unless Sai gets an SOD, but Bomba knows better than to leave that open. He's able to body block for Team Spirit. Zaur also still with the red tree, just in case. I remember a crazy steal from OHEB last year against ONIC, also in the group stage.
I think everyone learned from that, you know? They're just starting to guard the bushes wherever or whenever there's a Moskov on the other side. But look at that gap between Sai and Hiko. It's
oh my god,
7 to 4.8k.
It's the same gap for Zaur and Recall.
Oh yeah.
The gold leads are placed where it's best. Even a 2,000 gold lead between the mid laners. Oh god. Xing would just be tickling Bomba whenever he goes for damage.
At least they still have holy shields, but I think they're all gonna pop even before the Lord gets to approach the base. They've made enough room for them to utilize the Lord to its fullest potential, and Team Spirit, they're looking to take down a base turret right now. Sawo goes in!
Uh-oh, Purify out already though. He's gonna get pinned down into the wall. Wrapped to the drive from Modi. Taunts everybody with a big whip as well, but it's not gonna take anybody down except, oh, a chomp. Purify out from Sai. Oh my goodness! What is that damage, my guy? Recall pulled back into the cards. The poker trick Sunset Lover again with the lightning. Modi stun, he gets away. Now it's Hiko and the rest of the team. Pulling it out, Zaur with the walk up again with the poker trick, as that's gonna be the knockout strike from Hiko to lock Modi down. Zaur can't get the damage to take Modi out of side. Lands the SOD. 10-minute game for
10
Spirit
minutes,
to equalize.
10:26, grabe.
Such great
Nagalit yung
macro
Team Spirit.
and usage of their lineup.
We
Team
have a
Spirit
game
completely
number
bounced back here in
3.
game number 2 as they equalize the series. And we, of course, have to witness a game number 3. It's all elimination and qualification matches we're expecting for today. And they're just one step away from all making it to knockouts.
Tapos lahat ng matches no, puro game 3.
But Guangzhou, so many questions left in that fight. It did not look like the same Guangzhou we saw in game number 1. There was just
Oh, iba na rin ng Guangzhou ng game to. Oh, baka na-download na ng Team Spirit.
The Kaja play was read out here by Team Spirit.
And every time the Kaja got the Divine Judgment, it was always just a big whiff because, I don't know, it was either on the choke
Di napagana yung Kaja.
right? And Sawo and Bomba,
ONIC champ mo.
easy for them to
ONIC
retaliate
ID
with the
daw
taunt,
champion,
the
sabi ni
re-engage, and
Sherwin.
it's just so much
Kaya ba,
better to
sino
see
ba
these
guest
guys
champ
on
mo?
proactive heroes instead of
Di ako
heroes
nakapag-guest
just
nun.
waiting for plays to be made on the
Question
other
mark
side while
yung
reacting to it.
champion
Again,
ko.
Bomba this time, hey, didn't like it,
Nakalimutan
but
ko
it was up
kasi.
for us, but he did a fantastic job. Hiko on the Paquito as well. I think, you know, I think it's the Harley. I think the Harley was able to capitalize on these winning lanes.
Yeah. They need not pay as much attention. Harley could just do what he wanted to do, and Team Spirit, they were all able to do what they wanted to do. So I think it's about time we go back to the studio to talk more about what happened in this game.
You just said do whatever you want to do, and LaFell is here. So let's bring that back. Let's hold off, because this man given freedom, opportunity, man, it could get crazy up here, Naisu.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I'm with a bunch of Americans. I feel very free now. America.
Howdy, partner.
Howdy. That was one of the most nothing games I've ever seen.
Oh, yeah.
Like that game brought me memories of when I was a child of watching paint dry, right? But hey, at least the game was more entertaining than watching paint dry.
And you still remember
Watching
them, I
paint
guess. So
dry.
it must have been
Grabe.
memorable for you.
At least
Sarap talaga ni Barney.
No, because I was
Pag naka-10
I was
stocks na.
watching it because
Is
I
that
didn't know
why
what
you are
fuck.
it was.
the way you are?
That's
the paint,
why the way he is.
So much paint. It's not good to inhale a lot of wet paint, man.
Got jokes. Maybe. Actually, yeah, now that I think about it, yeah.
Call him
maybe.
Rain Man again.
Guys, that was a big stomp. The average game for both of them lasts around 17 minutes for Team Spirit, about 15 minutes for Guangzhou Gaming. That one was under 12, about 11 or so. So a very fast
10:26
game. A
yung
stomp.
game
What
nila
went
eh.
right for Team
Game
Spirit
2.
there, Naisu?
Wala pa
Just about
pala
anything they
ako.
wanted to, man. I mean, under the 5-minute mark, they were
Comment.
already
Game
pushing Guangzou Gaming behind their tier 2
No,
turret.
Guangzou's just like,
Yes,
There you go.
take
me.
this chair. Oh, take this mic. Yeah, go ahead. Like, Spirit could do anything. Guangzou didn't do anything to stop them.
I told you.
All right, here we go.
Brigida,
That's
why'd you
Team
give him
Spirit.
freedom? Why'd you give him freedom up
Yeah,
here?
He's
He's acting
want my
crazy.
telestrate? You want my
You're not
telestrate?
here to stop him.
Grab your telestrate.
You know what? I could tell us straight. That would be a
Freedom.
funny segment, wouldn't it? See how I do?
Yeah, that would be pretty funny.
You do have something to break down, though. We also have some post-game stats as well, so maybe you'll hit the post-game first.
Yes,
and
I do.
we'll do a little telestrator later,
Sure.
just to see how it went. I think the big thing stands out. I mean, you see
Grabe.
Hiko having a great game
7-1.
there. Everybody had a great game.
Look at
Sour
all the
Egoist as well
zeros.
on the Harley.
Look at all the zeros. 0 turrets,
Zero
turtle,
turtles,
0 lord, 2 orange buff, and 3 purple buff.
Like,
Talk about not playing the game.
that's why LaFell is
Hindi pinaglaro
illustrating just
yung
how it
Guangzhou.
felt in that game. Because they got Team Spirit took everything that they wanted to. I mean, they had to dig down and get that
Dalawang
spirit going.
tatlong
And
buff.
man, did they do it
Grabe.
with this lineup, because Yeah, again, you don't see this kind of. I mean, this was a very one-sided game. I mean, this was a stomp for that. I mean, you could see the reactions there too. So we asked them like, what adjustments would they have to make? They made all the adjustments, Rain Day.
Yeah, and it actually felt like the Mozkov, and I'm gonna dive in my thought on that, because they played so well, so grouped, so focused on objectives. Head to head, they win 66.7% of the objectives against Team Spirit, and to go 8-0 on Turtles in this one, I mean, that's pretty ridiculous when you consider their normal style of play, which to me felt like they weren't able to get. The way Moscow excels is not necessarily grouping up, but the way GZG excel is grouping up. How can they fix that, LaFell? What did you see going wrong? Because you've got your telestrator. I want
you know how the game goes so wrong that even Rain Day made an accurate analysis. Like, bro, why'd you play like that? That's not how you play Moscow.
It's like,
It's a good day, you know?
Yeah, we're gonna be looking at the telestrator.
You want to stand? You want to stand?
You're not gonna do. No, you stand down, sir. All right, all right. So first of all, let's talk about the anti-synergy here in the draft, because we got Kaja here. In case you guys don't know what he does, he whips people and then he holds them down. And then you're hoping for someone to kill the other person, right? But the question
Natawa na lang si Mark
he
Lee.
doesn't have early burst. She kind of has depends, and then she also like kind of depends. Like, I would say that Guangzhou's biggest problem here is, I would say, mismatch of what each of the heroes want to do.
Yep.
And Belleric EXP is okay. The only problem is it's slow. So speaking of it slow, let's look at what happened in the game of 20 seconds of nothing happens, right? Look at the minimap and
Nothing
look at how
happens.
basically clumped up they are. We can see that the Belleric's coming and it's like, oh, maybe I should protect that.
Never
But
mind.
but then, you know, it's gone anyways, right? For us, got that one, so let's go to mid. And let's not do
Pinabayaan
anything. And
yung
it's
ano niya.
that's like the
Toro
entire
niya.
game. They're like, let's all group up together in case something wild happens.
And nothing happened. I know what it is.
It happens.
Barrett's is a herbivore.
Yeah.
Barrett's is a herbivore.
Say it like an American.
Herbivore.
Barrett's is a herbivore.
Barrett's is a
Herbivore.
America. Fireworks. July 4th.
Don't get him started, please. Rain Day.
Independence.
I've been there before.
I love Mandani.
You know, it's always fun to see it. Sunset Lover actually had a fantastic game, and you look at that performance, I believe, on the Eudora again. The first game, it felt like they were surviving the Eudora. Their team was able to go around it, ignore it, maybe work and find a way to still have a win with GZG. But this game, starting 2-0, it was no chance for Valentina to catch up on the opposite side of things. Sunset Lover's control in this game, it needs to be dealt with, I think, at this point. And you have to consider, do we ban it or do we take it away?
Like,
You take it. Take it.
you can't spell Eudora without raw. She's strong, bruh.
Yeah.
And also, there's do in her name.
He worked
so
at it.
do pick it up, because
Fusroda.
Fusroda. I was talking to someone who hadn't played Skyrim, man. It's like, come on, that's a part of the vernacular. You got to know that.
she has great crowd control, great damage. She even looks like a decent person. Why wouldn't you pick it up?
They have to do it now. Ban it or ban it out.
Or ban it out.
Ban it out. We've seen teams handle it that way. Just ban her out.
Well, that's a good question, because Guangzhou Gaming now faced with a conversation that is going to lean them one way or the other, a little bit like this or that. In fact, speaking of that game, we had Guangzhou Gaming make a few decisions that might split the team a little bit earlier this week.
Hey guys, my name is Afel, and right now we'll be playing a this or that, just to see whether the players, are they on the same page or not? Okay, right now you guys can line up straight. So, we got 5 questions here. The first one is, first thing, after you wake up, do you brush your teeth or eat breakfast? All right, you know what? They all brush their teeth. Okay, come back to the middle. So now, before scrims, what's your routine? Do you shower first or don't shower? All right, now we know that they don't shower. So, which jungle heroes you guys prefer? Ling over there, Nolan over here. Only one person likes the Ling. So for this one, how do they like to warm up before a game? Playing rank or playing training mode? Oh, I thought more people would play rank, okay? And now, the last one. Who would you like to go on a holiday with? Either CY or Ming? Now we know who's friends with CY and who's friends with me. All right, looks like Guangzhou Gaming, they're all good. They are in sync, so no penalties for them. So thank you very much, guys. Good luck for your game, and we'll see you guys next time.
Sweaty scrims. That's okay, though. You know, at the end of the day, you're going to sweat in scrims. So if you shower before, you're still going to have to shower afterwards. I like the logic.
I mean, some people, they might wash away the mojo.
They might.
That's true.
They might wash away the mojo.
Yeah.
It's a different vibe. Might be more relaxed, too.
Different vibe, but then what was that also? They don't like, or they do ranked or training mode?
Oh, training
mode.
Yeah,
Training
what's
mode?
up with that?
I've always warmed up in rank. I mean, first game of the day is ranked.
Maybe that's why we're just casters.
Maybe. You got a point.
That's it.
I'm just saying.
That's it.
We're good, but not that good. You know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying?
Listen. I
know what I'm saying?
How about when you play ranked? Here's the question: is it before bed? Is it at night? Do you get it first thing of the day?
It's 24/7 rain day.
24/7. Wow. Okay.
When shouldn't you play rank?
Yeah,
Haven't you seen us in the talent room?
Is that what you're doing with that tablet right there when
He's
you don't
playing
have
right
it?
there,
Because
man.
we're done with the telestrator, by the way. You're just
he's in
AFK
draft.
mid?
He's in draft.
Oh, we took it off. We know what LaFell's doing.
Last
You gave him too much control, Brigida.
game.
We told you not to
Last
do it. At this point, though,
game.
we
Kaya.
have everything that we need because this game
Malalagla.
is absolutely unpredictable. Going to draft for the third and final time between China and EECA. The gatekeepers of top 8 trying to gatekeep China's last hope here at MSC, who are desperately looking to match the result on the women's side of making it into the knockout stages. Can May, right there on your screen, figure out what to bring to the table to get a win?
I gotta say, first of all, I appreciate that whenever something goes wrong, we throw it over to Brigida.
Yes.
It's her fault, not our fault. I appreciate that. And
Yeah.
number 2, I feel like it's more on the mentality of the game, because game number 2, clearly they just played scared, and that's not how you should play against Team Spirit, where you saw that in game number 1, just
Ronel,
fight when you
walang
have the
code.
chance, and it somehow worked out.
Inunahan
Go
na.
back to game number 1.
It's tough to, put it plainly, because that's exactly how it felt. It just felt like they were kind of in this state of, we're scared to
Hindi, yung
move
iba
around the map,
kasi pag
They were in
nag-comment
limbo,
ng
they can't
ano
really
eh.
move, and it almost was that
Code,
mentality,
wala mang
we're so
code.
far behind,
Tapos
just go next.
nilalako niyan.
And so
Code
now
ate
it's their
dahil.
chance for Guangzhou Gaming to make this happen
ES
here.
panalo
This is
dyan,
why I was
dapat manalo
making
para hindi all
making
at
the
si
point
Ben.
earlier where it's like, yeah, you have to be
Hindi
able
ako
to
nakapag-bet
bounce
sa
back from game
ML.
to game even, not just from the day.
Tapos nag-vlog yung live stream ko. Wow!
After getting slapped like that starts, and you just gotta have a better game plan here for Guangzhou Gaming if they want to move
Sayang.
forward, because now the
Naunahan
momentum is in
kita.
favor of Team Spirit, and we've seen this before, where once they have momentum, they can usually take
Last
it just as quickly in
game.
game 3.
I'm only asking for one thing for Modi. Have a hero
Bakit
that
di ako
can
nag-live
dive, you know,
kagabi?
something like a
Di,
Yuzong,
umalis kasi ako
something
kagabi.
like an Alice. That seems more his niche, right? Picking on something like a Bellery, I guess he can kind of do that, but he requires the flicker. So I just want him to use someone that can dive in. That's like his identity. Don't stray away from that.
Well, the Paquito actually taken out by GZG
Ay,
and the
ayun
Cho
na
as
pala.
well. The Atlas also denied by Team Spirit, who will switch sides this game.
Paquito
And
tsaka si
Expanding
Cho
River is one of our
binan.
fastest map choices. I believe it is the second fastest. And one of the interesting things about this situation, which as a fan of MOBAs, every team comes in with a different plan and blueprint. But in game 1, game 2, both teams get a blueprint of what works for them. And so this draft is so exciting because both teams are trying to deny the blueprint of
Walang
success for the
code.
other team while
Skin
trying to
na
get as
lang
many
daw, send sa
pieces
mailbox.
of what worked in the games that they won for themselves. But it also opens up another layer, Naisu, which is, will somebody have prepared to surprise the other team again? Will they have more in their pockets that they'll bring out that might just change the narrative completely?
I think this MSC already has shown us how deep
Ito
the
naman
pockets of the
internet namin. Grabe.
teams and the coaches,
Grabe
they just
yung
play their
internet.
best
Wala
game.
na
I mean, this
akong
is
ginagawa,
something that a
naglalag
lot of
pa.
people have been talking about online too, from previous teams that now have been knocked out. It's like, well, sometimes do you go for comfort? Do you go for those
Highly
heroes or
banded.
that
Iba ba
style of
nila
play
yung
that's
pinik
worked for you so
kanina?
long, or do you just are you
Ng Team
forced to
Spirit.
adapt in the
Sino pa
current
ba yung
meta?
ano,
And that's kind of what we've seen
Eudora, no?
through the courses
Pero
of this. So I
baka kuhanin na
think
yung
as you're
Eudora.
seeing the bans, those are even different in
Eudora
this sense.
tsaka
So it's like, the game
isa?
plan is already going to change. This first blue pick will tell us where things want to go. Do they just grab the Eudora? Is there something better? The Hirara and the Ling still up for contention between them. It's going to be the Hirara for Guangzhou Gaming, at least now. So the trade that we expect, this team spirit, just take that Eudora.
Eudora as well as the Belleric. Something that we do
match
have to put in context here. This is the decider match.
Share live lang,
When
masakit
you make
ulo
top
ni
8,
Adi.
lose,
Palitan
your
na yan.
keys get crushed. And I feel like that's going to be a difficult conversation between the players as well as the coach. They might have a hidden pick. And there's two different mentalities. Either like, if we don't show it, we'll never be able to use it. Or, you know, it's like, it's just difficult whether you want to take that gamble or not. Yeah, you risk it.
Because the last draft, I would say, if you
Eudora,
look at what
nakuha na
Guangzou Gaming was
Eudora.
able to do, they looked
Embarrassed,
uncomfortable
so
on
hindi
some
na
of the
nila
picks.
mababan
You know,
yung
it didn't work for them.
line-up
So
kanina
the
ng
answer right now for
dito.
Team Spirit, go the Barretts, they pick it up, and the Eudora.
And I think this is actually good news for Guangzhou Gaming because it opens the Belleric for them, which I feel they had their best performance on. And then the Barats also a good performance here, but was it so good because Guangzhou Gaming was not playing their game? And I feel like that might be something that enabled the Barats earlier on. It is a fast one.
Oof.
But there's the Uranus also, which is available at this point, which they hadn't seen, and the Lilia.
I'm slightly worried for this Lilia here.
Yeah, you're going to get
Super.
comboed and instant black shoes.
Super
And
late.
you're going up against a Fanny.
Yep.
I mean, let's talk
May
about this.
nakakuha ng
Lilia
dice dito sa
is
black
very
up.
aggressive. She does a lot of damage because level 1, she already has her combo. But the problem is
Ubus na
her
yung
HP
dice
is
dun.
so low,
Kailangan
and the burst
bago
coming in from
mag-start yung
Eudora as
first
well as
game,
Fanny,
nanonood
they
ka na.
don't need any items to really take her out of the fight. Like, even if she doesn't die, she's going to be so low that she can't do anything. So that, personally for me, is a very risky pick. And now with the Fanny being present, I gotta say, Team Spirit opened up this draft very strong.
Yeah, not only that, but also just having this Uranus for Guangzhou Gaming.
Lilia.
It's not like you can stop the Fanny from cabling through, you know, or deal with the Barretts, or obviously the lock-on stuns that come in with the Eudora. We've already seen it too. With Eudora with one item is already scary to deal with. What more, 2, 3, you know, and you scale up like that for Team Spirit. And this is something that, again, the Lilia doesn't really solve. Yes, maybe you can go ahead and help clear some of the waves. You do a pretty good amount of early game damage too, but based off these first 3 picks for Guangzhou Gaming, you have to be able to go ahead and scale up quickly for them, because the Fanny can almost match that. And if not, if the Fanny's delayed, we've all seen Fannies just result to what we usually see with Mozgovs. Go somewhere else across the map, push that, put map pressure there, and my goodness, Game 2 showed us that if map pressure is a problem for Guangzhou Gaming, they seem to not know how to solve that.
It's also kind of a cool indication of where the hero comfort is, because we're seeing some picks we're not familiar with. It's possible it's a region difference. It could be a player difference. Marcel, one of the only games he's left open and not banned and not picked. Both junglers already picked on both sides, so we won't see him.
Yeah,
which is like a surprise. He's got a 100% win rate.
Yeah, honestly, I even forgot about the Marcel. But yeah, Team Spirit can pick it up after this.
Yeah.
But honestly, gentlemen, looking at both teams' drafts, the best way to say it, and literally, go big or go home.
Yeah.
Because these are the drafts that you can win it super, super early, and now the Marcel gets picked up.
Good call.
I gotta say, Team Spirit, they can honestly like get the inhibitors by 11 minutes.
Yeah.
So where's that going?
Marcel?
Yeah.
He's going Rome.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, going Rome. There's
Road.
I don't think we've seen him flex anywhere else, but you know, he's the most, I would say, the most annoying to deal with.
Golden Road, right?
Yeah, he's kind of like a mosquito, man, and it's tough to deal with. Matilda and Brody, though, so I don't know, man. Looking at this Guangzhou Gaming draft,
go big or go home. Win all the lanes, push it, and try to end it by 12.
Does the Matilda help solve the macro problem, though?
I think it helps either the Uranus or Hirara. They're gonna go in so deep, and then that's gonna be your backup option. But I don't know, like really for Guangzhou, it looks like all gas, no brakes.
I mean, are these not some of the 4 most prioritized picks in the entire tournament so far on the side of Team Spirit?
So far, and then a Granger to cap it all off to go in the hands of Hiko here. So playing range for range in the gold lane, but a lot of mobility for both lineups here across the map. And, you know, we've seen it before, though. Marcel's golden hour can either work for you or against you.
I gotta say, both teams want to go fast. Both teams put a lot of risk in this kind of draft. So this is one of those games. It's all about mechanics, man.
Mechanics. I gotta go with Team Spirit here,
Team Spirit, you like the draft. Marcel available, 100% win rate. You with Team Spirit as well?
I love Marcel. I gotta go with Spirit as well.
literally.
So Guangzhou will probably win.
100% pick ban, 100% win rate. Guangzhou Gaming let Marcel through to Team Spirit. Do they know something we don't? Because if they win, they're in the knockout stage for the first time in China's history in Mobile Legends Bang Bang. If not, it is Team Spirit gatekeeping once again. Let's send it back to your casters, Mirko and Brigitte, for our final game of Series 1.
Go big or go home, as mentioned here by our studio, is the game plan and is what is reflected based on this Game 3 draft from both sides. Both are favoring Team Spirit though, Mirko. Would you say that you're also on the same page?
Honestly, if you look at the draft, if you look at the prio, it makes a lot of sense. You know, the Granger for the strong side as well, that outrange against the Brody. The Fanny on the hands of Sour Egoist as well. But Guangzhou Gaming, this time around, it really feels like they're just trying to capitalize on the mistakes of Team Spirit. And it doesn't look bad. The Uranus against the Barats. The Barats picked up, I think, way too early as well. It did well in the previous game, but I guess we'll just find out here as Guangzhou Gaming will have mid-prio for the most part with this Lilia.
Okay, hold on. Saw?
For the cables, forces out the Revitalize.
Yeah.
All good.
So, we did say it's looking like Guangzhou kind of capitalizing on Spirit and the draft, trying to react to it a bit more, but we're hopefully just seeing that in terms of the draft, because I don't think it'll pay off to be as passive when it comes to the game, and you're seeing it even in the gold lane matchup. Both gold laners so upfront and aggressive in terms of the laning.
Yep. But it is Hiko who has to burn the flicker first, so that's a massive advantage for Guangzhou Gaming as they look to dive past this front to back that Team Spirit wanted to play with. Recall with the rotation up top already, waiting in that bush. And Guangzhou Gaming have set up a brilliant freeze. Hiko's gonna be forced to lose out on a few minions here.
Wow.
Or maybe even die, right? Like, he has no flicker, he can't just walk up.
And that's two of the marksmen with maybe or probably the longest range to just going at it. And so we leave them for now as we take a look at how this first hurdle is going to pan out. You see Guangzhou taking a hold of it, Recall starting it off, but there's still Sao, there's still a threat about Marcel, but there is no golden hour just yet. So I feel like Guangzhou are still somewhat trying to take control over this.
And again, the disadvantage of the Fanny with now purple buff. Look at the zone coming down, red tree battle. It's gonna be won out by Sour still, despite no purple. Recall gonna fall to first blood as well. Sour pops in to revitalize to keep everybody healthy. Spirit with a massive win. Thunder's Wrath in the mid lane, just one more splash of damage. Sunset picking up yet another 3-0 and the neutral objective.
So unfortunate for Guangzhou. They wanted to start that out. It was Recall trying to actually get some damage in for the objective, but looking at where Recall decided to position himself to, the fact that it was both Kid Bomba and Zara Egoist just locking down onto this jungler and making sure that there was no other way he could go in for the contest on the objective was what granted Team Spirit that win. You have to pay attention to the zone as well, Gum. You have to pay attention to where you actually position yourself, because if you're somewhere anywhere near walls, Zara Egoist is just gonna have the time of his life.
And if you see that replay, man, Modi, he did all that he could to stop Bomba from getting the chomp down on towards Recall, but Bomba flickered past Modi.
Yeah.
My God, beautifully done by Bomba to secure the neutral objective. That's how Zauer was able to just walk up, get the retreat for free. Recall not caught in a bad spot, able to go for it. Golden Hour catches them all in place, and Hiko is gonna build on the Rhapsody. Another pick off up top, and it is against Sai on the Brody.
And this is how you like to see the Eudora being played. Now that they're ahead, now that they are actually being the more aggressive combo. And it's also probably because of Sao, just the way Sao moves around the map, which doesn't make things any less or any more difficult for Sunset Lover to just also go in with the flickers, because you are fully aware of where to anticipate Guangzhou Gaming too. So that was a flicker play you got to see from Sunset Lover. That was a burst landed onto the right target. And this is going to be a problem for Guangzhou, because you see a lot of, I think, targets for Sunset Lover in this draft, honestly. You could consider so much people to just use your burst damage onto. Oh, if that cable actually landed. Okay, they're gonna get out of this, but does Kid Bomba had the flicker.
Even the chomp to get away. Made with a circling Eagle Bomba. Oh, that's a very sad. Dino Revitalize. Oh my God, saves him. There's no damage from Guangzhou Gaming. Even after all that, a good stun coming out on Modi as TS are able to clear out the wave in the bottom lane. Sour, no purple buff, recall on the neutral objective, and this time Kid Bomba does not have that chomp.
Oh, revitalized this time from Guangzhou too. Golden R.
Great delay. Now the retreat. Sour try to steal, but recall stays patient on the retreat. Waits for Sour to show it, and now it's Guangzhou on the board on the neutral objectives.
Okay, at least if they weren't able to get anything down that engage in the bottom lane, they were able to convert it into something. The fact that they at least had to send one member of Spirit back and they weren't really prepared to take on that objective was already a win in itself for Guangzhou. Kid Bomba, did he get anything from that?
Got the Purify out of Xing, but that's about it now as the torn apart memory comes around, but the double flicker goes for Sunset and Hiko to get away. The Dinosaur won't have a good time there. Gun down, taken out. Modi doing a good job again, gaining this map control and giving the space for Sai to pick up a turret.
I guess that maxed out time on the channeling maybe allowed for a bit more room for Guangzhou to really set up for that fight, which they are really taking advantage of this time. May even gets bursted down, but they're just really looking to steal away this orange objective. There's a conceal from TS though.
Oh. They get the frozen moments on a few members, but no battle spells worn. Guangzhou Gaming just playing it safe. Draw. Oh, Zauer with the cutthroat. Nexing has black shoes, doesn't even need it though.
Wait, Sai? Okay. It seems like he's trying to hold this bush for a while. No one really passes through from TS though, but just like that, Guangzhou have regained control of the map in some ways. It's still a mirror trade for that tier 1 up top and down bottom, but since the next objective is spawning here, Guangzhou, they probably are looking to take advantage of this. And the fact that Kid Bomba, yes, has been doing a really good job on the Barret so far, but so long as they get there first, you could expect it to be pretty slow for the XP laner here of TS.
And this is why I had my concerns, you know, even in the early game, even though Guangzhou Gaming technically only have one resource to deal with the Fanny, that skill 2 of Sai, it's still very troublesome because for Team Spirit, they're going to have to outplay Guangzhou Gaming around these neutral objectives, around these team fights as well.
Okay.
While Modi can just stand in front of Bomba to take those deaths in his welcome. The Golden Hour placed down as well. Oh, Recall trying to go for it. He's going to be able to get away right now. The chomp comes around, and that's going to be Sai who gets locked down, but he's able to flicker out the safety of Sour. Goes over the cutthroat. Can't find it. Good stun over Spirit with the neutral objective. Take Recall walking up now with immobilization on Sunset. Just one more shot should get him down. Recall with a jump in forward, finds the kill. Immobilization on Sour, but he's able to escape as Bomb appeals for him. Sour in the mid lane, now on Recall. Untargetable. Hiko with the dash in forward. That was actually a flicker. Burns it away. Good eye phrase by Recall. Xing thrown again, but he has the black shoes. Sour low. CY won't be able to go for the kill.
The revitalize from both sides just made that team fight much longer than we expected it to be, but who won it out and who were still able to commit and prolong things even after the revitalizers went down were still Guangzhou Gaming. They have such low dom times, but Recall!
Uh-oh, against 2, gets away for a bit, but Sao was just waiting there. Together with Sour, Ego is the free kill up top. Oh, chop down, Purify out from Modi. Turret 4 sign, a bottom lane on the Brody as Sour is able to go on a tier 2 up top, and this will be a win for TS. This is a very good trade on the board for them.
Yeah, even though they lost mid though, but the purple, I think that changes things a bit.
It's okay. He'll be able to steal the purple buff on the other side of the map, and Modi has no Purify, still goes up. Has the guiding win to get him out, but the purple buff, again, not even stolen by Guangzhou Gaming. Still a massive win for Spirit.
Yeah, they just swapped purple buffs basically at this point, but Guangzhou, again, despite them getting a couple more tier 1s, even in mid, TS though, they still have the 4K lead and they're looking to take that one turret in mid as well if only they find an opening, but they're going to respect Guangzhou. They're literally around these members though, and they will be first to prio and position themselves in this upcoming Lord.
This is really not looking good for Guangzhou Gaming. Their jungler is so behind, and their idea right now is to give the orange buff over to Sai. Recall's 2 levels down. How can he win the retry now? Sour just needs to go for the retry, gets it in time. With a 2-level lead, it's almost guaranteed. Recall with the walk up on Sunset. But TS get away.
Yep, as much as Guangzhou, I think, wanted to do something there and at least get a trade, Sao was just too eager to stop them in their tracks. This is a Marcel who has been very proactive in terms of the gameplay. Okay, he's gonna spot recall there too, but at the same time, you can just rely on him to really block off Guangzhou Gaming in case they want to go for the chase, just because of the fact that you probably are not expecting as much burst from Guangzhou just yet. Oh, that's a flicker though.
Uh-oh, great golden hour. Catches me. Oh my god! He still flies by and Hiko punishes him. Now it's out with the cables. A chomp down with the Purify already baited out. Sai gets pulled back by the missiles of Bomba. Pops into it in nature, but this does have no damage to deal with these tanks up front.
That's the difference. You see TS, they have Sunset Lover, they have Hiko, such reliable sources to just burst down one of the front lines, quote-unquote, here for Guangzhou, because it's always Mei who pushes forward and has to push forward, but TS this time with a siege.
Modi's low, still able to get away, has the consecration, pops it here, the retribution from Recall. And a good clear with the Lilia as well against Team Spirit's siege.
Oh. They're gonna lose out on so much though. That's a tier 2 down bot and in mid, falling into the hands of Spirit. At least Mei is back right now, but these synced up waves are really becoming a problem. Now it's TS with a 6k lead. Initially it was just 3 to 4k, but now even take a look at the items. But before that, Zor!
Oh no, gets stunned up, torn apart memory. Not enough to take him down, very close though. Not enough Sky Piercer stacks just yet. And it's because of the Dreadnought armor that Sour got that saved him.
Yep. Okay, that's a flask too for Sao. Guardian already picked up by Kid Bomba here on the barracks. So you could expect them to just really stay for much longer. And they're going to be very calculated about this. They fully respect, we all know for a fact Guangzhou have pretty much reliable wave clear. That's a Brody, Lilia you're already looking at. On top of the fact that Modi can just be the one to put himself up front. And TS are just looking to wait for this next, but do they actually wait? Zar, he's positioned here really, really well. Catches recall. The iframes are gonna be there, fortunately though.
Yep. Not much he can do, you know? I mean, you need to be very instant with the burst, very hard to catch the Hirara. Just with one dude. That's why usually it's the Eudora that gets her, gets the stun. Everybody can just follow it through.
Zar, the way he's been positioning himself.
Yeah, very aggressive.
You know they want something before this next objective.
It's all up to CY right now to be the guy to carry Guangzhou Gaming, right? Like, he has the way to stop the Fanny. The only way, as of right now, they got a full peel for Sai.
Ooh. The waves. It's just really Zar holding onto this position.
It's kind of crazy.
Guangzhou have no idea he's there.
It's a very small dino. No big guy stacks on Bomba.
Still looking for those stacks. Now they spot out where Guangzhou are. They fully reveal the information, and Zar, he's just waiting. Sao reveals just much more info.
Oh man, great golden hour, catches Sai. Oh, Modi gets bursted down, straight up. The consecration already baited earlier. Now Exian can't even use the black shoes. Gets cut-throated down to the ground as Recall goes into the bottom lane. And Spirit don't even want to go for the Lord. They want to go for top 8. They want to qualify to the knockout stage.
What a play from Spirit. Could this be it? Recall goes in. Oh no, but he gets bursted.
A big chomp down right now. Spits it, not a stun for Hiko to pick up the kills. He flickers in. Sai, very low. That's a win in nature as well. TS, now they say it's enough. Gonna go for the Lord, guaranteed.
Yep, Moni's back. Xing will be back too. There will be much more reliable wave clear for Guangzhou, and TS are gonna play it safe. But that was such a great plan coming in from TS. They knew they had enough burst, so if they had to deal with a target from Guangzhou one at a time, they had enough damage to do so. Now Sunset Lover even picking the Divine Glaive will make things all the more difficult for Guangzhou, for them to go up against Spirit in this scenario. As we take a look at that, yep, it is going to be the Divine Glaive, the Lightning Truncheon as well. So you have to be very careful. Even Modi earlier on, you saw how they were able to deal with him only with the Oracle as his somewhat of a defense item for magic damage. Now there's really starting to play the kind of game we're expecting from Spirit. They have a Lord marching up top, but it's Czar. Again, possibly looking for an entry from the opposite side.
So for Guangzhou, it's all about how they react to this. It's not the Evolve Lord just yet. They actually still have a shot at defending this with Lilia. But it gets very difficult knowing there's an 8.7k gold lead and a few stacks already on Hiko. Modi caught in the Thunder's Wrath. Black Shoes used very early on. Lord up top, gonna be able to take the turret down already as that's gonna be Spirit with a priority on the bot side as well. Both side lane base turrets have fallen.
Such a great tool to create space. Golden R lay down perfectly just so Spirit get that base turret. So now they're looking to take out even this last one in mid. The damage from Hiko too is already no joke. Sao catches one.
Bomba's just trying to zone right there, and he does well. Circling Eagle, now the retaliation on Bomba. He doesn't have the flicker. Torn apart memory takes him down, and Sour is able to cable out of there. 1 for 3. 1 kill for 3 base turrets. Spirit will take that any day of the week.
Yep, 15 minutes in, they finally expose the base here for Guangzhou Gaming. Though they do show some signs of life, it takes a bit of time before they actually go in. They need to ensure that there is actually a target that will easily be within reach, but they're really pushing forward this time though. Guangzhou want to somehow equalize the map as we're taking a look at it right now. But you gotta pay attention to Czar and how they protect Sai.
That's for sure. Double Sky Piercer? Wait, Tower. Oh my god, brother. You're playing with fire, bro. Just dashes into a Brody, Mathilda, and Hirara. What do you think about this double Sky Piercer? They're going up against... Hey, they steal the purple, but they don't go to their own purple, man. Bus.
Okay, at this point, the kills are pretty much spread between Recall and Sai, yes, but...
Well, what's the point of stealing the purple if you're gonna leave the purple for TS?
Yeah. They were... TS are just too quick.
You gotta explain this to me, Brig. Or maybe the panel needs to explain this to me.
The panel will have the Telestrator to do that for us.
Some of these games, I feel like I need to be streaming, man.
Rain Day will have the Telestrator to do that for us.
Yeah, okay, please.
Now they will not have that...
LaFell, please, Telestrator on that moment.
Yep,
Yes.
Yep, yes, you can highlight that. Okay, so we have a Lord now. We have a Lord now. It is still going to be Czar on the opposite side dealing with the waves first. And TS, I don't think they'll have as much problems with this. They have to still pay attention to the burst. Sao with the conceal.
Look at the waves, though. Sour can just end the game. If Guangzhou Gaming want to take this fight, and now they're going to have to fight 4v5. Recall, oh, he goes in. Gets the untargetable Golden Hour, isolates him for the rest of the team. Hiko! Flicker in, a shot to the face, and that was Modi. All alone, the circling Eagle used to get away. Modi's dodging away from the bullets. Call him Neo the way he's dodging from those shots. Sign of Bush, torn apart memory! Maybe if they didn't get double Sky Pierce, nah, actually it doesn't even matter.
So close, Sunset Lover, at least they got the flicker down, but that's about it. They've only gotten battle spells out from TS. I feel like Hiko even uses aggressively. And now with the Lord and an exposed base, Guangzhou Gaming, they only have so much to rely on. Xing and Sai will have to go for the defense of their lives. And Kid Bomba has a flicker too. Who knows if he actually finds another surprise Daytona's welcome.
At this point, Spirit's gotta drop the ball for them to lose this game. Guangzhou Gaming, they have the clear. But it's going to be delayed by Spirit. Sawa with a Golden Hour onto the Lord right now as the waves come crashing down. Modi gets away with the guiding wind. That's instant cutthroat on Xing. Again, not given the time to use the Black Shoes. A big chop down coming in, and Bomba spits him out, gets a two-man stun. The rest of the team capitalizing. He goes unstoppable, and Team Spirit confirmed their slot in the
ES to knockout stage.
It's a reverse sweep to get into
Oh, tapos kanina pa naglalag. Grabe talaga yun.
After that great game one for Guangzhou Gaming, even our panel, well, one of our panelists, Mr. LaFell, said it's that Nihao energy because they're always the ones kind of like walking up and saying, yo, hello. But here it was
Reverse
sweep energy. Rose goodbye. Like, I mean, they were just chilling, reacting, going in randomly. Double Sky Pierce.
Yeah, because even if you look at the post item or post-game stats, which our studio will also talk about later. It is confirmed they stuck with the double Sky Piercer up until the very end, but we saw it with 2 kills, 1 kill each. It stayed the same, and now we have to talk to our winners. Another team making it into the knockouts as we throw it over to the stage.
Thank you very much, my friends. It is done and dusted. Team Spirit move on to the knockout stage. A huge moment here. And Sunset Lover joining me on the interview, of course, with our translator, Asal. A few questions to ask. First of all, game 1, what do you feel happened there that the game slipped away from your fingers?
Расскажите, пожалуйста, вот первая игра, как вы считаете, почему буквально утекла она у вас из рук?
А мне... Can I just say in English? Okay. In the first game,
na lang
I
daw.
think that was a draft diff, you know, because we have only the start draft. We won the start and we troll a bit in some fights. And then their pick was much better because our main character, like Brody, cannot play the fight normally because of Grok and because of Alice. And I think it was hard game because of that.
So that's in game 1. Of course, you brought it back in 2 and 3. Do you feel like you were able to lock in? You were talking about, yeah, there's a bit of trolling in game 1. Did you just lock in going into 2 and 3 to close it?
Sure. We do our best on the game 2. We also won the start. Our draft was much better, you know, and we was so confident in that draft, so we just stomped them.
And how are you able to choose things together? Is this with your coach also who's kind of helping you out, making sure
May
you
internet
have the proper
namin.
draft for every game as a reaction?
What's again?
Is it mostly all you together that are selecting what sort of draft you're going with, or is it more your coach that
Di
also
naman
is
dapat
feeding in info
naglalag.
for it, countering what your opponents have?
The main drafter is Kid Bomba, and coach and Savo also helping him a lot, and all of us can just a little bit help with our roles, you know, like Kid Bomba asking me, for example, Sunset, what do you think about this match and that draft, and etc.
Very good. Then
Laban ng
you've been to
pro
a bunch
next
of tournaments
na
at this point
ang
internationally. It's
pro.
been a while that you've seen all of this stage experience. How do you feel this
Pero
MSC is different
magdadaldalan pa sila
than
siguro
previous
mga
MSCs and M series that
15
you've been part
minutes.
of?
First of all, it's not in Asia, you know. The weather outside is like so different. It's the first time when tournament in Europe. Here's a lot of difference, like the food, the weather, the I don't know, atmosphere, and also I like the tournament. I like the atmosphere here, and finally we did it to the playoffs. So I'm excited.
Honestly, it's not your first time, obviously, at knockouts either. There's been a lot of surprises that have happened here, results-wise. Do you feel that you were expecting all of these upsets that we were seeing? You know, Team Liquid being eliminated, also being a big part of them, or through scrims you were kind of expecting
Ryzen,
crazy things to
hello.
happen?
We didn't
Go
expect
Falcon
that Team Liquid
PH.
will just lose to everyone.
Good luck sa Falcon.
We can understood that
Yung mga nag-abang ng
it's not
game ng
Team Liquid
Falcon,
meta, you know,
mamaya pa
there is
silang
assassins most of
9:30.
all, and Carl Tizzy is more tank jungler. So I thought Team Liquid will be like top 4 maximum, you know, but it was so unexpected that they lost. There is also so unexpected that Aurora will stomp all of them, stomp all of the teams for the first match, you know, and they looks like the favorites, you know, of the tournament. So we'll see what will happen next.
It's the beauty of MSC. You never know what you get out of it. One more time, then. Team Spear victorious. Thank you very much. Sunset Lover for
Four daw
joining
ang
me.
expect
We'll bring
ni
out the rest
Sunset
of the team
Lover
because as we said
sa
at the start of
Team
the day,
Liquid.
it's all about crushing keys. You guys move on to knockouts, and I will ask you to join me over here. Spasiba, my friends. Come on over. Come on over. We're going to open up our wall for the first time of today. 4 matches, 4 eliminations, and 4 players, or 4 teams advancing. Join us in here. It's time to crush Guangzhou Gaming.
I believe the Falcons PH are winners.
You want to do it?
Yeah, we have to support
Sorry, go
Team
Is you ready?
Falcons
Oh,
PH.
yeah, there you go. All yours. It only makes sense that quite possibly one of the best junglers MLBB has ever seen is ready to go. And he'll be the one to crush Guangzhou Gaming's hopes. Keep it going, my friend. I know he's so used to putting pedal on the metal in the game, and here it all goes down. Team Secret to the knockout stage. Going hard in the paint no matter the moment. And this is what happens when you get eliminated from MSC at the Esports World Cup. You get smashed to bits.
Wednesday pa ulit yung marami yung code na pang maramihan ang pwedeng mag-claim. Yung black up kasi 1:1 lang yun. Baga, pag nakakuha ka ng code, sa'yo lang yun. Dapat, pagka na-redeem ng iba, di mo na pwede i-redeem. Where are you from? I'm from Philippines. Where are you from, Ryzen?
A showcase of the young talent Zauer
Egoist, sinira yung
with the Eudora 3 times in a row. Naisu. There were so many things that went right for Team Spirit. Yes,
may ganun lagi pag MSC.
Really what Team Spirit brought to the table, showing that they proved to be in that knockout
stage. Nagre-represent ng kanina team. Tapos nilalagay yun sa sa trophy. Nilalagay sa trophy yun pagka kayo nag-champion.
And the game plan for them was really standard. I mean, even yes, Zara Egoist
took a fanny
like this. Mind you, he got a couple kills
iba kasi bilog yung trophy,
so
tapos doon nalalagay yung
really
triangle na
from a team like this for Team Spirit. This is something again that we expected. I would have been
follow
surprised
mo
still
ako,
though if it was Guangzhou Gaming to send them out of the tournament.
Falcons pa rin manalo.
That felt like there was intention. That was brutal. That was a
depende na lang kung anong region na. Falcons PH or Falcons Mena.
Because this is basically the same situation where they're one game away.
Pinay din pala. Yes, Pinay din. Team ko, Team Falcon, syempre wala na yung Liquid, so Falcons na tayo. Focus na sa Falcons.
These two regions coming up is you get to see these different styles. And he mentioned Aurora Gaming, which suddenly became the favorites after their performance of constant wins.
Basta PH, Team PH ako pag international. Kahit alin.
That was given 3 times over to Sunset Lover. You would probably not see that
Akala mo
in a
ba,
matchup with Team Spirit.
Taga-ibang bansa ako, Ryzen.
Gaming given to anybody 3 times in a row if they could help it.
Nalaglag na yung TL lahat ng buong mundo yata na-shock. Sino ba kasi hindi masya-shock, syempre.
I think that was also really a good decision to go ahead and bring it up just because again you were able to go ahead and
ina-expect din kasi nung iba na sobrang lakas no. Pero malakas kasi talaga ang TL guys. Siguro nahirapan lang sila mag-adapt sa bagong meta. Diba?
The Lord pushing himself, you know, you can kind of hold in there, but then you can line things up. We saw that with the stun with the Eudora, the Rhapsody shots with the Granger, the hands of Pico. There were so many ways for them to kind of choose the way they want to approach a team fight, and that's what Marcel kind of lets you do.
Support
Plus, just
lang,
kind of having that sustainability with the Revitalize that he built in is another way that this composition from Team Spirit worked really well. So alongside Coach Coldstar,
sana manalo do ONIC ID. Gabi din na yung SRG nalaglag sa lower bracket, ONIC ID nalaglag sa lower bracket. Iba yung meta ngayon.
Heroes have a lot of bursts that made it so that the Lilia cannot be a part of the game, so that's already making it into a 4v5, and without your mid helping out, both your EXP as well as your roamers can't really stay in front for a long time because there's no damage threat to the people that's threatening the front line. So I think that they were very ambitious with the draft, trying to make it so that they can win early, they can have a heavy push, which we saw-ish, but also even the items, nicely, right? The cast was talking about it, 2 early Sky Piercers.
2 Sky Piercers.
That is very greedy. Usually we only see 1 in a team. If you have 2, the problem is the Sky Piercer gives 0 value unless you get 3 or more kills. So before that, it's just a wasted slot. And because of that, we see Brody did not have enough damage, right?
he was like defense. He was like defense Brody.
Yep.
Yeah. One of the things I love about the comments that we just saw were actually the mention of the atmosphere in Paris, the fact that it's Europe, it's different food, it's different weather, and Sunset Lever and Team Spirit will be moving on. The team that will have to find their way back home will be Guangzhou Gaming, and instead of LaFell
Sabi
doing
nga
a
kasi
breakdown
that
of what
kung
went
saan
wrong, we
sila
decided to
malakas,
just do an
doon
exit
lang
interview
dapat
with May.
sila nag-focus,
Right
no?
now we're here with
Gaya
team
daw ng
captain
blacklist,
May.
no?
May, could you
Hindi
walk us through
sumabay
what
sa
happened
net.
in that match?
那么现在呢，我们可以看到我们团队的队长妹，请告诉我们在这次比赛当中发生了什么事情呢？
我们觉得就是还是实力不足吧，没有办法抵抗对面出招的方式。
I think we still didn't do well enough, and we are still a bit weaker compared to the other team and counter against their tactics.
Okay, so was it because of the gameplay? Was it comms issues? Was it the meta maybe that didn't suit them?
那觉得可能会是什么原因呢？是因为这个
Mainit
现场
din
的
yung
一些
labanan
技巧呢，是因
ipaglaban
为
ulit
最新
yung
的一个这些
Vitality
版本的
Falcons
这些
sa
有
ONIC.
效的
Oo,
战术
magaling.
呢，还是哪些方
Siyempre
面呢？
mga
我们觉得版
kilalang
本变动
ano,
对我们队伍的
yung
改变很大，因
malalakas
为来
din.
到 EWC 赛场，马上就经历了一个很大的版本变动，使得我们之前练的阵容都没有办法有效。
Ang nangyayari pala ngayon, pipili yung nasa upper bracket ng makakalaban sa lower
Since
bracket.
we came here and we realized that we have to try to adjust
Yung,
our
I mean, yung
team
mga
and
mananalo
try to adjust
galing sa
our
lower
tactics,
bracket.
so that will take a time to get used to that.
Understood, understood, very understood. But how did it feel to go so close, come so close to the knockouts?
是的，那么我们非常理解您的状况，但是这个比赛非常激烈，就是几乎都快
Hindi ko
要
alam
赢
kung
了。你现在
parehong
的感受
upper
如何
bracket
呢？
yung pipili. Sa bagay, isa lang naman, no? Kung may pinili na isa, de yung natitira, kalaban ng isa. Parang ewan yung sinabi ko na yun.
Yes, actually, I'm a bit disappointed because we are getting so close to get into the to win this knockout stage. This is the closest time we come this far, so it's a pity.
But it's only going up from here.
Sino tumalo sa SRG? Nakalimutan ko at ano nga score nila. SRG ang tumalo sa kanila ay
您刚才所做的表
yung
现
mga
呢也是非
kasing
常棒的，
tama.
在
Wait,
未来
titingnan
呢
mo
有什
yung
么打
bracket.
算呢？
我觉得未来就继续征战好下一个国内的联赛，还有世界赛吧，争取在世界
Para
赛
sa
上把
SRG
中国赛区
ay
和东亚赛区的内容展现出来。
Well, we will go back and continue practicing. Hopefully, in the future, in the next game and matches, we can show our ability. Hopefully, we can be in a better position next time.
Joke.
Obviously, yes,
Ay,
yes.
di
And we
pala.
are waiting
Wait
once
lang,
again.
ah.
May, thank you. Do you have any
Ay,
messages
oo,
to
YG.
anyone back at home?
Hindi, pro. Wait, naguluhan ako sa bracket. Ah, oo nga,
对于您的这
pro.
个粉丝或者是国内的任何的战友呢，这样来有没有什么想对他们讲的？
还是感谢大家能一直支持我们，然后也对对我们抱有期望的队伍说声抱歉，因为这次我们没有能做好。
Esports.
Well, first, thank you very much indeed for all the fans who supported us, and I do feel sorry. So for this match, we didn't reach your expectations. I'm sorry about that. Next time, hopefully, we can be the winner.
Nakalabanin
We
ng
can't wait to see
mga
you again. Thank you so much for your journey here at MSC.
upper. Oo, ganun.
非常感谢您
Pro
来到现场，
Esports.
那么我们期待着再次能够见到您，谢谢。
Well,
Sila ano nga pa, sila Coily nga pala yung nakatalo. Oo
into a
nga.
better position. He did, but they were one game short still of the knockout stages, which means there's still more to prove. There's still more
Pro
coming for
Esports.
China and the region in MSC and in MLBB. Reminder, we've got 3 more series coming up, so get your pick'ems in.
Ano
If you
pa,
have a
nasa
chance to
lower
do
bracket
so,
na rin ang Pro
well, here are
Esports.
the ones
Ang
to guess
kalaban
on.
naman
Pro
nila yung
Esports, Entity 7, ONIC,
tumalo
Celebrate
sa ano,
Giants,
Team
Team
Liquid
Falcons
yung
matchup
Entity
between another
7.
Team Falcons and PH and
Sino
Meta
yung
going
ay,
toe-to-toe.
na
All of these
basa ko
are
na pala.
decider matchups. All of these we're going to talk about soon. We're going to bring back the panel in a
Shout
moment
Sky
after we go
Michael
on a little bit of a
Ilagan.
hiatus
Hello.
because Pro Esports and Entity 7 are coming up soon. Again, get your pick'ems in. Tell us who you think is going to win if you have a chance to do so.
So, ang next match, Pro and E7.
We had a 92% earlier that went the other way around yesterday. Can you
Falcons may isang talo na,
On the other side of this one, we'll talk into
Pag natalo pa ulit yung Falcons, laglag na din sila.
There's a new way to play and we fly together. It's some co-op. Sounds fun.
Sinong Falcons ba? Falcons Speech? Falcons... Mena, tigisa lang naman yung talo. Matic SRG yata malalaglag pero 50-50 daw. Pagaling kasi si Sekais tsaka si Ian. Ang hirap ang ihirap mag-isip kung sino man ang matatalo dun sa ONIC tsaka SRG eh. Abangan na lang natin mamaya. Isa lang yung talo nung PH kasi nanalo sila nung round 1. Kalaban nila yung Guangzhou Gaming. Tapos nung round 2 kalaban nila yung Vitality. Natalo na sila. Kaya sila nalaglag sa lower bracket. Kaya nga Falcons parehas may Pinoy. Pero grabe to, kakalabanin mo yung ka-org mo. Falcons. May Pinoy sa Falcons. Mena, ONIC, IDS, RG, Pro Esports. Yan. Meron ba sa E7? Parang wala, no? Kelra versus Innocent ba naman mamaya? Intense yun. Mukhang daming manonood nun. Nakamit muna kasi wala pa naman. Kamit mo na yung stream nila. Welcome back.
In the port Expo de Versailles, it's such a great time here to get going with MSC and continuing on with our coverage. You can be a part of it too. If you want to co-stream, make sure to look at these prizes, look at the opportunity because you might be able to win something.
Kung di pa nalaglag yung TL, Sanji versus Sanji sa finals.
Some cool news, MLBB has
Tatlo yung Sanji, no? Saan pa yung isang Sanji?
Viewership yesterday with 1.6 million overall viewers.
Falcons si isa eh.
Between ONIC and Aurora, the highest peak.
Tama diba? Falcons may ng isang Sanji. Tapos saan yung isang Sanji? Pero bakit naglalag yung live? Di ko talaga mag-gets guys. Mabilis naman yung internet na. Nakapagbayad naman ng internet. Weird. Di ko mag-gets. Ay, magra-refresh na lang ako. Wait lang guys. Refresh. Why?
Seen is actually isn't that the utility jungle is the more comfortable way to approach this than the assassin meta jungle, and it seems like the meta was I
Sino panalo? Team Spirit panalo.
I got to give props to ND7 for capturing a win after having a pretty disappointing result and showcase in their first game as well.
Yeah, just again, what they were able to showcase in last night's match against TL was amazing. Pro Esports too. I think most people, the first big play that they really were taken by for MSC was, again, Coily, what he was able to do on the Hirara early on. MSC and just, you know, Pro Esports, again, are one of the teams that just seem to have adapted really well to this just fight meta. And both these regions are known for that. A lot of other regions around the world of competitive scene
Kain ka muna.
are just really good. Certain teams or certain regions are really good at just scrappy fights, team fights, where it almost feels a little chaotic.
Walang code
But it's not to them. You know, like they're executing it really well, and you know, some of the teams that aren't used to that have struggled here and there, but this meta is just so fun to watch as it develops.
And one of the things that's developed is this kind of dark horse conversation, but really the new era of MLBB, which is
Ayun pala.
I mean, like, quack, quack. We
is there an ugly duckling?
What is we asked this on the caster desk last night. What is Entity 7? Are they literally just an entity?
Oh, dang.
It's like, what?
That makes sense.
What kicked down the cavalry, man? What was it, an entity?
They're haunting a lot of
7?
people. 7 of them? 7.
I mean, like, here's the thing. I really feel like we also got to talk about how this is very emotionally charged for a lot of the players, and sometimes that can actually, I would say, screw over their game plan, because sometimes they want to be aggressive, but then emotions start to come up because, again, you see your keys, you know your keys again. In fact, even my boy here, Naisu, he teared up after seeing the key getting crushed for Guangzhou. Like, his tears just went down. But props to you. You held it in.
Thank you.
You stayed professional.
You helped me.
And because of that, we love you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
That's the only reason we love you.
The rest were like, okay.
That's right. Well, let's take a look at Pro Esports and their roster here. And I think this is a team that maybe deserves even more of a dark horse. I think they themselves have said, we are as good as anybody in this tournament. We have a chance now to go to the knockout stages as well. It started off really a great performance on the Belleric with PPP. And to me, he's a guy we needed to hear from before we jumped into this set. So we actually had to turn a talk with him earlier.
Hey everyone, it's Eterna. Now we are with PPP. 5 Ps, right? Yes, okay. So we are with, what do I call you?
PP.
PP. Okay, so we just keep it to PP. Okay, PP. Coming into this, it's a high pressure match. This is another elimination match where you are up now against Entity 7. How do you feel about this match? Did you sleep well last night?
បាទអញ្ចឹងអានេះជាពេលវេលាឬការប្រកួតមួយដែលមាន pressure មានសម្ពាធច្រើនអញ្ចឹងបើសិនចាញ់ថ្ងៃនេះមានន័យថា
No code guys, no code.
អញ្ចឹងយើងប្រកួត
So
ជាមួយ
Wednesday
នឹង
pa yung code.
តើអ្នកបានសម្រាប់គ្រប់គ្រាន់អត់ហើយមានអារម្មណ៍មិនដែរចូលក្នុងការប្រកួតមួយនេះសម្រាប់ការកេងពួកខ្ញុំកេងបានគ្រប់គ្រាន់ហើយសម្រាប់ការត្រៀមខ្លួនពួកខ្ញុំត្រៀមខ្លួនរួចរាល់ហើយសម្រាប់ការប្រកួតប៉ះ E7 លើកនេះ So regarding my sleep, I did get enough sleep for this match, and we are ready to take on E7 today.
Very nice, very nice. Were you surprised about the results from E7 yesterday, considering they made a huge upset here at MSC?
ចុះបងអូនភ្ញាក់ផ្អើលចំពោះលទ្ធផលថ្ងៃម្សិលមិញដែល Entity 7 បានឈ្នះក្រុមគេខ្ញុំអត់ភ្ញាក់ផ្អើលបងព្រោះដោយសារពួកខ្ញុំក៏គិតថា T7 អាចឈ្នះ Liquid ដែរ I wasn't surprised at the result because I thought E7 could take on Team Liquid.
Oh, can I ask why?
How do I? មើលតាមហ្គេមដែល Liquid ហើយនិង E7 លេង Just watching the competition or the match between E7 and Team Liquid.
Oh, okay. What do you think makes them so strong? What makes E7 so strong right now?
Okay, តើ E7 ខ្លាំងចំណុចអីខ្លះគាត់ខ្លាំងចំណុចដែលគាត់វាយគ្នាហ្មងគាត់ They're strong in their way they attack and the way they combo together.
Okay, so we're talking about team fights, and we're speaking about team fights. Belleric has also risen in such popularity here at MSC. I'm wondering, from your perspective, what makes Belleric so strong right now?
អញ្ចឹងក្រុមច្រើនប្រើ Belleric អញ្ចឹងតា Belleric ខ្លាំងចំណុចអីខ្លះ Belleric តាន់ហើយអាចអថាក់ទៅ Golan យើង Golan ដែលវាយមក Belleric ហើយអាចមានអាទី stun ច្រើនវាល្អសម្រាប់អ្នកលេងតែងឥឡូវហ្នឹង
Yeah, because Belleric is a tank, he can take on the gold lane a lot and can even stun other opponents.
Okay, so there's a lot of things that the Belleric can do right now. Is that something that you're comfortable with? Do you like the meta right now for the position?
Okay, ហើយតាអ្នកអរបងមានអារម្មណ៍ថាការ meta មួយនេះគឺស្រួលលេងឬអត់
វាមិនស្រួលហើយក៏វាមិនបានដែរបង
It's not easy, but it's also not difficult for me.
Okay. I like this. So coming into this next matchup, do you have a message to your fans?
Okay, អញ្ចឹងចូលប្រកួតលើកនេះតើបងមានអីដែលចង់និយាយទៅ fan របស់បង
សូមឲ្យអ្នកនរគ្នានៅខ្មែរទាំងអស់ជួយគាំទ្រ Pro Esports ពួកខ្ញុំផងហើយកុំភ្លេចជួយមើល live Pro Esports លេងផងអ្នកសូមអរគុណ
I just want to say, everyone, please, all the Cambodian fans, please support us in this match and don't forget to watch the live stream.
Thank you so much for the translation. Thank you so much as well for this interview, PP. Hope to catch you soon because we're going to throw it over back to you guys.
Well, PP saying that he respects Entity 7 and actually could have seen them winning that game. They obviously did. They won 2, but also noting he loves the Belleric, the potential to disrupt the gold lane, Naisu. We've seen it all. We've seen it in his games. We've seen it this tournament.
Yep.
But a lot of confidence and good to hear some thoughts heading into this matchup from PP.
Again, it's regions like Cambodia. It's teams like Pro Esports that just thrive on this current meta that's developed, over the past week now up to this point. And they show it. So, whether it's the Belleric, whether it's whatever they want to put in the hands of their roams or their gold lanes, even the jungle, again, Coily. There's so many things to highlight here throughout Pro Esports' lineup that's worked so well for them. And, that's something that is going to, I feel like, potentially take them into the knockout stage here. But they have a tough opponent now after the momentum from yesterday.
That's a great point. And that opponent, of course, is known as Entity 7. They are from the Americas, Latin America, South America, North America. They share one slot this year. This is the first time that we've seen South America take that slot. And now, not only that, they have taken down the defending champions of MSC and Team Liquid PH yesterday, which many are calling one of the biggest upsets in MLBB history. Whether that's true or not, we do know one thing. That has been a phenomenal performance so far from everyone in Entity 7. And we had a chance to talk with Shin earlier with Eterna to see how they're feeling after that historic win.
It's Eterna here with Shin from Entity 7, the team to beat one of the favorites, or the favorite, the defending champions, TL, and I think everyone is talking about you right now. What did that victory mean to you and your team?
Dieron la gran sorpresa el día de ayer al ganar esta partida. Todo el mundo está hablando de ustedes ahorita. ¿Cómo se sienten ahora como equipo?
Nos sentimos bastante felices, bastante emocionados, con mayor confianza. Pudimos dar un buen draft y bueno, conseguimos ganarle a uno de los mejores equipos que yo considero.
We are very happy. We got our confidence back. We managed to get a win against one of the best teams in the world. And I think that now we have a better draft and we can win now.
And what happened? Did you expect it to go 1-1, 2-1, 2-0? Because that was a 2-0 victory against TL. Was that something that you expected?
¿Y tú esperabas que fuera este el resultado 2-0? ¿Esperabas que fuera un 2-1?
Ay, nakamute pala. Grabe yung boost sa NP7. Kasi TL yung natalo.
Esperaba un 2-1 o incluso que nos ganaron porque bueno, ellos son considerados los mejores, digamos. Así que esperaba que nos ganaran, pero ganamos.
We were not expecting a 2-0. We were actually expecting a 2-1 or even losing the game because they are actually one of the best teams in the world. But we won 2-0, so that happened.
And now they're confident. So let's check, what is your confidence level up against Pro Esports today?
¿Qué tan confiado te sientes en contra de Pro Esports hoy?
La verdad no los conozco mucho. O sea, lo íbamos a revisar ahora, pero bueno, estoy acá haciendo la entrevista. Y bueno, la vamos a revisar ahora después de esto, para ver cómo son.
To be honest, I can't really say because we didn't know them. We were just about to check them out. but I'm here doing an interview, so maybe after this we will check them out.
Okay, so does that mean I can't ask them? I can't ask you about what you think is like the strongest about pro esports? Like, have you not studied them then?
Eso quiere decir de que si te preguntan qué es lo más fuerte de pro esports, ¿no sabes porque no los has visto?
Exactamente, no los conozco, no lo he visto, no lo he revisado y bueno, eso vamos a hacer ahora.
Exactly. I don't know who they are. I don't know how they play, and we're just gonna check them out.
Wow. Okay, this is the first time I've ever talked to a player and they have not studied the next matchup. That's good to know. Good luck. Do you have a message to your fans back at home? And considering they were
Hindi daw nila inaral yung laruan ng pro esports.
Sí, que nos sigan apoyando, ganemos, perdamos. Bueno, la fe es lo último que se pierda, así que gane el mejor equipo.
Yes, please continue supporting us. The faith is the last thing you lose. Please continue supporting us even if we lose or if we win. And thank you.
We will always support you. Thank you so much, Shin from NDD7. Thank you so much for the translation. Who's going to throw it over back to you guys.
Wow, great to hear from Shin. I mean, that was kind of playing on a knife's edge, but in a way that maybe we didn't expect. No prep, but staying present. And LaFell, I mean, hey, something's working.
I mean, like, if I beat TL, I'm like, who cares?
I didn't know them. I don't know who's next. I don't know who I am.
Who's
Who are
next?
you, man?
You know what?
Pinapahit talaga nila
No
Lapel.
pressure. No pressure.
And no expectation. And also
32% say they're gonna win.
Well, how can you not have a little bit more than that? They just took down Team Liquid PH. You got to know that there's something to the tank. Can you continue? But against pro esports, that's not going to be the easiest thing in the world, guys. Some quick early thoughts before we head into the draft. I mean, this is looking to be a really good matchup.
Yeah, man, it is. It's going to be tough to call this one, especially again after what NTD7 showed
Follow
us.
kita pag nanalo yung pro.
Pro esports definitely looks good too.
Kailan ba yan?
I mean, like, for me, as long as they're able to get a good draft for Coily, it's going to be great. That Yusichin didn't work out. Everything else looks good.
Well, Cambodia and South America continue their run. One of these regions is going on to the knockout stage. In a moment, we'll find out who.
Oof. We started off the last day of groups
Oof.
with a reverse sweep. 2-1. You know, to the side of Team Spirit going up against
Napin
Guangzhou
na ba? Ay,
Gaming.
hindi ko
And
napin yung
boy,
ano.
after game 1, I was kind of
Gagawang match.
scared for Team Spirit. You know, I was thinking, will they make it out of this alive?
Well, they did. You know, Guangzhou, they really tried their best. Honestly, that first game was incredible. Game 2 felt like a bit of a lull, and then it picked up, and Team Spirit were victorious at the end of the day. Sunset Lover was very proud of himself and the team. It would not be their first time that they had made it to a knockout stage, and there's more to see from Team Spirit as they crushed that Guangzhou key at the end of it all. But we still have 3 more games today. Best of 3s. One team advancing to knockouts, one heading back home. Let's start off with our second matchup. Please join me in welcoming Pro Esports. Having played the longest game of MSC so far, Pro Esports have shown their mettle. The pressure is on their shoulders to send Cambodia back into the knockout stage after an almost 2-year drought since MSC 24. They have what it takes. Can they apply it in practice today in this matchup of champion breakers?
You know what, Milosh? This is gonna be a very spicy one because Pro Esports will be going up against Entity 7. Yesterday, they shook the world of Mobile Legends by eliminating the defending champions. But their job is far from over. For their tournament life, for their region, they are ready to do whatever it takes to stay in the game.
You heard it even in their pregame interview with Eterna. They're coming in with just good hearts and spirits, vibing through this. They have their own preparation, more focus on themselves compared to what their opponents are setting up. So we're about to get this one started, please. Entity 7, please, Pro Esports. My friends, you may go. Place your keys, players. Take your positions. The bout again, a reminder. You win this game, you make it to knockouts. You lose, you are out. Goodbye here at MSC as both captains do a little shake. And let's get this one started once again. Back to our panel.
2023 was the last time that the knockout stage hosted a Cambodian representative. Can they get back here in 2026 at EWC here in MSC? And on the other side of things, South America and the Americas making maybe the start of one of the biggest and most historic runs we've ever seen from the bottom side of the bracket. Can they do it again and take down Pro Esports for a spot in the knockout stage? All of that coming up here. And of course, LaFell, Naisu, I mean, so much has been determined by the draft, not only in this meta, but also so many great moments can be determined by your participation in Rhino Day. A new interactive happy effect. I wouldn't dare start this very important series without mentioning it, because of course, what's more important than spamming some emotes in game?
That's the best. That and the recalls.
Recall, yeah. I was about to say, yeah.
Rhino Day,
get the emotes. The third one is all chat easy.
Yes.
Yeah. After like a 30-minute game, all easy. And I gotta say, this one is gonna be very difficult to call. Like, I feel like even if we try to go for a coin toss, the coin will just stand in the middle.
Yeah.
It would refuse to show heads or tails, because even they're like, well, entities haven't defeated TL.
Call it.
What was that?
You gotta call it. You gotta call it.
Call it. Oh, I was like, was that you, LaFell? Like,
oh, what are we playing for? Come on, man. A little No Country for Old Men.
This is tough to call it, man.
Come on.
I'm calling it.
You stand.
Oh, here we go.
Be men.
I'm calling it. What do you call it?
It's pretty good.
Heads.
Heads. That was
Who's
what?
on heads?
Famous scene. Come on, man.
Good question.
I have no idea, because we've seen Pro where I would say where they fall short if the game goes extra long, where it does seem like they get a little bit desperate on trying to end the game early, and then it just doesn't work out.
Yeah.
And also the draft of the Yi Shin, where they go for hyper, where everyone else's utility is only Coily, which on paper it sounds like a good idea, but maybe just a different hero.
If we had to break it down, like draft-wise, as we look at what maps, what map we're going to be playing for Game 1,
Match 2,
the Eudora
Game
was a
1.
main point of contention for a lot of these teams, where they just go ahead and grab it, like we just saw with Team Spirit. Utilize that with Sunset Lover 3 times in a row. So expect that to be one of the big traits here. Obviously junglers too, but you know, with this, again, hide on bush. If I recall correctly, he is the only one that has been with Entity 7 all the way back in their appearance of the wild card in 2024 at the very first EWC, you know, and now they have this mix from the Latam region, from Amber, and they've made it all work together. It's kind of like these pieces of the puzzle that all came together, where, you know, we've seen Doom struggle even in that gold lane, but then the adjustments that they made when he played against Teddy was all that they needed to do. So you can't really count out either of these teams, because over the course of their matches that we've seen now, they've just adapted so well.
I know Shin and Hide on Bush have gotten some conversation. I want to point out Doom. I think he's been great as well. I think he's a big part of why Entity 7 was able to win. I've been seeing so many focused conversations, as they should be, on the jungle and the EXP lane, but the gold laner, when playing well, is that extra win condition that opens things up for you. In this moment, you're seeing that win condition maybe get taken away, which was clearly the Marcel 100% win rate, Fanny, Zushin, as well as the Uranus, the Foveus, and the Atlas, all gone. And a fun fact here, LaFell, about Coily.
Yeah, Coily led Pro Esports with undefeated regular season in MPL Cambodia Season 10, getting both the regular season MVP as well as the finals MVP. And now for him, he is going to grab the Ling. Shout out to Rain Day for calling all the heroes, by the way, because we got to talk about how Pro Esports, they're batting out all the front lines, making sure that I think they just want to go for a heavy dives, and they don't want anyone to interrupt that. And then for Entity 7, I feel like the Fanny is a respect. We've seen, even though Pro Esports did lose, Coily is very strong at a Fanny.
Yeah, Coily, again, you know, one of the...
Eudora pick, let's go.
I'm just expecting it to be the Eudora.
And then Belric?
Eudora, Belric. But Coily, I think, because of what he showed mechanical skill-wise, he's fine with it, and that's why they just go ahead and grab themselves the Ling. I mean, imagine too, you know, the Ling doesn't have as high as a win rate as the Hirara, but when you put it in the hands of a player like Coily, you can really do some amazing things across the map. No surprise there, Belric, and there's the Eudora, right? So that is the mainstay, usually the trade that we see over on red side at first phase. Now, I wonder if Pro Esports does something different here with their next 2 picks.
So basically, like, the coach is asking, like, can you use the Ling? And he's like, I mean, just don't get stunned.
Yeah.
Right? What's so hard about that? Just don't get stunned.
High execution, man. And when you have a high ceiling character like that, which clearly has a low win rate, doesn't mean it has low potential. Because the best players bring out the things that if you're not comfortable with it or you're just playing it for the meta, you can't bring out. You just don't have the time to get that comfort.
And now the chill as well as the Harv gets picked up here. So they want to be able to basically ignore their gold lane for a bit. Harv should be able to take care of himself against majority of gold laners now, unless Entity 7 goes for a like Esmeralda gold, Paquito gold, which by the way, Paquito is still open.
Yeah, that Paquito's still open.
But I feel like Hirara, no?
Yeah, maybe just take the Hirara, unless they let it slip through, but just because they're willing to go ahead and play something else for Hide on Bush, because they could just want to prioritize something else here.
That's true. The reason this is important, just joining us, if Hirara doesn't get picked here, which he will, it could have gotten banned in the next phase. So yeah, not a jungler they preferred outside of her, willing to let her get banned out.
Yeah, for now in TT7, they have a strong opening, especially because they already have the counters towards Pro. Right now, I feel like when it comes to the Cho as well as the Harv, we have to see what the matchup is. And the Cho, I just think that Entity 7 might build a draft that's not easy for the Cho to get a kick. For example, if Entity 7 is able to get up like a Barats, I think it's going to be hard for this Cho to really do much.
So maybe they ban it out, you know, for Pro Esports. They want to ban one of those tankier options out. You already got a Belric to deal with. You don't want to deal with a Belric plus the Barretts. But this is, like, from Pro Esports, for these two picks, too, it's so Cozen and Coily, right? The different type of KK connection, but this time for Pro Esports, they're very adapt and to these heroes. The Cozen, especially on the Harith, back when he was playing in the Philippines, was one of his best hero picks. Still is. Same thing when you look at, you know, Filipino junglers playing the Lings, the Fannies. That's why when those Fannies come up, it's like, man, these guys can just put on a showcase of mechanics. So they'll ban out the Freya, the Uranus. Look at all these XP lane options that are being focused on.
I feel like we missed the Freya going through. I mean, that has been definitely a first pick for a lot of teams if she's available.
I was thinking whether she would be picked up here. It's just that I would say it's only good for Pro Esports because they're already having a draft that wants to dive in. When it comes to Entity 7, they don't really need that. And now, not a EXP ban, they ban out the Brody instead. And now the Esmeralda has been picked up. And because there's a Harv there, we still don't know whether this Esmeralda goes gold or EXP.
I think this is just the right combo. I feel like they have enough presence in team fights, and I feel like that's how they have thrived. I feel like that was kind of the way that they put their strategy together to tackle Liquid PH yesterday. It feels like they're getting more of what they want here today, Naisu.
Yeah, and I'm expecting on this one, too, for that Belric to have the flicker. Remember, in the previous matchup, we saw the Belric Esme combo, but it was a revitalized Belric.
Yep.
So this is the answer over here on this side for Pro Esports. They'll take Valentina and Sora. Yeah, you got to take.
I think.
I feel like if they want a marksman, I think the Moskov works perfectly here against Pro Esports.
I agree with you.
The only reason they don't pick it up if they pick up a Paquito Gold.
Paquito Gold.
It's only either or, but I prefer the Moskov.
Well, the Melissa still available also.
Oh yeah, true.
And you do have a Cho, which that would do okay against, right? I'm curious. I feel like the Moskov, they played it yesterday, didn't they? I think they did play Moskov, and Doom had a pretty good game. If I'm Doom, I'm thinking, I mean, it's comfortable. It's in the meta. It serves what we need. I like it. I think the combo might just be, do we do this or do we do Melissa instead? What's your take?
Well, they go carry.
Oh, carry.
Wait.
Which is interesting that they go carry because...
Carry?
Yeah.
It has a good lane against Harith, but then after that, there's no high HP hero on Pro Esports.
Hey, that's exactly what I was thinking. You're not gonna have. You don't need to shred through anyone, and you know, carry has one of the lowest ranges, attack ranges for a marksman. So you're gonna have a difficult time.
Maybe they just want to rush Lord later on with the Harara to just get it.
Yeah, blitz the Lord perhaps.
Very interesting.
Yeah, interesting choice there on the last. Maybe also just. That has one of the things where it's like, we got to go with comfort on this, and a lot was banned out.
Yeah, all right. Well, this is going to be an exciting one as well. Our second series of the day begins. Pro Esports from Cambodia versus Entity 7, both on dream runs. Will the dream continue, or will one wake up to find it was just a nightmare? Ready for our Series 2 cast. We've got Trex and Brigitte.
We're jumping into the land of Dawn for the second series of the day. Entity 7 coming off of the momentum of a big win, while Pro Esports trying to recover themselves after yesterday's loss. Two different stories looking for the same dream. This is game number 1. Trex and Brigida bringing you the action. How are we feeling, Brig?
I can't help but think about what our panel was also wondering about before we headed into this game. The carry last pick and choice here for E7. Is it really comfort? And are they looking for a specific angle to play around this? Because you don't really see it paired up with a pick-off-centric setup type of roamer. It's more on a Bellary that you see on in the hands of Backend. But we probably will figure out what the plan is for E7 here, because again, laning, it's pretty much guaranteed. You could see it just now. Kozin is not having the best time of his life.
Yeah, but honestly, this is also a pretty comfort pick for Kozin. We did see him on it yesterday, a little bit of damage.
Oh, Shin flickering out. That was close for both mid laners. Both flickers are already down. Imagine that.
Yeah, already some aggression, but still no deaths on the field. Taking a look at the emblems, both mid laner and Rome on the side of Pro with some speed to move around the map, and the Bargain Hunter into Kuza. But look at the damage already on a Doom. A nice pick off by PP.
This is gonna be bad. This is gonna be bad. You wanted to rely on the carry for the laning, but even then, it was just a bit of help even from PP, together with the concussive blast just taking you out. Not to mention even another trade at least was taken, but that's just onto PP. So I think they're gonna be okay with that. Shin though in mid without the flicker won't be able to survive that attempt from Coily on this lane. Does Hide on Bush find one? I don't think he will find a re-engage from Coily, and the damage too from Sa. Pro are now 3-1 against E7.
Yeah, all before Turtle as well. 700 gold lead in the hands of Pro. If they can translate this into a Turtle, we're looking at 1.5k gold lead possibly. It's going very well for Pro, but Entity 7,
whoa, what?
All around the map now.
That was
on
a
the
solo
top side,
kill.
down on the bottom as well.
Doom, there's no way. Okay, he does get to dash out of this, doesn't have to purify, but this is looking bad. Both sides are not in favor of E7 just yet. Pro, they will have enough time to catch up to this objective. E7 are bursting it as much as they can, but the way of the dragon lands onto Hide on Bush. Tempest of Blades and Coily finally securing the turtle. E7 no longer want to fight Trex.
Exactly what we thought. You get that turtle, and now Pro has a huge lead. Luckily, Doom didn't go down the second time. He has already taken a death though. Purify is going to be up on the top side. Akashi taking the death. So both off lanes just kind of suffering. You add that up with the mid lane as well. The pressure. Wait a second, a little bit of action. Kashi should be able to get away from this, but the pressure that Coily's been able to bring in the mid with Saw and P, Entity 7 just having trouble dealing with it all this early in the game.
Yep, Pro Esports have seemed to polish the early game, and they're dealing with E7 really, really well. This is something you were seeing from E7 yesterday when they were just able to dominate against Team Liquid, but right now Pro, after that loss, it seems like they've learned so much. Just even looking at the level advantage, you don't want to see your gold laner almost two levels behind at this point in time in the game, and even your XP lane. But wait, Coily? All alone up top though. Does he get caught? He's willing to exchange some blows. He can afford to.
Yeah, should be okay. Coily's been amazing on the Ling so far. Been amazing on the Assassin so far. The day that they beat SRG, the Harara was on point, but the pressure that they're constantly putting on Doom.
He didn't even have to move as much. PP was just there to use the Way of the Dragon, and Saw with the Wrath of Dryad IMU. Second time we see Doom taken out. And Pro Esports didn't have to sacrifice much to get it.
Yeah, I don't know if Entity 7's just not getting the vision right now on Pro. If Vagine and Shin are just unable to keep up, because Pro are attacking these off lanes non-stop. And Entity 7, they shift up to the top, but all they're going for is Gold Crab, and they're unable to really protect their offlaners. They're having trouble keeping up with the rotations, and now we're looking at almost a 3k gold lead before second turtle into the hands of Pro. This is only going to get worse and worse very fast.
I'm only starting to think of how E7 could maybe utilize the Eudora and the Hirara together to at least burst down a single target from Pro, because you don't really see much tanky heroes on their side. I think this is also why we question the carry pickup, because you don't necessarily need to shred anyone from Pro Esports lineup, but just the same, I don't think Shin and Hide on Bush have enough room to just connect and find a setup. Granted, how Pro Esports are so good at just limiting their movements right now, and they're again starting this objective. There's a setup coming in. Sorry, I'm Felix focusing onto Vaguin. Doesn't even get to use the Wrath of Dryad on time, and there he does, but the follow-up isn't going to be there. Counter Wrath of Dryad coming in from the original one. That's E7, but it's already a double kill for Coily. 2-man knockup from PP. E7. They just couldn't find their footing in this game yet.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I feel like the best thing is to not even maybe go for that last turtle, play it slow, go for plays on the off lane, go to keep that gold at a minimum deficit. But at this point, it's a little bit too late. We're 4K ahead into the hands of Pro Esports, 8-1. Towers are going to start dropping to the boss side. You've got Coily up on top lane, taking tier 3 as well. Hide and Bush is going to just have to watch. They are going to go for the 1v1 up top, but I don't think that's a good idea for Hide on Bush.
Okay, Coily doesn't have the Tempest of Blades, fortunately, for E7, so Hide on Bush will be able to get out of that. I think there won't be any chase, but here in mid, you see Akashi trying to hold down the front, Coily trying to catch up as well. Vaguin goes in, does have the Wrath of Dryad, but it's actually the backlines that Coily's after! He finds both Shin and Doom at the same time, Kuzin taking care of the rest, and it's almost a complete wipeout for Pro!
These are not fights that E7 should be going for right now. It'd be one thing if it was Begin who had taken 3 or 4 deaths. It'd be one thing if it was anyone other than your offlaners. Doom unable to output any damage, Akashi just getting shredded down immediately, and while that's happening, Begin tries to make that engage, and Coily shows up and just completely destroys the back line. And so why does Begin even go in for the Wrath of Dryad? This is the time that they need to kind of back off, alleviate the pressure, and try to stay as safe as possible. One more big lose like that in a big team fight, and it's a wrap.
And it's already big enough of a lead you're seeing from Pro Esports. 6.8k approaching 7k. You see most of it significantly in the carries, between the jungler, between the gold lane. So the spread of the lead is just looking too good for Pro Esports right now. The conversions are starting to come in. Hide on Bush though. Kozan, is he actually going to take it out? Sorry, I'm Felix with the last hit. Oh my goodness, Pro Esports, the leads just keep getting bigger. Way of the Dragon onto Akashi, and he uses the Falling Star Moon, but he fails to survive.
At this point, it's looking like a bloodbath. Just about anyone on Pro Esports can 1v1 anyone on E7. Where do they go from here? Like I said, I think the best idea is stay together. No one can get caught alone. Even Hide on Bush, even the Harara, who's got tons of iframes, tons of defensive measures to escape, is getting taken out by a Harith. Not even Coily, not even someone tanky, didn't even need any help. And Hide on Bush goes down, sitting at 0-2-0. E7 has to play it safer.
They've only ever taken out one member from Pro. It's only PP. So as much as I also want to see them try and play the macro, it's just going to be too tough. So playing it slow, I agree, might be one of the ways to go until they feel like they can't afford to engage in a fight. Because not even Akashi could just tank the damage. You see him falling down even to Sorya and Felix one-on-one, and now there's another way of the Dragon landing onto Vaguin. There goes the Wrath of Dryad and the Falling Star Moon. This might just be a counter engage coming in from E7. But the clapback, the answer and response from Sorya and Felix and Kuzen, it's a triple. It's only Akashi and Doom left, but look at Coily getting back. It's gonna be another attempt, but it's a shutdown instead from E7.
It's all right, though, honestly, for Pro. I think at that point, they didn't even have to keep that fight going, but they wanted to try to get Kuzin, that Maniac or Savage. Another Zaman's Force drops. Kuzin should be able to get away safely here. Sorry, and Felix going to get involved. Akashi chasing down. Actually, might be bad for Kuzin.
Yeah, he doesn't have mana. It's a good thing PP and Sorya and Felix were there, because that would have been shutdown after shutdown for E7 if ever they did actually find the kill onto Kozen. So looking at the replay right now, I think this is one of the moments where it could have been really good, honestly, for E7 if only they were able to maximize the Wrath of Dryad a bit more. But the sustained damage from Kozen is just too much. There's no one to deal with these high mobility heroes who just constantly surprise the back and attack the back lines.
Where do they go from here? Once again, we keep asking the same question. Pro Esports so ahead. I mean, we've seen leads like this come before, and I mean, teams have been able to turn around, but NG7 with their composition, you've got Doom, you've got who hasn't been able, I mean, 0-4-2 on a carry. This is a late game hero already. And the thing is yes, you normally use this to shred, but another pick?
It's gonna be hide on bush at that. It's at the exact same time. They get to pick up the Lord. Two-man setup coming in from Soria and Felix, and Kuzen will be there to provide the damage. Doesn't care about the Wrath of Dryad. He is just gonna go for the kills. Fortunately, has a flicker for Vadim, but there he goes. It's a double steal for Kuzen, and all turrets, outer and inner turrets, falling to the hands of Pro. Oh!
I mean, he can do that right now, honestly.
He
At this point, it's like, let's just see what we can do. Let's throw the line out. If we don't catch nothing, it's okay. Look at them under the tower right now. They pop the Holy Defense, get some minions still through. Wave coming down top. This could be game ending.
Okay. Pro Esports have an entire wave and a Lord marching up top. They're still gonna focus and try to take down the turret first, but he goes charging in. Vagian doesn't have the Wrath of Dryad, but he's still gonna go for it. PP! Finding another kick, it lands onto Shin. Coily too with the Tempest of Blades. There might just be a shutdown right now from E7, but that's about it. As they're looking to get more, Vagian, hide on bush. 3 members already eliminated from E7. Can Doom and Akashi deal with this by themselves? The Lord's already in the base. They're trying to go for more kills instead. Akashi down to half HP, finds PP. But that might be at the expense of his own life. But Kuzen, he finally finds it.
They're playing KDA heroes right now. Pro Esports not even looking to end it. They want kills, they want blood. Trying to recover themselves after yesterday's loss. Kuzen right now, 9-0-7.
Wow.
He's untouched. Sorry, I'm Felix, I'm well. 5-0-2. Overall, Pro Esports have completely dominated, but maybe the best plan was to target on base in that last push because the clock is still ticking. 72 seconds for next Lord. Would love to see exactly where Doom's at in the items. Has he got Trinity in just yet? Fully out. There it is. Has finally locked it in. He's hit the AK gold mark. Maybe we start to see a little bit more on the side of Agin. You haven't finished the antique cuirass yet for physical defense. You have at least got radiant armor in, so there's a little something there. Only 2 items in onto Shin. They are behind, to say the least. And yeah, you have some damage output from Hide on Bush, but the thing is Hide on Bush can't last, can't actually get in there. And every time you do get past, Sar and Felix catches you, or Saw steals the Wrath of the Dryad and catches you, and it's the same thing for Akasi trying to come in to absorb the damage.
I feel bad for both Hide on Bush and Doom. Really, you want to find these creative angles. Oh, Coily actually tried to take down that base turret all by himself without a wave. Could have been a possibility, but there was fortunately quick response from E7, but it doesn't change the fact that Pro are still ahead. And going back, Hide on Bush, aside from the fact that there's so much catching up to do, I agree, it's just so tough for him to go in. You have to anticipate so much punish. Soria and Felix, Sa. There's just a multitude of ways that Pro Esports could turn things around with this lead, so E7 could probably not afford to just put themselves out there, but they'd still decide to get out of their base. Now it's Akashi down to half HP, PP in the back lines! He's gonna find shit all over again in the IMU Wrath of Dryad. Or it's not actually the IMU, but there you go, finally, it's a shutdown from Doom! He hide on Bush, finding Kuzen too! E7 turning that around.
Yeah, able to get a big catch, and the damage does seem to be there. We talked about this the other day. All it takes is 2 items for Eudora to really start outputting. It took about 12 minutes to get those 2 items, but Shin is finally there along with Doom. Pops a speedy light wheel, and the combo with all of it together, it's a lot of damage. Saw everyone just had to essentially run for the hills. 2 members go down. Lord is still coming, though. Pro Esports unable to stall it. It's just going to be 3 pushing in.
Great timings from E7 here. The Wrath of Dryad especially. Coily going for Hide on Bush. Had to force out the iframes. There's just too much damage already from each basic attack that you get to see from Coily. But just because Kuzen and Soria and Felix aren't here, E7 defend and live for a bit more longer in this game.
All right, so Entity 7 able to defend, but they still have no inhibitors, have only taken 1 structure away from Pro Esports, and Pro Esports are hungry for the end.
PP wanted to go for something there. I think it took a bit too long. E7 too were just really grouped up together, so I don't think it would have been easy for him to find a target. On top of the fact that Pro Esports, they're not all ready for the engage just yet. So E7, again, defending. They're taking it slow. bit by bit we're getting there. We saw Doom on the 8K gold mark earlier. Now he is actually complete.
Yeah. All it took was a couple minutes, a couple kills, a little bit of gold between the teams, some shutdowns, and he now has the rose gold in. Be prepared to see some item swapping. This is big for Doom. This is big for Entity 7.
Oh, it's Shin all over again. They really want to go for Shin. First Wrath of Giant, final use here by Vagan, but get knocked up by the Tempest of Blades as well. And Kuzen on the other side trying to take down Akashi. Will be able to do so as Doom falls to the hands of Coily. Heidenbush goes in. He finds a trade, but it's just going to be Coil. Is it enough? There's a wave coming in mid and top. Heidenbush and Akashi will be here to defend, but Kuzen is just going to set his eyes on the base. Salmon forced to end things, but they clear out the minions. Another potential outplay from E7. And can they do this? Kuzen finding Akashi does eventually get the kill, but the minions have Spartrax.
5 seconds for Shin. Kuzen drops him on Force. Heidenbush with the iframes. They're still to defend. Kuzen just wants free shots.
Heidenbush the stun. Shin doesn't actually land it. Finally gets the burst. And now E7 defend once more.
Entity 7. Like I said, the momentums from yesterday's game still hold strong as they hold strong for their life in just game number 1. A beautiful defense, honestly. Heidenbush all alone, able to get some nice iframes. Defend. Akashi also gets back to the base. Pro Esports felt like they had it, but now Entity 7 working on the Lord.
This is something our panelists mentioned. This back in. Flicker! Wrath of Giant! Coily is down! Can they finally get this objective? Yes, they do! E7 are turning things around. Heidenbush finds a double, and Sa is all alone here. That's not your base, but he's being cased!
That's not your base. It's looking reminiscent of yesterday's game where Pro Esports had the lead and just couldn't finish it. Entity 7 right now, you know, we gotta say, they got that dog in them right now. And they are ready to push this game to the limits, pushing Pro Esports to the limits. It's 30 kills on the side of Pro Esports.
What if that was the plan all along? You know, we need to suffer a bit.
Yes.
But we get to a point where we just get to rely on
builds character.
Yeah, you build character, you know, and this is something E7 have been building for 17 minutes now, Trex.
It's the villain arc right now. You gotta go through pain sometimes to be ready for the big battle, and Coily can no longer win the 1v1 against Heidenbush.
That changes things significantly in this game. E7, they still have the Lord, but will be dealt with by Pro. Sorian Felix doesn't find the setup there, and E7 are looking to disengage. Coily doesn't get access to his purple buff too. Imagine that, E7 are suddenly the ones in control. That 10K gold lead is nowhere to be found.
No, we are officially in late game now. Maxed items all around. Immortality has been picked up by Doom along with the rose gold. This is what I was talking about when we talk about the item swapping, and this is where a carry becomes extremely dangerous. Late game carry, probably one of the most vicious marksmans you can go up against. Once you have the capability to start hopping around with items, the amount of damage, it's just so hard to pick off. You add that up with the Purify instead of going for the Flicker, it's a problem. How does Pro Esports catch that? Now, they've been able to find some moments, but the problem is before they were going for Shin, before they were going for Heidenbush, but I think they need to change their priority on where these Way of the Dragons are going to be landing, where these Wrath of Dryads with the IMU that's stolen are going to be landing. They have to be a lot more careful about how they approach these fights if Pro Esports wants to win out.
Yeah, because I feel like the fact that they always go for Shin is just so Coily could freely go and dive in, right? But even if he gets to do that, I don't think Pro are able to handle the damage that you're seeing from Doom anymore, like just by themselves, like without them allocating the right amount of crowd control just so Doom doesn't get to cast the speedy light wheels efficiently every now and then. So there might need to be, yes, I agree, a bit of change in terms of targeting for Pro here, but can they find Doom? This isn't the best KDA you're going to see on a carry, but we're in a different timeline now. We're 19 minutes into this game. I feel like this would barely matter, but oh, that's a lot more defense items getting picked up. I think Doom has the Immortality and both the Athena's Shield in his build, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
Picked up Athena's shield. Okay. Gets rid. Or wait. So that's no, because you get some shield from the Athena shield. So it's you sell Athena's, you go into Rose Gold, you pick up Rose Gold, you go into Immortality, you pick up Winter Crown.
Oh, okay.
I'm guessing. I don't know. Oh,
it's a lot of buy and sells, but who gets this retry? It's Fangin! Not even a retry holder. Doom finding the last hit on the objective, and now it's a disengage for E7. They don't want any trades.
A lot of resources wasted on Akashi there. And that helps Entity 7 secure this Lord, enhanced Lord at that. They need to try to sync up these waves as much as possible. They may not be able to end here, but they can at least take inhibitors. Pro Esports on the other hand, this is what I was talking about. They have to think about a lot harder on how they do these fights for the 1v1.
Okay, iFriend, hide on bush. Might just go for the outplay here. Coily no longer has to test himself. Plays Shin! Flickering in, can he make it? He doesn't catch Coily. Also gets to pick up the immortality just in time. Whew. Whew.
Collect it, prepare ourselves. Because the Lord is making his way downtown.
Yes. PP, can he find something here? Okay. There's the Lord. Kuzen still has Zaman Force. And they pretty much will have enough time to deal with this Lord, at least for now. E7 are not able to maximize it enough to take down a turret, and they're going for Shin! Oh! Winter Crown play, Falling Star, but still gets knocked up and caught by the way of the dragon into the Wrath of Dryad of Sa! Don't find Coily though. Torian Felix with a set. Kuzen with his Zaman Force finds a double, and it's another immortality pop for Doom. 3 members are down for E7.
A beautiful catch by Pro Esports, but minions are on the base. They have to go back to defend. It's only 2 members up with 40-second death counters on Entity 7. Hinakashi and Hide on Bush do what they did a few minutes ago and defend the base, but Hide on Bush is going for the steals, trying to disrupt the waves right now. Big kick.
He gets caught. He does still have some iframes left and a couple dashes, so he will escape. But that just means he's the only one left right now. Pro Esports, they're making their way to the base 12 seconds before Shin makes it.
They've got a cannon minion. Can it be enough to close? Hide on Bush is making the big sprint back to the base. He's got an immortality.
Okay, the immortality's popped though. Kuzen with his Zaman for Shin and going in. Do they have enough defense? They actually get to buy a bit more time. Immortality's pop for PP, bro. They gotta get back.
It just keeps happening. I don't know if it's luck. I don't know if it's chance. I don't know if it's pure skill at this point. Entity 7 just keeps on hanging on. We're 23 minutes in. Another Lord on the map. Akashi's up in 17 seconds. And it's a 5v5 once again. Pro Esports trying to make their way to this Lord. Do they burst it down? Hide on Bush picks up a purple buff. It's down to the wire once again.
Yeah, Shin has to be very particular of his positioning this time. Lord already below half HP. Vagin getting bursted down. Both Wrath of Dryad's already committed. Idol Bush going in! But it's still Coily who finds the objective. It's a shutdown towards Idol Bush, and Pro have seemed to find the perfect engage against E7. Akashi, the only one left.
When in doubt, sorry, I'm Felix continues to get those big sets for the team.
Pro Esports are not letting this get to another 30-minute game. They're ending it right here. 1-0 against Entity 7.
Okay, so lessons have been learned for Pro Esports. After being unable to finish a game yesterday that possibly caused their overall defeat, they were able to close it out today, even after going the distance, even after Entity 7 giving it everything they could. Pro Esports collect themselves and make the plays that matter to close things out.
Untik pa makabak eh, no?
Yeah, that was, I like that you mentioned, it was just game 1. It was just game 1. And
nag-TV pa.
kinda saw, you kinda saw
sa gitna. Hindi na kasi makaka-uwi yung ESMA eh.
draft, they sort of answered their questions here and there, especially towards Doom on the carry, but
Tapos di naman siya makaka-clear ng minions. May Lord din eh. Pero di na kaya. Yun, nag-lag. Buti na lang, tapos na yung laro.
especially in that last sequence. good. It was E7, I feel like, who were just desperately trying to do something because Pro Esports were already there. They were already positioned around the objective. They were bursting it down pretty much.
I think a lot of those fights that Entity 7 did win out
Ganda ng laban. Kinakabahan na si G. Kinakabahan. Grabe yung mga save ni Hirara dun sa may base no?
Oh, why?
Nakatayo siya sa upuan.
Yeah, no, I'm just that tall, guys. Please don't get confused.
Well, it was an amazing game one. We still have a couple more to go, possibly. Let's give it back to the panel and see what they have to say about this.
Thank you. I'm glad we're finally seeing what Brigitte does off camera right there, because standing up on a desk, that's the least amount of it. I think this is such a exciting back and forth, guys, when we look at it with, of course, Naisu and LaFell to break that action down. I loved seeing the competition, and it wasn't a clean game by both teams, to say the least, but it felt like they wanted it. It felt like we were in somebody's going home, somebody's moving on and making a historic run type territory, which is what you want to see.
You can definitely feel the tension, you know, just watching the games there, because, yeah, Pro Esports came out swinging, got a start going. You know, Koilu was kind of unstoppable up to a certain point. And then somehow, someway, Entity 7 showed us why they won yesterday. They were able to pretty much take care of what I think it was a 10,000 gold lead that was built up first, and then they started to lead. But then, you know, props to Entity 7, props to Hide on Bush and the rest of the team to stay into that game as long as they did. But eventually it comes down to that one Lord take, and then, you know, I'm sure LaFell will go through this later on, but that Lord, it comes down to getting that retribution off. And, you know, when you're already kind of at a back foot, trying to get in the zone of that is so difficult. I mean, look at this, 39 to 16 for the kill counter here. Like this.
Pero grabe yun, no, kung nakambak ng E7.
143,000 damage dealt. Doom only did 87,000. The highest coming in from Entity 7 is Hide on Bush. Not even. It's actually Akashi, 77,346. So he's about double.
Yeah.
Coulson did about double the highest that Entity 7 was able to do. Yeah. But Hide on Bush, though.
Sa game 2, E7 ako dyan, sabi ni Ryzen.
This is really like a sword against a shield kind of matchup where we can see Pro Esport non-stop offense, but Entity 7 with not one, not two, like how many defenses that they did, and every single one of them is highlight worthy.
And you were trying to look at what is the benefit, maybe if you're coming in and watching, of both those strategies going toe-to-toe. Well, one is waiting for that perfect moment. One constantly on the attack, and sometimes a good offense is a good defense. But when you slip up, like we saw Pro Esports do, losing a Lord, losing another Lord, an evolved Lord, it was the chance that Entity 7 wanted, erasing that gold lead, Naisu, but they weren't able to take advantage of it. There's a lot of learnings to take into game 2.
Yeah, again, in instances like this, when you turn a gold deficit of 10,000 around and you start to get some momentum in the game, you still really have to stay disciplined, because there were a couple mistakes made. And I know LaFell, like I said, he has some of this on the illustrator later on, because a minor decision, like for example, using a battle spell or using one of the defensive items or not getting the setup you're looking for, all those little, let's say, mistakes could lead into a game loss here. And as you guys know, again, this match is a decider match, so you don't want that to happen and going into the next game.
Somebody's key is getting crushed, somebody is moving on, making a historic run, guaranteeing at least $100,000 for their efforts, top 8, and a chance at glory here in the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet at EWC. LaFell, you took a look at some of these clips. You've got those set up for us. We're going to get you on your telestrator. Break down what you saw in game 1 between
Tapos sa laban na ONIC Aurora. Oh, kahapon sila. ONIC Aurora natalo ang ONIC. So, ang kalaban ng ONIC mamaya pagtapos nitong match ay SRG.
There's not a lot of high HP heroes, so it doesn't fully utilize the passive that the carry has. But more importantly, it doesn't
Anong
protect
team ka,
yourself.
Kuya
And
Adrian?
we're going to be seeing that in the clips here, where starting off, this is basically what happens in the early game, which, by the way, what Pro Esports does so well in this game and previous games on how they got a 10,000 gold lead is they perform the best at an open map, right? When everything is still there, they can capitalize on everything. Where if you're going to be looking at the map here, you can see that in terms of the position, they're playing a 3-2
Lakas
position.
ng Aurora,
right?
oh.
So 3 at the top and then 2 at the bottom, because one of the reasons that they understood is that Doom
Dun ka sa mananalo, ayan.
where this is basically
Tama.
the safe
Pinaka-safe
place for you to
answer,
be
guys.
as a goal laner, and multiple times Doom actually stays in this area, which
Pag tinanong anong team ka, dun tayo sa nananalo.
and we can see here that's basically how it keeps going on. See, Doom moves forward again, gets ganked. I'm only showing this clip, but it happens multiple times as we see in the game. I feel like the first 3 to 4 ganks are all in the gold lane, so that is something that could have been remedied if they pick up something like a Moskov, because Moskov can basically protect himself. He doesn't need any rotation, and you see, honestly, there's no rotation going to the gold lane coming in from Entity 7. And this also shows why I would say the best win condition for
Nakakaloka
esports is
din
just to
yung
play
mga picks ng
outside of the base.
Aurora
Once you get inside the
Gaming
base,
eh.
it does become quite difficult because if we look at
Gulat
the square
talaga.
the Entity 7 always forms, they try
Gulat
to come up
factor.
together, but what Entity 7 does is they split them up. It's not a front to back, it's front
Midnight
and
kasi.
back. As we see the team fight coming up here, they are pulling the front line away, and then you can see a clear separation here where the front line as well as the back line is clearly separated, and the one going for the back line is both the gold laner as well as the jungler. Massive damage, and there's really nothing that Entity 7 can do, and this is why Entity 7 keeps losing those team fights. They just get separated, but then things start to change when we start going into the map here. Get into the base. This is one time where I would say they made a grave mistake, where they're put into a situation where we can see multiple members got stunned up by PP on this Bellic, right? A very big ult hits onto basically everyone. Look at all the taunts there. Everyone was
May
taunted,
ano
and
pa
that's the
yan.
reason why
May
they
break
lost
yan.
this fight.
10 minutes
Then we go
yata
into the
per
base, which, by the
game.
way, hide on bush. This
Crazy.
Man. I would say this is a career-defining highlight where you can basically show to all the teams, like, this is what I can do, right? On the Herrera. But also, this is why they
Break
cannot end the
between
game.
maps.
This is
10
something that they've
minutes
done in
nga.
previous drafts as
10
well,
minutes per
where
game.
They're so good at splitting the fight.
Tas
But
per
what
match.
if there's no way to split them up anymore? They're
15
always gonna be bumped
minutes
up,
yung break.
and you're gonna make a mistake. So I
Pwede ba kayo
feel like
mag-brawl?
that's something that they have to look forward to, where you can play an open map perfectly. Right. But once you're inside the base, what's the next step? We see that the Joe try to kick someone else to separate them, but sometimes it's not that easy.
Yeah, and it feels like, I mean, I'd rather be, if I were, and if maybe you guys let us know in the chat as well, I would probably rather be pro esports in that situation where I have all the energy, all the momentum, the gold lead early on, everyone's doing well, and the only issue is how do we get through to that final portion of the base. I feel like it's a scary type of situation that we saw Entity 7 put themselves in, and the Moskov did come into our attention in the draft. Is it on your attention now, getting Doom on something more comfortable, something he could protect himself more from those picks coming in from the roam?
I think it was almost unanimous when a lot of people, when that carry was picked up in the draft, that last pick, I think some people definitely shared their sentiments about that. Even the casters, I heard them mention it too. And it is one of those things where, again, in late game, and we saw this late game get to that point where, yeah, the carry can shred even through the Lord, right? But yes, maybe something like the Moskov where you have a little more space to work with. You can play the long game if you want to, stay on the other side of the map, join the fights with SOD. You know you're up against a matchup like that where Kozin gets his Harith. Again, this Harith is Kozin's probably one of his best picks that he has in the gold lane, and you saw just how they played that. So Moskov might be one of them, but I think even for Entity 7, they really need to get the ball rolling in their favor early on, because I feel like that's where they're able to go ahead and build up.
Also, when you do get a lead, you got to make sure that you're very disciplined, because something that we were not able to clip just because it happened so fast, but once they got a lead, we saw Coily on that lane trying to run away, and then Shin tries to stun him, even expanding that
Game
flicker.
na.
That is one of those situations where
Start
if
na
you
sila
can
halos.
catch him, you
Nakaupo
could have
na
ended the game.
sila.
But he couldn't, and then that's just an avenue that Pro Esports saw. Like, hey, he doesn't have a flicker. We can go in, and then we can start holding the map again.
And that's how crucial battle spell timings are, especially in that type of game where that information is enough to say, you know what, now we're gonna go take out Shin or whoever burned that flicker. That's an automatic kill for us. That's an automatic advantage in a team fight.
It all comes down to this one for Entity 7, who's representing the Americas. From South America, the last time they had graced a main stage like this, from my understanding, is M4 with RRQ Acura. And that was in 2023. They've been rebuilding in that region ever since. This is the result of that. Can Entity 7 find a way to clamor back and get into this matchup again. Pro Esports looked the better. They got the win. One more game for them, and they're through to the knockouts.
I feel like one thing that they can do to slow the game down is to have one person to basically track where Coily is, because in that game he was perfectly free.
Flying
Whenever he goes
clouds.
to the goal lane,
Great point.
no one stops him.
May
Whenever he wants to go
napalisan.
for those objectives, no one stops him. When he goes to, kill the mid as well as the goal lane, no one stopped him. You need one person to keep track of that guy.
Well, like, when you have a character who's so mobile, that's one thing. But when you have a team that's so committed to grouping up, I mean, it's even making that mobility even more effective, because no one's going to go chase him down. They don't want to play like that.
Yeah, that's one of the things, though, especially with a Ling, right? Like, it's like you want to keep track of him and keep tabs on him, but at the same time, like, Ling's can't just allows him to be everywhere he needs to be, and then you put him in hands like a specialist like Coily, even more so is it a difficult task to deal with. And that's so this time we might see some different things. Entity 7 is going to be on that blue side for that first pick.
You know what? It could have been clipped when during the draft we're like, yeah, just don't get stunned. And look at how many times he got stunned. Not much.
Not much.
Only like once or twice.
High ceiling, Coily proving he just really is that good. One of the junglers we've been keeping an eye on. Pro Esports looking to use his expertise and ability going into the next stage. Hainan Bush has been getting a lot of conversation on the LATAM side. The man of many hats. Hainan Bush does it all for his squad, leading as the jungler, captain, shot caller, and taking on coaching and analytical duties whenever needed.
That's a lot of responsibility.
That sounds underpaid.
Hey, we don't know his salaries, by the way.
If they go forward to the knockout stage,
hey, that's a big salary.
That's a big salary, but give it up to Hainan Bush again. Like I said, he
Diretso
is
na
one of
yung
the mainstay
magpaisa-isa
members from
yan.
Entity 7.
Para ONIC naman sunod.
Very experienced player. Has
Nainggit ka sa
now
ONIC.
just showcasing a lot of what they're capable of doing. So to know that he's
Dapat
also
nga,
shot calling and doing
laban
all
ng
this too,
ONIC
that's kind of is a huge statement for
scary.
himself and the team.
Pero syempre,
Well, we asked what they would do about
naglalong
Coily's
games
Ling.
kasi
They ban
kaya
it. They don't want to deal with it. The
nauusad yung
Harara
time.
also banned as well in response, alongside the mainstays, Freya and Marcel. Fanny and Valentina, which they didn't like, maybe a soft counter to the Belleric, which they enjoy playing, but this time it opens up an even stronger pick, the Atlas first, which could mean a Eudora response here on the side.
And I wonder if they want to pick up a Nolan early, because Nolan is filling the spot of what a Ling wants to do, a Harara wants to do. Because I feel like if you have to go for a Yeast and Shin, then, I don't know, there's just too much counters now.
I like how just by simply panning out the Ling and the Hirara, it already changes the course of the draft, and then it'll change, obviously in the game too. Atlas being picked up, and they took care of the Valentina, so you don't have to worry about a Fatal Links being stolen by Pro Esports. If you're Entity 7, you can build on that. But this does leave open now quite a few options to take right on the swing. So you still have the Belleric available. You can go ahead and, what else a power play move? What else is in the mid that you would actually go for here now that you have that? Or do you just go ahead and secure something else?
I feel like it is fine to delay it just a little bit, which, by the way, honestly, very good opener coming in from Entity 7, because betting on the Fanny as well as the Ling and then the Valentina, that proves to be, I feel like that's a good way to open up going up against Pro Esports. Just that if they do win and Pro Esports lose, Pro Esports can take that first pick again and then deny them of this strat. Anyways, when it comes to the mid, I really feel like it heavily depends on what your jungler is going to be. For example, if you're going to pick up a utility jungler, say Fredrin and a Kai or whatever, you need a mid with a little bit more range to back him up whenever he does go for those neutral takes. But then if you're using something with damage, like a Nolan, maybe even a Harley, you need a mid that can set it up. So that's why we see Valentina's still being okay, even though it's a mid-range, not long range, but you got crowd control and you got some amount of burst damage, making it easier for those assassins to actually get the kill. So I really feel like it's dependent on what the jungler is going to be.
Okay, so we got word. It is, they're going to go ahead and sort things out here for this draft. I'm wondering if we'll still see that. At least the Atlas picked up or not. Probably same bands I'm expecting, but what was that one combo we saw? Was it just yesterday with the Nolan was picked up and that amount of burst that they had? Because Nolan's only been picked up, what, literally twice, I think it is so far?
One of them was
Hello,
from Guangzhou
boy.
Recall, using the
How
Nolan.
are
Yeah.
Even in a game that they lost, the burst from Nolan is insane because the buffs make it so that the Nolan can basically spam his abilities, making it very hard to catch, but also just does quite a lot of damage. And now the Uranus as well as the Zushin picked up, and I feel like this is kind of a deny, saying that if you want to go for a tank jungle, hey, good luck.
This is already different, right? Uranus, Jushin going over on those first picks for red side here for Pro Esports. Now for Entity 7, you already got yourself an Atlas. You know that you can play around the setup potential. You know that too. You're gonna have to get through some purifies, but you can take your jungler now, hold on to it. Maybe the mid lane option as well, just so you don't get things banned out, because you already have to deal with the Jushin.
I would say Eve is not a bad pick, yeah. Because in terms of damage junglers, now it's like all the niche ones, like the Nolan, maybe even the Saber, Hanzo. Oh, Gwyn. Oh, totally forgot about the Gwyn. Gwyn as well as the Moskov gets picked up here, which Entity 7 for now has a lot of crowd control.
Yeah, there's the YSS you mentioned too. So YSS being picked up. Again, this hero does not have
a great win rate.
A great win rate. Is it only one game? One game win?
One game win.
Yeah. One game win right now for the YSS so far.
That was with Aurora, no?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yesterday. Moskov, though, picked up. We wanted to see that adjustment. They've made it. Also taking out 2 of the picks that were used on the side of Pro Esports last game in the Valentina and the Ling, adding Guinevere to the rounding of that first 3. YSS, will this be another bit of drama that continues? Because if they have this and it loses again, goes to about 1-7 in this tournament, and you gotta start saying, guys, we need another option.
SRG ba?
The YSS is just,
Wala pa.
I mean, most teams have either just gone with it or they go with a double fighter in the side lanes to try to make that work. But you can already see some of the focus again on XP options for Entity 7 to be picked up here.
So I feel like Entity 7's got to ban out that Paquito.
Yeah.
Right, Paquito is, I think, will win Pro Esports Drag. Because right now, this Isin Shin is not a bad pick because it's not going up against the Ling, it's not going up against Aurora, and it's not going up against the Claude, right? So for now, in terms of the dive, it's just the Guinevere. And at that point, kind of the same thing as before, just don't get stunned, right? And I feel like there's not enough threats here. Pro Esports, if they pick up the Paquito here, I think it will really make Entity 7 difficult to finish up their draft.
What kind of prank?
Yeah, Paquito open. It's going to be a Harith, though. So, again, this is, this is his pick. This is Kozen's, one of his favorite, if not the favorite hero that he's got. You just saw an amazing game performance here from the previous match in game 1, so you might as well go ahead and get it. This is, so for this YSS, you still set it up, but you also can lean towards the Harith power spike later on if you have to.
I feel like either Eve or Gort might be okay here because there's not too many dives go in. So I feel like either Eve or Gort should be fine. And yeah, I feel like the Harith has so much kill potential even after first item. So again, that's just Pro Esports playing their map. As long as the map is open, we're gonna split the front and the back, and they're able to do something with it.
And I will
we have a technical pause here. We're continuing on this draft. The importance of where we stand cannot be understated. Shin, Haidan Bush, Akashi picked for their team, obviously just in name right now. Not necessarily what they're going to be playing. The Moskov instead is going to be going up against the Harith, the Yusun Shin. The Zushin and the Uranus were left off of the ban list this time around, and Pro Esports will grab. As you see, sorry on Felix on your camera. He said in response to, why is your name sorry on Felix? Well, just because when I go at you and I take you down, I want to say sorry for my actions, but then I want to introduce myself as well, which is polite.
Yeah, I like how he he picked up the Sora in the previous game. You don't see Sora too often anymore, man, but he played it near perfectly, and a lot of the initiations that he had or the setups that he had, you kind of remind yourself like, oh yeah, Sora, still a threat when it is picked up, but again, these XP options that are left on the table are important here.
Yeah, I feel like we just don't see enough Soras just because in lane, some of these very tanky boys like the Barats, Alice, even the Uranus, kind of makes the Sora feel a bit annoying to play. But hey, once you avoid or overcome that obstacle, hey, everything becomes fine. So now when it comes to the draft, looking back into it, I'm not 100% on Entity 7's draft for now.
What do you think about Barats?
Barats?
What do you think about it? It's available.
And I feel like it could... Wait, he wasn't banned. Oh, yeah. I don't know, because right now for Entity 7, kind of like the same as the first game.
Yeah.
Their draft doesn't answer the problem, and that's kind of a problem in itself. Even if they do pick up the Barats here, I don't necessarily feel like it solves a problem, because then the Zushin as well as the Hire, they both can have Purify. And catching these and shit is going to be nigh impossible. So I think it's okay in lane. It's just that after that, I'm not so sure.
Okay. There's the Paquito you were looking to see. What
I'm
rounds this
thinking
out?
Eve is okay.
Yeah,
you have Eve Gord.
I was say Eve or Gord. Gord has really taken a sit down too. Yeah, he's picked up.
For Samsia.
Teams have kind of figured out how to play against him, but obviously you still have so much threat with his ultimate, the little bit of stuns.
I feel like Hylos is fine.
Yeah, Hylos could work here. You help with that slow or the speed up for your team. And even the stuns too. So this is, again, playing around your YSS, but this is a bit of a different game plan, just because even if the YSS can't scale up the way you're looking for, then you lean towards the Harith. The Jushin too, even with that nerf, again, she's still a threat. It's almost like that, the Sora to an extent, where it's like, oh yeah, there's still a lot of utility that's available here to set things up for your favor on the team fight. And the answer is going to be the Gatkacha. So a good, sturdy lineup to go ahead and protect your members here if you're pro esports.
Yeah, I feel like they pick up the Gatot here just because the main threat is going to be the Moskov as well as the Paquito, and his passive works really well going up against physical damage dealers. So we'll see how it turns out for now. Pro Esports does seem to have a pretty good draft. It's only like, can the Yushin work out?
Well, we'll have to wait and see, guys. Not waiting too long, though, because Game 2 is right around the corner. Yushin Shin's been a topic of conversation here at MSC. Over 5 days of play here on the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. He's gone 1-6 so far. Will it be 1-7? Or will it be 2-6 and start to turn things around? It's Game 2. Maybe that's a little bit of a sneak peek at what's going to go down. We got Trex and Brigitte on the call. Let's see if Pro Esports can move themselves into the knockout stage.
We're jumping back in. It's match point for Pro Esports, but if we take anything from game number 1, it's that Entity 7 will push them to their limits. Taking a look at the drafts, Brigitte, I am a fan of Entity 7's draft here. So much combo play, so much ability to just work together, and even if one member misses a skill, someone else can back it up. Pro Esports, on the other hand, they went for this YSS, and the only time we've seen the YSS work so far, which is once, is with the double fighter. They take the risk, they pick up Kuzan on a comfort pick with this Harith. Do we think it's worth it? Do we think this can work?
That's something we figure out here, because even their mid-duo, right, feels like it's been patches ago since we last saw them both together. But now that's not looking great, Rex. To answer your question, as of now, Pro Esports are not making this worth it.
And this is where one of my thoughts on why the YSS has trouble. It's such a high crowd control meta right now. And when we take a look at Entity 7, literally every single hero on their lineup has some form of, if not big, but at least small crowd control. Small stuns, big AoE stuns all around the board. And it's gonna make Coily's job so hard here, especially with the fact that they don't... Ooh, a little bit more action.
Mystic Injunction, that's gonna be PP, a very tanky hero though, but yes, they might look small, but they could eventually become bigger. They could link up. You mentioned it, the hero synergies you're seeing. It's an Atlas Guinevere all over again, and we've seen countless times these two heroes being played together. But Kuzan, if he goes down too, that's really, really bad for Pro. Both carries have been taken out, but there might be a trade here. Coily finding Hide on Bush.
Surprise Hide on Bush re-engaged on that one. I felt like maybe he'd just go for the runaway. Maybe didn't expect the Mountain Shocker to get the stun. Maybe he thought he could get a quick Violent Requiem off if he could get the stacks off. But he does go down. Still not a horrible trade for Kuzan, but the thing is, it does give Pro Esports some time to tie things up here.
Yep, and they will try to secure this objective for themselves. Hide on Bush jumping in. Mystic Gush together to the burst is coming through for E7, but PP still alive. Does finally get taken out though. He needed a flicker. Akashi needed a flicker to get that. And on the other hand, sorry, Felix, the zoning he's done. It's
That's just so much for Pro. Coily got enough space to get the objective, and Sa's still alive.
How did Hyde on Bush stay alive there, though? Sorry on Felix. Brings him down to about 10%, but Akashi goes down. Coily able to get a quick pick off. And just when it felt like Entity 7 may have gotten a lead there, Pro Esports escape with a decent trade along with their Lord. I mean, along with Turtle.
Kozen knows them in force. Vagan doesn't have the Fatal Leaks too. PP will be there to help them just a bit. And Doom might not go for the follow-up and re-engage. Still level 3, but he's about to get it really, really soon. There you go. But it wasn't in time to find a punish onto Kozen. So at least for now, Pro Esports, they are behind in terms of kills, but somewhat because they were able to just allow Coily to bounce back. I think that's what really matters the most for now. They at least kind of recovered what went away or what nearly went down for them in terms of their win con. But PP? Oh, he has no way out of that.
No way out at all. A small pickoff for Entity 7. You know, you mentioned it. Coily getting those 2 kills is huge, especially after taking the death early on. It's what you want on this YSS. He needs to be able to scale, especially with the odds that are stacked against him. With how much crowd control's out there, every hit's gonna matter, and he needs to make sure the damage is stacked up, and that's what you want to see from YSS in these types of fights. Luckily, Sara and Felix also doing a decent job. He's taking a death, but Akashi has as well. Death's pretty spread out amongst the field.
Hyde on Bush, the way that they're able to constantly engage and do it alongside Vagan, I think is something Pro Esports really need to pay attention to. You kinda are put in a spot when it comes to using your phraseless. Coily and the amount of ways that he needs to dodge everything, I think is eventually gonna take a toll on them. If Pro Esports are not able to create enough space, and the way it's looking right now, it's only Soria and Felix who can afford to do that. PP might be someone you expect to go in a bit later, especially with the AOG. Well, you see right now, they're both holding the turtle. Both mid duos will show up.
Akashi does get that Hunter strike in right before this fight. Might be able to do a little more damage, a little more speed.
Oh, Kozen. Is he gonna use the Zaman Force now? Akashi onto Kozen right now, does force out the Zaman Force. Soria and Felix too, trying to go for the zone. Akashi has a lot of damage. Mountain Shocker already used. It's Pro Esports taking control of the objective. E7 couldn't even get close.
Yeah, Akashi thinks he can go for Kuzin, but wait a second, little damage.
Why? PP actually jumping in with the AOG. Does block off a couple members from E7, but it's actually Sa gonna go down. Akashi finds him and PP next. Soria and Felix, does he still want to go in? He finds a trade onto Shin, but are they still gonna fight this? Kozen showing up, does have the Zaman Force again. He's going after Hyde on Bush this time. But the dash is a bit too much! Now it's Akashi trying to find a punch. Soria and Felix with the help. And Kozen gets out alive, but Doom, he does not expect Coil to be there!
What are you doing? Not like this! Jumps in thinking he's gonna be the hero, jumps in thinking he can save the day, but Coily was ready and waiting. The back and forth of that last fight, and I mean, let's be honest, both teams made some mistakes. Both teams threw some bodies in when they shouldn't have. On the boss side, Doom gets 1v2'd. Sara and Felix makes his way up to try to help out, and honestly, this is not a bad play. Look at the amount of damage Sara and Felix is able to output, gets the kill onto Shin, and at this point, E7 has to back off, but Koizen's not done yet. He's under the tower, and the fight should have ended there. Once Koizen backs off and Akashi's back off, but for some reason, Doom felt like he could be the hero.
We gotta see Doom Moskov last night, or Doom carry game 1, who was very particular and cautious of his positioning, because he's getting caught a lot more often than we expected him to be on this Moskov so far in this game. Kuzen, another Zaman Force already used, and Hyde on Bush. He is no longer afraid to deal with him. Even without the Purify, Kuzen was just ready to take that fight on. So we're seeing another turtle in just 4 seconds. E7 have yet to take a single one over to their side. Can they actually make it and position themselves around it this time?
Yeah, it's definitely important for Entity 7 to maybe try to gain some ground here. They're down about 3K gold though, so if they lose another big fight, it could look very similar to game number 1. So honestly, smartest move at this point, just give it up, look for play elsewhere. Doom is on top side, gonna be able to farm, take advantage of that, maybe get a tower somewhere on the map. But Coily already on his way back up along with Saw, and Doom doesn't know they're coming.
Yeah, sorry, Felix is just someone E7 are having a hard time dealing with at this point. You really want to expect the damage from Shin, but there's not enough ways to just hold down Sorian Felix on this Uranus. Enough time for the Mystic Gush to just really shred him down. Also has the Purify, so that adds to the problem. Now they're on to Fakin. Does have the perfect match. Is going to be safe, but even then, right, they gave up the objective, but I don't think we saw any trades across the board. Not even that tier 1 up top was dealt with by Doom, and I think it's also about time they kind of feel a bit more pressured, because Pro Esports, they're just dealing with all of the win conditions one by one.
I mean, the position on Pro's map right now, they've got their bases covered, right? It's always 2 on one side, 2 on the other. As Coily kind of rotates around, they are going to kind of conjoin into this mid-tier 3. That's the last tier 3 that they want to try to capitalize and take to open up this map for themselves. But they are strangling Entity 7 right now, cutting them off from all entryways to try to take any towers from Pro. And if one of them does go off alone, it could be a death sentence. Speaking of death sentences, McGinn should be able to get away here.
Bucky's only on the Radiant Armor as of now, and you're seeing at least 2k gold leads between the junglers and the gold laners of both E7 and Pro. It's not looking good if you're waiting for the damage to come through for E7, because you have a lot of setup. You have a lot of ways to just target members from Pro Esports, but without the damage, it is going to be very, very tough. Akashi, though, holding this bush.
There's too many of them. I don't know if that's a safe play right there. Hanging out, hiding out, keeping vision. Okay. He's a spy in enemy territory right now.
He's not moving.
Just don't move, don't breathe. You know, see how long he lasts. Lord is going to be up, and this honestly not the most horrible position for Akashi, but he is going to make his way up. They know that Pro Esports want to rush this. Hide on bush, might try to look for the engage.
Okay, Vagin, does he find one now? Uses the perfect match, but doesn't find a setup yet. Sa! Going with the Crimson Pico, they just want to lock onto Akashi! And they find a mega kill for Coily there. Kozin now with the Diamond Force, does force out the Purify, using the Fatal Links. But they don't get to capture him. And now it's going to be Sorian Felix targeted, but with the Purify out, he's still going to be okay. AOG in for PP. They're going to set up with a trade. Spatial Migration onto 2. SOD! But can Doom make a difference? That's a stun from Shin. But Pro already got what they want. It's just the Lord.
Pro takes the Lord, losing nothing. So many utilities wasted. I'm sorry on Felix that by the time Doom shows up, there's just nothing to hold Pro down, but E7 doesn't want to stop.
Okay, concentration. No Purify. E7 probably wanted to go for him, but it's still a Uranus. He can still make it out alive. Now E7 have to deal with another Lord Siege incoming for Pro. This is nothing new to them, though. But the wave clear, I guess it can be handled. It's a Moskov and a Gord in their hands either way.
Yeah, they definitely have opportunity to defend against this Lord push. Pro Esports, the major objective is definitely take these tier 2s and try to maybe get one inhibitor. Holy Defense is up on that top lane, so not a whole lot. They may not be able to get that, but a second wave in coming after, if Pro looks for the re-engage, or if NT7 makes a big mistake and comes too far out, that could be the advantage that Pro's looking for here.
Okay, Mountain Shocker in, Doom gets caught, Mystic Gush forced out too from Shin, and now they're already gonna take out all turrets except for the base turrets here for E7. This is a lot of control going over to Pro Esports alongside the Holy Shields too, so I think they will be very happy with what they've been able to take, at least with this first Lord.
Yeah, they get the tier 2s, they don't break through, which means Entity 7 has a little more life to spare. They still need to play it safe, because if there's a big team wipe, trying to contest a Lord, or you get caught off guard, then Pro can definitely end things. But if they play it safe for another few minutes, which we've seen them do before, yeah. they can even survive another Lord push, honestly, as long as they don't mess this up. Like you mentioned, they have great siege potential. They can hang out in the base, they have the magic push, they have Doom who can shred, and they have Akashi who can defend anyone who tries to jump in. So the possibilities are there. Taking a look at the items, taking a look at the gold spread, Kuzin once again is so far ahead of Doom. It's been 2 games in a row where Doom locks in his 3rd item so late in the game. And yes, we're going to start to see that shred, but by now it feels a little bit too late, because even Sorian Felix so ahead of his of his opponent in the XP lane. It's just problems all around the board for Entity 7.
Yeah, I think they'll have to wait for a moment where they could just really rely on sheer damage to deal with Pro. Because at this point, if they just really want to go for the setups, the captures, I think these 3 Purify spells you're seeing on the side of Pro will not make it easy for E7 to pull off a combo like that, unless they find ways to force it out and actually target on specific members of Pro. But that's the thing, the damage is spread out. It's really, really well spread out. And now, Sorya and Felix tanking a majority of the damage, already forced to use the Consecration, but in exchange, why was Vagin there all alone? There was no follow-up, no one nearby from E7, even if he wanted to go for the setup on Kuzen.
Well, Vagin was looking for Koizen. Everyone else focused on Asari on Felix once again. Entity 7 shouldn't even be starting fights right now. I get it. Maybe look for a pickoff, but don't force anything at all. Let Pro Esports come to you. That's where your advantage is going to be. Let them dive into you, back up, and look for the re-engage. You have the crowd control to do that.
I guess it was also a desperate attempt. They really wanted to at least get something right, because we were failing to see trades from E7 ever since Pro Esports were able to bounce back. Ever since Coily was able to find those 2 kills, which made that kill towards Coily in the first minute of the game almost insignificant already. So it's Pro Esports with an almost 9k gold lead. Very, very similar to what happened in game number 1, Trex. But does Pro find an easier way to close it out this time? They have a lot of tools to engage. They have Sorya and Felix, they have an AOG, and even a Crimson Beacon from Sa, so they could just catch them by surprise. But the question is, they have to calculate it well enough. And will they be able to do so now against E7?
Alright, so Entity 7 just has to hold strong under these towers as Pro makes her engage. Nice Mount Shocker.
The engage actually came from Coily. It's not from anyone else, and now it's Kuzen's really taking down this base turret in mid together with the Zaman Force. They're gonna transition to the top. Hide on Bush, trying to defend it as much as he can. Vagin going in too. Does he use the Fatal Links now? He does, but doesn't catch anyone. Hide on Bush on the Spatial Migration does find Kuzen and force out the Purify, but he's gonna get punished just the same. It's Doom left to defend. They had to make room for Doom to defend.
Vagin catches no one and barely gets all the Purifies out. Sorry, and Felix gets Consecration back.
Oh.
This is bad for Entity 7.
Vagin doesn't have the ultimate anymore. Akashi waiting for the perfect timing, but Kuzen with the Zaman Force is just bursting everyone down. AOG doesn't last to anyone, but Coily already goes in. Pro Esports, they have the base within reach. The minions have spawned, but they have another wave coming down bot. But E7 are pushing them out. SOD doesn't connect. Flying Clouds from Akashi. Where does he want to go? Sorya and Felix being shredded down. Consecration! They finally find a target and take down one.
They got to go back to the base, though. There are minions down. They finally put another kill on the board after multiple minutes. We're back to a 15-plus minute game, Brigida. Entity 7 somehow still surviving. We did predict that since they had all inhibitors up, the defense was possible. It definitely could have been cleaner, maybe not lose all 3, but Entity 7 is once again in this position that they were in game number 1. Once again, they need to not make the mistake of jumping in. Don't force it. Be careful if you do.
Okay. Hide on Bush nearly caught someone there, but that's just all gonna be for this tier 1 in mid. And yes, E7, how are they able to do this every single time? In every single game that you see them. Even if they don't get a hold of the early game, they just find a way to at least push the game to a much later time. And that is when you expect Doom to really hit his power spike, right? We're approaching 20 minutes in the game. All members are almost at level 13 to 15. Pro Esports, though, they want to rush this. They don't want to allow for E7 to find any opportunities. But Vagin from behind.
From the back.
From behind.
From the back.
He's going to find anyone he can, but it's taking a while. Does land the Fatal Links and the shutdown from Shin!
Kuzen able to find Shin, that's huge. Zaman's Force drops and Kuzen's still popping off. But on the top side, Doom. Base race, Akashi on.
Okay,
Akashi's got to get back.
Yep, PB and Kuzen are looking to use this wave down bottom. Doom already recalled as well, but the Zaman Force is already here. Does Kuzen use it now? They don't just yet. They're trying to deal with the poke. There you go, Zaman Force. Spear of Misery from Doom, pushing him out. But they have another wave. Can they create enough space? They want to go for the end, but Doom's defending to the best of his capability. Sa already almost going down. A flicker from Doom! Pro could not fight.
Pro, maybe look for the re-engage. No, they didn't go for the Lord. They wasted their time trying to come into the base, and now Entity 7 is on the chase. SOD onto Kuzin.
Oh, Doom wants to go find the kill on Kuzin. Purify forced out as Vagan lands the fatal links, and now it's PP who's looking to go down. Coily finds a Mountain Shocker onto Vagan, but the flicker from Akashi! He finds Kuzin, but he goes down too!
Now Doom continues to push forward as Entity 7. This might be the time to back off. You got your target. You finally killed Kuzin, but at what cost? Akashi goes down. This is reminiscent of the previous match before as Entity 7 tries to rush the Lord. It's hide on Bush versus Coily once again.
Okay, Consecrations. Brian Felix already using it as well. He's being shredded down by Doom right now. Coily's still alive though. It's a concealed play from PP. The knock-up's onto Vagan, and there goes the taunt. It's onto hide on Bush. He has the spatial migration out of here, but it's Coily, and there's Doom with the SOD fighting hide on Bush first. AOG doesn't land onto anyone. It's Doom making things possible all by himself, but can he? He's being chased. He's being chased.
It's a 1v4 right now. Doom against the world, getting free hits. Can they stop him?
Sorry, I'm Felix. You're starting to feel the damage. Doom, though, he's surviving, but not for long. It's finally a pickup by Pro, and they have the Lord marching in mid.
Shin now also getting cornered. The magic gush to find Coily.
Salmon force from Kuzan doesn't make it, but it's enough. Shin cannot defend this all alone. Akashi, it's all on you, but they don't care. They just need the minions. Pro Esports make their way to knockout and sweep NTT 7-2-0.
Sweep E7. Na-sweep ng Pro ang E7.
Taking a loss and getting sent down to the lower bracket to 2 grueling games against Entity 7. They finally secure their spot in the top 8. They finally secure their spot in the knockout stages.
Nice try.
It's unfortunate you saw a bit of disconnect here and there. NTT 7, they definitely wanted to do different things across the map, and they tried as much as they could, but the synergy just didn't work out for them in terms of their heroes. And what we once thought was a really good
Galing
start was
daw.
just turned around immediately by Coily, finding all the kills in the early game, allowing him to get back almost immediately. This is one of the instances you see a Yi Sun Shin work, and Pro Esports have done a great job at showing us how.
I mean, Entity 7 as well, you're right. This is a perfect example of a team that off pure will and force can try to go the distance. They took down TLPH yesterday, and today they did everything they could to hang on in this series. Sadly, Pro Esports was able to keep it together for them, but for all the Cambodian fans out there, they're going to be moving forward, and for all the fans out there, we got an interview ready for you on the stage now. Take it away, Rose.
Pro Esports officially heads to the knockout stages after eliminating Entity 7 in a clean sweep. And right now on stage, we actually have Kuzan for a little bit of a post-match interview, who said he's more nervous for this interview than the game that he played just now. How are you, Kuzan?
Okay lang po. I'm good, I'm good.
He's a little jittery. He's shaking a little bit. Now, Kuzan, let's talk about game 1. Come here closer. I won't bite. Don't worry. Let's talk about game 1. Game 1, you guys had such an amazing lead, and you even broke records by getting 18 kills. But you guys almost also lost that game. What happened in that game?
Feel ko po dahil sa mahirap din po kasi yung parang kamusta po namin kasi magkakaiba po kami ng mga language, parang kaya nangyayari po talaga yung mga ganun sa amin. Kaya parang sa susunod na lang po parang i-review na lang po namin yung mga game namin para maayos yung mga ganun.
So he said actually in game 1, he felt that it was more towards the comm difficulties that they experienced in game, as most of the players actually speak in different languages, which means that during critical moments, it's very hard for them to actually coordinate and organize their thoughts. And Kuzan, you are going further and further from me. Let's not go too far, it's getting harder. So how did you guys manage to keep composure knowing that you guys almost lost such a big lead?
Sa akin po parang inano ko po yung sarili ko na di po ako pwede mawala sa laro kasi ganun na po yung nangyayari sa game kaya parang positive na lang po buong game parang hindi ko na po iniisip parang reset lang po talaga.
I see. So he said that he actually had a mindset during game 1 that he just needed to lock in. He needed to be positive. He needed to just keep his head in the game because he cannot be outside of the game or that could potentially cause an upset for the side of Pro Esports. Now, finally securing your knockout stage tickets, what are your expectations moving forward?
Siguro po sa susunod na mga kalaban namin hindi na po namin iniisip, parang gagalingan na lang po talaga namin yung focus po kami sa team namin. Parang feeling ko kaya naman po namin makapalag dito kasi nakaabot po kami ng ng top 8 ay knockout stage po kaya feel ko para sa akin po kaya.
He said he feels like they were actually do really good moving to the knockout stages. You know, it's been such a journey, it's a roller coaster for Pro Esports here in the group stages moving forward. I'm sure this young man over here is more confident to play the game than to talk to me.
Mo magsalita. Tapos pag may mali ka na sabi, mababiral ka na.
Pool will choose from the 2-1. Who do you think will choose you guys?
Hindi ko po alam pero baka sorry po.
Falcons, pagkatapos pa na ONIC SRG. Ngayong gabi din. Pero yung susunod na match kasi ONIC versus SRG.
He said he thinks that Vamos actually might choose them, but we'll see later on. Do you have a message for Vamos if they do pick you guys later?
Sa Vamos, wala naman ba parang good luck na lang. Galingan na lang natin lahat.
No message for Vamos. Good luck to us and let's do our best. Any message to the fans back at home?
Sa lahat po ng may mga pinidin po dito. Maraming salamat po sa mga sumusuporta po sa amin kahit dala-dali pa rin po namin yung bansang Pilipinas. Saka
Hello.
Sa lahat po nanonood dito, mga sumusuporta rin po sa akin. Maraming salamat and sa girlfriend ko rin po sa family niyo. Tapos sa lahat po ng pamilya ko.
Kuzen said that, thank you very much to all of the supporters, especially to the Filipinos in the arena that are showing the support for Pro Esports. He'd also like to say thank you to his family, his girlfriend, his parents, and all that kind of stuff. So are you ready to crush some keys, Kuzen?
Ready na po.
All right, Pro Esports, come on over. Who wants to crush some keys? Who's gonna be the one pushing? Who? Will Kuzen be pushing? Who will be pushing? Who wants? It's okay. We'll decide as we walk. Come on. Okay, we'll decide as we walk. Who will be crushing? Who will be crushing? You? Sino magka-crush ng keys? Kuzen? Okay. Coily is gonna do it. All right, guys. You may take your position. Coily, you may head to the lever, and to the rest of the Pro Esports boys, you may actually watch. Watch close. And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Pro Esports officially ending the journey of Entity 7 here at MSC at EWC 2026. All right, let us see the key and show it to the camera. Wow, such an amazing journey for Entity 7. Let's show it over to the desk to break down what happened in this series.
What happened indeed. Entity 7, the talk of the town, and probably still will be for the next 24 hours at least, have gone down. Their key crushed, their hopes for bringing the Americas a championship here at MSC now down the drain. However, they have done a lot here, I will say, and have certainly represented their region very, very proudly. So you should be happy with all that you've completed here, Entity 7. Hold your heads up high. And like Eternal likes to say, we'll be waiting. We'll be waiting for the next iteration. Rain Day and Nice-Sue and, of course, LaFell back on the desk, guys. What do we say after this one? It was a 2-0 from Pro Esports and Entity 7. Key crushed.
The key crushed, but you know what? They made a statement around the world, I feel like. Yeah. So they'll still go home, and hopefully they hold their heads high. They unfortunately couldn't move forward to the knockouts, but to take down an opponent like TLPH is a statement in itself. And again, it's also showing just how strong Cambodia is right now with Pro Esports and this lineup that's going to be going into the knockouts.
Yeah, we saw levels of the meta. They were catching up originally, and then they found their footing, and that's where the surprise from Team Liquid PH was shown. But then when they came up against Pro Esports, who I thought
Sunod na
played really
ONIC
well,
guys
moments of ups,
versus
moments of downs,
SRD.
it seemed like they were a more complete team. They understood what this tournament was about, and they're ready to ride that momentum, LaFell, into the knockout stages.
Yeah, I feel like they definitely have a few things to fix, right? Especially when it comes to ending the game, because it's clear that the early as well as the mid is looking pretty strong.
Yeah.
Because in this game, I would say they were able to capitalize on a mistake of Entity 7, where I feel like Entity 7, they rushed through the draft, right? Because they pick up the Moskov quite early because they were really hoping for a pure assassin pickup in the jungle. But then they saw that and it's like, hey, there's no Claude, there's no Ling, there's no Fanny, there's no Harara. All the natural predators over Yisun Shin is no longer in the game. That made the draft look so good for Pro Esports. But again, they think that Vamos could pick them during the draw later on. We still don't know who they're going to pick up later, but still, there's a lot of things that they need to brush if they want to move even further into the competition.
Take a look at the back end as well, and going off your point, Coily has made every character, every hero that he's played look good. Talk about his impact, Naisu, and also the fact that we get another win here for YSS.
Yeah, it takes some work to get YSS a win, and that's exactly what the team had to do here from Pro Esports to allow Coily to be able to do that. There was also just some really good usage of their team fight potential with this. Again, Kozin getting that Harith, being able to be very proactive on it. A lot of the times it was space provided, not just for the YSS, but for Kozin to do the same thing. Yeah. And, you know, again, that's why that lineup, that draft that we saw from Pro Esports worked so well. And there was also a couple oopsie moments that we saw from Entity 7, which I feel like further it kept
Doom
them
on the
from,
cloud?
Yeah.
Doom on the cloud? Yeah.
That's one of them.
All right.
That's one of them. It kept them from snowballing into the game.
And yeah, I that's why I say I kind of feel like I don't want to pick on the interview, but they did say like a little bit of a lack of preparation.
No, that's a good point. That's
Right?
a good point to make. And I think Eterna showed her surprise at that answer, LaFell. It's not normal we hear that. We almost never hear that.
And this is why I discussed with Briggs that we both agree that sometimes it's okay to lie, right? Even if you didn't prepare, just like, oh yeah, we did everything that we can.
Everything about
right? But we'll see what happens in game. And it's just unfortunate that, yeah, maybe they just use all their strength, their energy on TL, and even they didn't thought they would make it through. So they're like, wait, we're still here? What's the next step again?
I mean, you learn a lot when you get to a tournament like this, right? I mean, you learn if you're LATAM and you go and say, well, we lost,
Hello,
but we hopefully get some
Zing.
experience about that. And people are watching very closely. Hopefully that's happening behind the scenes as well. But Pro Esports is now the story. We have to continue with the winners, and they have a great journey ahead of them into the knockout stages. $100,000 earned for this team. That is a big deal no matter how you slice it, no matter where you're from. And a big congratulations to be top 8. They've taken down essentially half of the competitors here at MSC. One more week to go. Can they do it again?
Hey, one more week. By the time we finish today, we'll send 2 more teams home, 2 more teams getting to the knockouts, and then it comes down to, you know, who's going to choose who. So I think once we get there, that's where the interesting things happen because, you know, this group stage has been very fun. I feel like, again, it's been very refreshing in comparison to our previous iterations of MSC at EWC, and hopefully we get to see more of it in the knockouts.
I agree. Totally. It's really great that we have a chance to talk to these players so often. It's very hard for them to do these interviews, but we love it when they give us the ability to. The man who's not only picking for the team, helping to draft, helping to play in his role, helping to edit YouTube videos maybe. I don't know what else he's doing. He's doing everything. Hide on Bush has had a chance to talk with Eterna as they exit MSC.
Hey everyone, we're backstage now with Hydon Bush from Entity 7. How was that match for you? What did you think went wrong?
¿Cómo te sientes después de la partida? ¿Qué crees que anduvo mal?
Me siento un poco decepcionado y creo que fueron errores más de comunicación de equipo y un poco de errores mecánicos, pero bueno, son cosas que se mejoran después de todo.
I am a little bit disappointed. I think it was mostly about communication within the team and a little bit of mechanical skills, but those are things we can still polish.
Okay, so communication was something that could have been better. We heard from the interview with Shin earlier on that maybe you didn't prepare as well. Did you feel like that was a factor to what happened in that match?
Tuvimos una entrevista con Shin y nos comentó que no se habían preparado antes de esa entrevista. ¿Crees que quizás esto contribuyó a la derrota, que no se prepararon lo suficiente?
Sí, porque apenas llegamos a Francia, nosotros tuvimos un día para practicar y bueno, ya sean los equipos indonesios, filipinos, todo lo que sea Asia, tienen muchos servidores para probar, para jugar equipos como Aurora, Team Wiki de Indonesia, todos esos equipos tienen varias opciones para practicar. En cambio en LATAM no hay muchas opciones, solo es en América, LATAM, de Perú, Chile, Argentina, solo esos servidores.
Yes, when we came here to France, we only had one day to practice, and usually we can do that because other teams have their own servers where they can scrim and practice against really high-end teams, but on our server in South America, we don't really get that opportunity. So when you play against the other countries in our region, you don't get that quality of scrims which other teams had way before us. We only had one day.
Well, despite all of those challenges, I think you played very well, Hairon Bush, from yesterday to today. Even game number 1, it looked like there was going to be a comeback because of what you did. Are you at least proud of everything you've done here at MSC?
A pesar de la derrota, dice que tú específicamente has jugado muy bien. Ayer y hoy has jugado excelente. Es más, la primera partida de hoy ni siquiera hubiesen podido tener la oportunidad de regresar a la partida si no fuera por las jugadas que tú hiciste. ¿Tú específicamente te sientes bien de tu performance? ¿Te sientes orgulloso de lo que has hecho?
Me siento normal, o sea, sí me siento un poco orgulloso de lo que hice, pero siento que se pudo hacer mejores cosas si es que tuviéramos mejores opciones para practicar o, bueno, tuviéramos más días para practicar, pero es algo que pasa.
I'm normal, I'm neutral.
Okay.
I have a little bit of pride of what I did, but I still believe that I can do better. And if we in our region had better conditions to practice and get better, I think we could do it better.
There's so much potential here. There's so much potential. What's next for you?
¿Cómo se ve tu futuro? ¿Cuáles son tus siguientes planes?
Todavía no está nada seguro. Ahora de seguro voy a ver esta noche por qué equipo iré y qué es lo que va a suceder conmigo y bueno, solo eso.
Nothing is written in stone. I'm going to see tonight if I go to another team or if I stay. I haven't really taken a decision. I'm going to look at it tonight.
Okay, we're anticipating what's next for you because everyone is talking about you right now in a very good way. So before you exit, maybe the viewers, the fans, your new fans as well, want to hear something from you. Do you have something to say to them?
Hay muchas personas que están hablando de ti, están hablando de ti de una manera muy positiva. Entonces, a la gente que te sigue, a tus fans, a tus nuevos fans, ¿tienes algo que quieres decirle?
Le quiero mandar un saludo y gracias por todo el apoyo y bueno, todavía no se dio todo lo que podíamos demostrar, pero en el futuro yo creo firmemente que vamos a poder dar mucho más para LATAM.
A big shout out to all my fans. Thank you for supporting me. Thank you for the continued support. And this is just the beginning. I know we can bring really big things for LATAM.
I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Once again, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for your journey here at MSC, because now we're going to throw it over back to you guys.
What support coming over from LATAM? Guys, nice to LaFell. We're going to be changing out soon, but I want to get your thoughts. What set are we looking for? What set stuck with you the most?
First of all, I gotta say it has been as we expected today. Team Spirit as well as Pro Esports will go through. ONIC against Langmore Giants. This is gonna be quite a big one because again, MSC champions going up against MSC champions. But if I'm gonna give my thoughts, I hope for the best for Langmore Giants, being a Malaysian myself. But honestly, ONIC has been looking very, very strong. So I don't know. I kind of feel like ONIC could actually win that one.
And then we have the Battle of the Skies, right?
Yeah.
The last one. I'm going to have to go, and it's going to be tough, but obviously they're the last remaining team for Team Falcons Philippines to represent the Philippines, and as much as I love the MENA team too, I know they're, you know, the civil war that they have going on, but I hope we have a good match. We get 3 games, but
Check-ting na yung ONIC and
thank you boys for your analysis as well. I have a really, really good analysis. Clip this. Falcons are going to win the final game of today.
Wow.
It's going to happen.
Understood.
And
very understood.
I'm going to be right about that, all right? Hey, I may be new, but I know that for sure in MLBB. Guys, if you want to join me on my pick'ems, maybe you're a little bit more advanced than I am. You've been watching a lot longer. I'm 5 days in. However, I will say that the pick'ems for EWC have a chance to not just earn some talk about, you know, whether you're right or wrong, but even your share of $300,000 in prizes. So get those in before this next match. It's a match of champions, ONIC and SRG, coming up after this. While we switch out our panel and get ready for the game, I want to let you know that in-game, you have a chance to have some fun too with a collaboration from one of the greatest games of all time, Street Fighter and MLBB.
Human body
teams home on the second side of this day. And yes, it is going to be a grudge match between two Falcons later on. But right now, coming up, it's a grudge match between two champions, MSC champions, that's right, and the teams that had won after each other. It's going to be ONIC versus SRG, and I've got two people who know all about that to help break it down. Of course, Redmar Gideon back on the desk with us. Redmar joining us as usual. What's up, man?
Happy to be here. I am shocked. There is something about today, LaFell and I were talking about it. Some odd results, some odd decisions. I wonder if that's going to lead up to the results for the second half of the day.
That's a good question, Gideon. I mean, odd for you? I mean, you know,
I think the air smells a little different. I truly believe that this MSC might just be something special. I think that a lot of teams here right now really feel like they have an opportunity to make some life-changing money if they can just get to the finals.
Yeah, getting to the finals is the big key now. And of course, it leads into our Crunchyroll story of the day, which is, can the Sky King finally exact vengeance? There can only be one. And so which one will it be?
There can only be one.
This is the story, and of course, ONIC and SRG, history is going to be made whether one of these teams win or lose.
Di ba meron ding moniker kay Sekai?
Have not had good results for the previous MSCs. In 24, they drew in the, I believe it was in the group stages, which meant that ONIC ID then couldn't go into the group stages, or in the knockout stages, excuse me. And then last year in 25, ONIC PH fell to SRG in the semi-finals. So ONIC in its Indonesian form, ONIC in its PH form, has not had good standings against SRG and MSC ever since we moved to EWC.
I think the only one is just Kelva, really, who's got like a positive win rate against SRG at this point in time, knocking them out during the M series. And I think at this stage, SRG and ONIC, I have to agree with what LaFell mentioned earlier. ONIC just looks like the better team as of right now, considering the overall performance based on the games we've seen so far with SRG.
Yeah, and the thing is with these two teams, we've seen both of them stumble. Otherwise, they wouldn't be here. ONIC obviously stumbled a little bit later, SRG a little earlier, but in some ways, SRG proved themselves in that extra match, which now has maybe given them a little bit of an edge. Maybe they fixed some things. We don't know. Obviously, it's hard to guess these types of things, Renmar. You can see the players in the back room at EWC getting ready, talking strategy, maybe just relaxing here before getting on for a very important match.
Yeah, my question is, which jungler are we going to be getting?
That's a great question.
Are we going to get both junglers? Is it going to start off with Uni? Will it go back to Sekai's starting things off? Because Uni, he made his presence felt right away for SRG.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think a lot of people have been questioning whether or not Uni should be part of this starting lineup, you know, just to initiate things. And I don't think it's a bad idea, because so far, I think Sekais has lost a little bit of his confidence, especially for the past couple of matches. It's not about bad decisions. It's just, I pressed the button too fast. I got nervous and I reacted too slowly to it. Uni on the opposite side is actually able to not only play mechanically, but I think more importantly brings a shot calling element, alleviating some of the pressure from the IGL cram.
And maybe just some confidence as well. And especially after you do a moment like that, excuse me, I think you just find yourself feeling that you can get the job done. But against this team of ONIC, it's going to be difficult. You talk about the gold standard in Kelra, you see Sans, Kiboy, Kairi. Well, we have so many different players who can make a moment and make it theirs that SRG is going to just have to play their game, because it may not be possible to stop ONIC playing theirs. We had a chance to sit down with Loopy earlier on to talk about how he was feeling coming into this match.
8:30 here, and now we are with Lutfi from ONIC. ONIC, welcome. Hello. Earlier, he was a little bit nervous about his Indonesian, so he will try his best to do it in English, and then I will help translate in case he needs it.
Okay.
But, Lutfi, first question.
Okay.
What did you learn from your loss against Aurora yesterday?
I think gameplay.
Gameplay.
Yeah.
What about gameplay? Was it your gameplay that was lacking? What was wrong with your gameplay? Apa yang salah sama gameplay kamu?
Mungkin kemarin kita banyak mistake lah.
Cambodia nanalo kanina, yes.
What kind of mistakes are you talking about? Was it comms? Was it execution? Was it draft?
Banyak yang mungkin bisa eksekusi, bisa draftnya mungkin kurang pas.
He said there are a lot. I don't think Lutfi's giving me anything here. Anything specific, Lutfi? Ada yang spesifik nggak?
Nggak ada sih, ya mungkin gameplay kita lagi kurang bagus lah kemarin lah. Mungkin kita bisa adjust di hari ini.
Okay, so he mentioned that it's the gameplay that was still lacking yesterday, but he's trying to repair it today. But what do you think about SRG? Because this is going to be your next matchup. SRG, a lot of people are saying that SRG aren't as strong here at MSC. Do you agree with that?
Menurut aku ya Dia mungkin perlu adaptasi sih, mungkin kayak ada gameplay apa namanya? Mungkin gara-gara PES juga kan dia butuh adaptasi lagi. Tapi menurut aku cukup strong juga sekarang SRG.
Okay, Lutfi says that SRG are still strong, but it looks like they're still adapting to the meta, and probably it's because of the patch. Is that the same issue that you've been having as well with ONIC?
Ya mungkin.
Maybe.
Yeah,
That's what he
mungkin.
said, maybe. He's really not giving me anything. But Lutfi, talking about the meta and talking about the patch, it looks like teams that rely too much on their EXP laner aren't doing as well.
Mungkin gara-gara ini ya apa sekarang kan banyak kayak XP tebel-tebel gitu ya mungkin ya. Jadi kayak kalau semisal XP-nya agak susah mungkin ya gamenya bakal ketutup, soalnya Assassin kan rada susah kan kalau yang pakai sekarang yang damage gitu XP ya. Jadi harus banyakin main XP.
Hindi mo panalo kanina.
He thinks that in
Sa
this current meta, that
match.
the EXP laners are required to utilize heroes that are a lot more tanky compared
Di ba
to
ako
damage
nalalaman?
because of the new assassins
Sumagot
that
ako
have
kanina
been
dun, ah.
showing in the meta in the jungle. So he thinks for EXP laners, they need to get used to playing heroes that are a little bit more tanky. But are you used to it?
Sorry?
Are you used to it? Kamu udah bisa pakai EXP lane kayak gitu?
Bisa.
He can. So it's not going to be a problem for you?
Apa tuh?
Akan jadi masalah nggak buat kamu?
Oh enggak sama sekali.
No, it won't be a problem. What's going to be your problem up against SRG? Apa yang bikin SRG kuat yang mungkin bisa jadi problem untuk Lutfi?
Ya mungkin kalau dia bisa di-share nggak ya? Mungkin kalau mereka perang sih ya mereka lumayan jago lah kalau lagi perang gitu, perang gede gitu.
So he mentions that the team fights may be the problem there later on up against SRG. Do you have a message to SRG before your match? Ada pesan nggak untuk SRG sebelum match kamu?
Good luck aja, good luck bang.
Good luck aja. Untuk fans-fans kamu, banyak loh fans-fans kamu.
Ya dukung kita terus.
Support them always. Thank you so much, Lutfi, for this interview, and good luck for your next match. We're going to throw it over back to you guys.
Well, the conversation and the translation there, thank you, Eterna, for that. It was great to hear from Lupi talking about EXP, getting a little tankier and having a little bit more responsibility in this assassin meta. But on the flip side of it, they're going up against SRG, the Malaysian 5-time MPL champions, looking to go back into the grand finals yet again. And obviously, when you see this squad, Cram, Sakai, Stormy, Yums, Innocent, there's one person who's missing. It's Uni, and he won the last game. And actually, Eterna talked with him.
I'm now with Uni, the super sub from SRG. Uni,
Hello.
you caught us by surprise yesterday. Were you surprised as well that you came in last minute?
Yeah, of course I'm surprised as well because you know I expect to be played yesterday. Yeah, so yeah, surprise.
Surprised. How did it feel? Were you suddenly like nervous? Like who came in to call you?
My both coach came to me and then said that I might be player next game, so just be ready. Then I play.
And then I play. And then you played very, very well. Did you enjoy your performance yesterday?
Yeah, of course. I'm enjoying with my performance yesterday because maybe not too good, but yeah, still enough for my team.
Still enough for your team. And since you're here with me, does that mean you're going to be playing again?
Maybe.
Maybe. But if you were to be called in today, are you prepared?
Yeah, of course. I'm always prepared. Yeah.
Always prepared. How do you stay prepared?
I don't know. Being at sub, sometimes you just need to always be ready, because you don't know what will happen on the future, right? So just be ready always.
Is it challenging for you being in that mindset always?
Sometimes, but we cannot choose, right? We don't have a choice. So
Okay.
basically, we just be ready.
We're very proud of you, by the way. Very, very
Thank
proud.
you.
And let's say you are going to be the starting lineup. You're up against Kyrie. I think a lot of people are talking about Kyrie. Everyone knows Kyrie at this
Yeah.
stage. How is that for you? Mentally taxing? Are you okay with that? Is there anything specific that you have prepared up against Kyrie?
If you ask me, I didn't think so much about it. I just play with my team and focus with my team. I didn't care which enemy I facing off. Yeah. All I just go through with my team.
That's amazing. Is that mentality from yourself, or did someone help you bring
Yes,
that mentality out?
myself,
From yourself?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Thank you so much for this interview. But before I let you go, just in case you are going to be playing, because we don't know yet, right? We don't know. No one knows. Do you have a message to your opponents? Do you have a message for ONIC?
My message for ONIC, good luck. Yeah, good luck. Just good luck.
Just good luck. May the best team win.
Yes.
Thank
Good
you
luck,
so much,
good
Uni,
luck.
for this interview. It's been an honor.
Good
And we're going
luck,
to throw it
have
over back to you
fun.
guys.
All right, well, Felix says,
Let's
sorry,
leave
I'm
our
Felix. He
best
says, good luck,
shot.
I'm Uni. We'll figure out which one is the better entrance, the better hello. And will Uni even be playing Renmar? That's the question, but he felt like he was.
Yeah, I have a feeling this might actually be really pressuring on Sakai's even more. Because imagine if ever, just if ever, SRG loses game number 1 and it's not a good result.
Right.
Are they going to stick with Sakai's in? Are they going to bring Uni in for game 2? And then will that continue on to game 3? There's so many things you have to think about now for SRG, especially in the junglers.
I think what it really boils down to is whether or not Sakai has the confidence to, nail the mechanics. I think a lot of the decision and in-game shot calling will still boil down to Yums and as well as Cram. So I can't necessarily say, yes, Skies technically was the underperforming one and Uni has to come in, but there's a lot of outside factors that Uni brings from outside of the game that really alleviates that pressure. But I'm really looking at the mid lanes here. I think that's going to be the game changers.
82% say that ONIC is going to take this win, and obviously you can understand that SRG have had a history of maybe playing the people in front of ONIC in big moments, but this SRG has looked like they finally are susceptible. They were one game away from going out, and then all of a sudden, Uni swapped in. If they're in that type of position, Renmar could be tough.
Yeah, we're gonna get Yums and Stormy versus Kiboy and Sans, Kari versus Sakai's, maybe Uni. The matchups are gonna be crazy. We haven't even talked about Killer versus Innocent. We're gonna get that too.
It's gonna be amazing, that gold lane. Will it be a fighter that goes in there, or will it be a marksman battle between two gold laners who love to throw down? Well, let's, speaking of throw it over to the stage and get our Series 3 of the day ready to go.
Very much so. Series 3 of the day is finally upon us. We went through the champion breakers. At the end of the day, Entity 7, their run ends here at MSC, but it's pro esports to continue. However, from that on, we move on to the big champions battle. And a reminder, we are still in group stage knockouts, and we're getting games just like our next one.
Ooh, match 3. This one is a rivalry that dates all the way back to a few years ago. This is gonna be the deciding factor if we're gonna have 2 Indonesian representatives or 2 Malaysian representatives in the knockout stages.
Vamos, tsaka Vitality. Pasok.
I just want to see some damn good MLBB. Speaking of which, let's bring out our teams. First up, it's none other than ONIC!
Hindi sila nagpa-play ng mga kanya-kanyang team song.
They are greeted to the stage. MSC 23 champions, semi-finalists last year at MSC 25. One of the names most synonymous with MLBB, now walking the razor's edge between qualification and elimination. A narrow loss to Aurora put them in the lower bracket. Their tournament run hinges on beating yet another fan favorite.
Yes, indeed, Milosh. And of course, their opponents, the strongest in Malaysia, the Giants. It is starting off as a fan favorite and now entering their do or die match. Will the 2024 champions be able to defy the odds and do what they need to do to stay in the game? Do they have what it takes to head to the knockout stages?
In this assassin meta, there's a lot on the line and a lot to do in the game itself. Speaking of our matchup, I think we should get them started.
A lot of possibilities. One continues their journey and one's ended here today. Boys, you may place your keys and take your seats. And of course, to our captain, you may meet in the middle for a handshake, a fist bump, completely up to you. Oh my goodness. Milosh, this is going to be one hell of a match. I am ready, so you all better get in your seats, grab your snacks, grab a friend, because it's time to head to the land of dawn.
Grab a friend indeed. You might need a buddy here. You know, they in middle school or even younger, you have to walk in pairs.
I was usually alone.
You didn't have a buddy? Buddy system? Oh man, I'll be your buddy.
Aw. Too late for that, though.
Am I 30 years too late?
Yeah, I'm 30 years too late. But
It's
hey,
okay.
it's never too late for new friends.
Thank you, buddy.
I got you.
Thank you, man. Red
Thank
Barn.
you.
What is happening
here?
we had a busy top of show, but guys, I mean, expand a little bit more after we let everyone know My Champions Pick is available. You can pick your dual champions and win 50,000 diamonds. The event sadly ends on July 27th, so you can go ahead and scan that
Bukas
QR
na yun,
code on your phone or your tablet. Make sure to get involved.
I'm telling you, Rain Day, people have already lost so many predictions at this point, and again, I think two regions who are obviously going to lean into their own regional biases into the individual teams. It's going to be an entire part of the world just cut off just like that.
Yeah, in game I lost. I don't know how much amount of guess coins today. I was overly confident looking at the favored odds that we had with our guess coin game within MLBB itself. But hey, here we are. You know what? There's something in my head. These two have a very important choice, and I said it that way, Cho, because it's Yums, it's Kiboy. Kiboy is undefeated with the Cho this MSC so far. He's led to some high-profile wins. One of them against Aurora yesterday, 2 days ago, yesterday. Yesterday. And we know Yums, great Cho player.
And that's the thing. I think that there's so many similarities between these teams that it's really tough to say who's going to come out on top. So winning your lane may not necessarily be just about the draft when you have players of this caliber. We've already have the gold standard in Kelra and Innocent, who again have been compared time and time. I just don't know who's going to win the matchup, because the last couple of times we looked at those lanes, I think the current score is 2-2.
It is. It actually is. It makes it even tougher again for the choices in the gold lane. I mean, Rain Day even brought it up earlier. Fighter, marksman, what version are we going to get? Obviously, Freya is going to be contested between these two, but if you overcommit too much on dive, wait a minute, that's Uni. That is Uni.
It looks like they got the super sub here this time around, part of the lineup instead of Sakai's the Sky Prince to take him on. I think maybe this is a show of confidence, and maybe this is one of those hey, we need to make sure that every single one of our players are going to do good. If we can alleviate that pressure like we mentioned before, then Cram doesn't have to be so in his head about the shot calls.
The issue here for many people who are happy, elated, surprised, excited to see Uni on the team of SRG is what happens if they lose game 1. Does that put Sakai's in an awkward situation where kind of momentum, trust has already been lost there, and maybe on himself, maybe from his teammates not making that first cut? Does Uni just go 2-0 and then they risk losing? These are the things we'll be following along with, but a major choice there. SRG do stick with their sub as we go into Expanding River. And we're going to bring up another little thing about Uni in a moment as well, because he is the talk of the town, guys. He is really the one that we've been highlighting before, and for SRG, it could be the difference. We've seen it be the difference.
I believe it should be the difference at this stage, and I think that at least with Uni being, everybody has been raving about him in comparison to this guy's the second best jungler within Malaysia. I think this time around, now that he's on the international stage, he's got to show everybody he's more than just the second. He's looking to be maybe the best jungler in the world.
Yeah, some unique drafting choices here for ONIC. They battled the Selena right away. I mean, we've seen some very important Selenas getting picked up in the first phase red side as a response to even all of these really mobile assassins, but we've seen it because of all the vision that it provides, the momentum stopping that it provides as well for teams that really want to go fast. And ONIC said, we don't want our tempo to be stopped. We love to play fast. We love that up-tempo play style, and you're not going to be able to stop that from stop us from doing that.
They like to scramble. They like to get into the scrum in rugby terms, right?
Yeah.
They're all just going to try and contest for the ball, which in this case is tempo. And I totally agree with you. If we look back at the two series that we've already seen here today, a lot of it is lack of information to make that correct decision. So here, I'm thinking about supports. I'm already thinking about people who can open up the map, because that's been a very big problem here at MSC. You try and open up the map and all of a sudden it's a 5v4.
All of these assassins just making it so much deadlier for roams and mids to go around. You really have to have someone who can face check real quick. And then even if you face check, even if your mid laner is one bush behind, you're just wondering, wait, oh, my mid laner's gone because I went ahead forward. It's such a difficult time for Roman mids, which is why, again, we go back to Kiboy and Sans with Stormy and Yums, how they're going to handle positioning themselves in the river. Will ONIC go back to some really old favorites, such as the Kadita to surprise? We know when Stormy plays, when SRG plays, they like to put him a little bit more in the backside of the formation, a little bit more behind to really help support the gold laner. But how can you do that against a team that want to dive you literally with a Kadita?
I think that we talked about this. Actually, we talked about this in our second segment yesterday about the big trades, about how you should be able to dive with the right heroes. That Atlas trade has been put up onto the chopping block. They banned it out, so only Beleric and Valentina are still available. But they also introduced the fact that we're also going to influence the assassins. Hirara is gone, and I think that SRG took a really big lesson yesterday after realizing that they can't just do the Ling Hirara trade without any punishment.
You got to get something, and maybe something on the other side. Somebody said the other day, sacrifice an arm to keep the body. And so maybe sacrificing some of the priority in the assassin matchup in order to get something else where you have the lead and can play around. Two teams, two different styles, one more aggressive, one more disciplined, maybe macro-driven in SRG. ONIC want to play freely. They've got the first pick available. I mean, the Ling is available. You also do have the Eudora, which certain teams have prioritized.
I think that as of right now, I don't know about you, the Beleric openings and Eudora openings have been kind of weak. I do think Ling's not a bad idea, but that just immediately tells SRG, hey, we got to start looking for a strong EXP laner to control that side of the map.
Yeah, you'll end up getting the Beleric Eudora most likely, and then the EXP, maybe Red 3, they pick up either the Uranus or the Barretts, whichever is open. But ONIC still decide to open up with the Beleric. They're willing to give up the Ling unless they're trying to signal to SRG, go ahead, pick up the Ling, we're ready for it. It will make you think.
Right.
Again, we've seen that Beleric get swapped over to XP very rarely, although most likely we are already seeing the roam pick here for ONIC. I wouldn't be that surprising too, because you still have some assassins on the board. Yeah, the Fanny's gone. If ever the Ling goes to SRG, you still have the Nolan that Kyrie plays with very well.
I think this is a three-step process, right? It is get the Beleric first, then pose the question to the opposite side. Do you want to show your mid laner? If you pick Valentina, then we can start choosing other mid laners that can attack your backline as well.
Right.
It's like maybe even Farsa, but this is under the assumption that that Ling is still part of the question. So we currently have three simultaneous equations going on, so algebra nerds, go at it.
Zushin, a great pick, usually on the ban list, and the Paquito, which is a great pick as well, because it doesn't show as many of your cards. We mentioned the hesitancy and the struggle maybe between the gold laners here on the fighter meta, but Paquito could be flexed to a gold lane. It's not a guarantee that he's not, even though it's most likely not the case, Renmar. So what is this set up for now, the answer with ONIC?
I think you can go Barretts in the EXP for ONIC.
Even Esme.
Esme possible too if you want to look at the matchup, but
Uranus around.
Uranus, I'm leaning a little bit more towards Uranus Barretts compared to the Esme, even though Esme is the normal counter that you see now up against the Paquito in lane, and they do go for the Uranus, that constant disrupt. You still end up getting the Link for ONIC. I wonder if SRG are thinking about going back to Akai? No, it's going to be too slow.
I think the only scary thing is whether or not they're going to, see the previous games. They saw Recall playing
That's what I was just going to say. Paquito jungle, it's possible.
It is possible, but it's not one of my favorites here because again,
hindi
it
sisipag
falls
sila
off.
maglaro.
That's the big problem with when you're facing up against Ling. Ling will naturally outscale you at level 15. Paquito is great in the early to mid stages of the game, but if you don't find that snowball lead, then it becomes impossible to get past the Belerican as well as the Uranus, which again, I think that ONIC have taken into consideration.
Question is also the underperformance of Ling. We saw some very high skill ceiling performances in our previous match. But with Uni, there's already a confidence conversation. He feels like he has it, but you can't not understand you're here in this moment. And do you want to play Ling? And also, do you want to play Paquito? Because if you're saying he's not going to trust playing Paquito right away, coming in as he's going to want something a little more safer, then you kind of expect, okay, maybe that is the EXP lane, and we can understand their draft a little more.
Well, we might be able to get a tell from SRG if ever the, let's say,
the bans.
They don't have to worry about the Esmeralda anymore. Because I'm thinking that Harith is still going to go well for them. Harith has done very well against lineups with the Ling. Once you get your power spike, even though you're in the full team fight, despite you going up against a Beleric, as long as you get away from the taunt and the Wrath of the Dryad is gone, Zaman Force gets dropped, and that even sends any Ling back away from the fight. You get the tempo with the Cho to help scale it faster. You move the Paquito away from the gold, you put that in the EXP or the surprise jungle. I could see the vision in it. It could work out.
What are they forcing mid here? I mean,
that's what I'm trying to figure out. I see the Eudora ban and it's like, but wait a minute, if we're trying to, I guess it could be a red herring. It could be saying like, you know, hey, Paquito might not go into the EXP, he might go into the jungle, but just in case, we need to show as if we are going to lock in another assassin in Red 4.
I mean, that would have been a good mid pick as well, because with the Belleric, you don't need the Valentina as much. And so maybe just saying, hey, we're going to limit your options. Now you're going to pick something that kind of would have done a better job for us in this lineup. You're a little weaker as a result of that.
This might actually be a jungle Paquito, because if you look at the Cho and the Juicing together, they're not a combo. But if you put the Paquito in the jungle, then you get the combo of the pick off and then burst it down right away. As much as you use Cho as a means to just get that little crowd control, a lot of its value really comes from the fact that you could -1 someone right away.
But that's on the assumption that you minus someone with a full damage build. And most of the time, and right now, I think they have lack of damage. They have no form of scaling. They have a great form of peel, great form of catch, but if he's building like War Axe nonsense like that and not second into Malefic Roar, I don't know. I don't see it happening.
I mean, you look at a great gold laner there, and you see this team fight, you see the in and out and the pick-off potential from Ling. I mean, ONIC are looking very strong, very traditional in some ways, but very hard to beat.
Oh, this is good. This is good. Mid lane bans on the side of SRG, and this should be a Melissa ban for the side of ONIC, right?
Melissa's not been played at all today. Banned, I think, once, maybe in our first set, but surprisingly not seen very often getting. What do you think that is? Because it's not a Melissa ban either. Just not worried she's coming out.
I think because they have potential answers to it, they can maybe try and get the resources out of it in a different, seemingly a different way. Because keep in mind, if you do end up picking Melissa, I think Sans is going to go for like Yi Farsa type nonsense.
Yeah, exactly. With the Valentina banned out, you can return to the E Farsa, and if ever SRG are thinking about going back to the tanks, if they show it now, tanks in the jungle, excuse me, if they show that now, then it's an easy Eve or Farsa pickup for ONIC. It's really up to you which one you think will mesh better with the lineup. If it's the Melissa, Ixia, anything like that, then the lack of dive maybe is what's going to hurt ONIC. We did hear last time that the Melissa pickup from Yangon Galacticos was a mispick, and they didn't mean to pick up the Melissa, but it worked out well for them. But we go back to a possibility that we posed very early in the draft, and it is still going to be the Harith for SRG. And yeah, it made sense with the Cho getting picked up, with them showing the Paquito Juicing in the mid, it means that the Harith will be well supported.
I'm thinking about this. Is there a possibility of Leomort here if Farsa shows? I think that as of right now, they don't mind artillery mages because they've already got a couple of answers right here. If it's Farsa, for sure, they've got the Paquito to kind of disrupt that. They've also got the Cho to disrupt
Aurora!
Aurora, a very interesting option. Very good for disengages as well, on top of re-engaging with some strong AoE from the Belleric. That is a natural wombo combo.
Yeah, and that will make that Harith struggle really badly in team fights. Well, I mean, it just means that Innocent will have to really watch his timing even more.
I like this mid. One of my most played heroes in my limited experience.
It is very good.
But I lean towards having a little fun bias there on ONIC. The question is, do you like the Claude still? Is that enough? Claude versus Harith. Harith has been performing really well today.
Hey, it's a classic.
Yeah, it's a classic matchup. Seems like we've gone back a little bit in terms of, or we've limited a little bit the craziness of the meta that we've seen so far. And they go for the Hilda.
Interesting. Okay, so their entire lineup mainly is going to be focusing, like, utilizing this Hilda to be able to kind of, double up on certain things. But it does mean that we have confirmation that Uni is actually going into the jungle with this Paquito.
Yeah.
And now the early game is a lot harder because as much as Paquito is strong in that early game, with the added addition of Armor Shred from Hilda, they could set up some potential gank angles.
Yeah, and real quick, besides the roam mid, I'm just looking how the Uranus and the Hilda will be handling the lane and making their presence felt. Whoever has more presence will win it for the team.
Well, Paquito jungle. What a spicy way to kick things off. The one time we've seen it, it's actually won here at MSC. And of course, when you look at this battle and that trophy in the middle, both of these teams have lifted it. It's the Battle of Champions, but only one can go through. It's SRG versus ONIC for this third series of the day. And we've got Mirko and Trex ready to call the action. Fellas?
Thank you so much, guys. We're jumping into the land of Dawn. My name's Trex, and this is Mirko. We're going to be doing the live action on this game. We got two Titans ahead of us, Mirko. It's ONIC up against SRG in a tournament life match. someone's going home, someone's moving on to the knockout stage. Typical emblems, mostly all around. A little bit of tenacity, though, onto Stormy, just in case the defense, for the possible aggression that could come from Kyrie and the rest of the team. But the big surprise pick here, and also surprise sub that we got to see yesterday, Uni, and he's already starting things off with the Paquito jungle. What am I looking for here? I'm looking for quick aggression, right? You have the Cho, you have something that wants to play quickly around the map, you have someone that's gonna have a huge power spike on this Paquito around level 3, level 4. If they can make some off-lane play and possibly get some decent ganks, maybe onto Kelra, maybe onto Loopy, maybe an invade onto Kyrie, that could be the win condition for SRG here.
Absolutely, man. I think that's exactly what they're gonna try to play around. Cram already with the Master Assassin on the hill that goes from XP down below to try to deny Kyrie a farm. They will be able to get a camp away from Kai. On the link with Uni. Walking up on the Paquito, taking the golem away. They'll still be able to get level 4 though, going up to the Lizard after the purple buff.
And killing spree as well on Uni here, right?
Yep.
So we're looking for big fights. We're looking for a lot of damage.
And it's just like, dude, I know we've been asking for this matchup, SRG ONIC, but to see it in the lower bracket as an elimination match instead of like a knockout stage match, it's just kind of sad. Just a tad bit sad.
Just a tad bit. Also a tad bit exciting.
Of course.
You know, we have to say this is also, it's unprecedented, but a lot of damage on a Loopy up on the top side.
Doesn't even pop the consecration. He didn't expect that from the Master Assassin, Cram. Big pick up at the start of the game. Frigid Glacier now on Cram, but there's no follow-up. Cram able to walk up, and now it's going to be ONIC zone away from the neutral objective. Kai trying to go for the retry on his own purple buff. It's going to be free neutral objective again. Uni won't even retry it. They'll just be able to pick it up. And it's a slow game now as SRG take the lead.
And that's exactly what we wanted to see from SRG to make this composition work. ONIC has to be able to work around that. It's going to be a little bit more time for them to get to that point to be able to fight, especially picking up the Aurora. Yes, it's going to do well against some of these frontline fighters. You have the crowd control, but it's not a fast-moving mid lane. It's not an insane playmaker. That's something you would normally see Sans on. It's a slower hero. You get a lot of value and utility out of it, but it's not going to make those quick rotations that SRG is going to be making.
Those quick rotations for SRG up top as well, really threatening Ludpi earlier. Getting the pickoff is already massive for them to get the neutral objective, but then the whole team staying up top after taking a turtle, trying to abuse the fact that Ludpi had already used the Purify was also quite big. Made him a bit low. Also pops in a consecration for some reason up top there. Don't know if anyone really threatened him or it was just a mistap. But Ludpi will still be able to match this XP lead of Cram with an XP Crab take and a shove straight up.
Cram is playing this Hilda so aggressively, rotating around essentially the secondary tank, playing it almost like a roamer would the way he's playing on the opposite side of the river. Whoa!
Great way the Dragon finds him into the knockout strike of Moody. Wrath of the Dryad to respond it over. Sounds walking up as well, but now it's going to be Keyboy, innovative it all. Caught, oh my god! Frigid Glacier comes around to peel Yums with the G-Kuno and the flicker. Sounds caught in the bad spot, doesn't have the flicker. Cram with the swings of the battle axe. Uni! A triple kill against ONIC.
This is huge for Uni. It's 4-0 right now. Add a purple buff on top of that. And the thing about it is, it's 4-0 in kills, and every single one of those kills has gone to this Paquito. Let's take a look at the replay. It all started with the big Way of the Dragon. And even though Keyboy tries to help out by popping that Wrath of Dryad, it's just not enough. The damage, this is what I was talking about. You hit that level 4, you hit that level 5. Early game spikes. We're only 4 minutes in, and that's the thing about the Paquito. No pun intended, it packs a punch. Insane damage in the early game.
I mean, what is he packing in those gloves to be able to hit like that?
They're weighted gloves, man. They're weighted gloves.
Someone's got to check in, bro. Away the Dragon. Technically, they got an MMA advantage right now. Cho and Paquito, bro. With the physical defense reduction of the Cho, together with the crazy damage early on, that burst of the Paquito, no wonder they've just been deleted from the map.
You got the two best fighters in the land of Dawn on one team. Why hasn't anyone thought of this before? SRG now with a decent lead. Can they convert it into something more? They're going to move on to this bot lane. If they can start taking towers this early on, it's going to be huge for them. Maybe get the lane swap in. Once they start taking some towers, Cram can get involved. ONIC has to find a way to slow the pace. And Keyboy and Sans hanging out in these bushes, that's kind of what they're looking for. But Sans gets found out.
Yep, on the Aurora is going to get completely taken out by Cram now as Lutpi gets away just a bit from that Lantern Flare. Almost fully stacked. Backed up Keyboy. Waited in the bush for a bit too long, now gets thrown back. Way the Dragon into Uni again! Oh, this combo is just deadly!
Sadly, I gotta say, wait a second, more action at the purple buff.
Retry from Kai, the 4 blades as well, but SRG got away just in time. Innocent as well, a level ahead of Kelra. ONIC are already forced to play the scaling game.
I want to go back to where Sans got picked off just now. And if those two, Keyboy and Sans, would have been in a slightly different bush, more on their side of the river to where Keyboy was in the mid bush, Sans in the bottom, everything would have been better. But instead they take the aggressive route and advance to SRG's side of the river. Even though they're behind, even though they're not in a position to be in that type of position on the map. And ONIC has to know what they're dealing with at 6-0. They cannot be the aggressive ones, not only in fights, but in positions on the map.
Way the Dragon into Uni, walking up. Oh, he walks away from the Wrath of the Dryad. Leaves him for the rest of the team, just in case ONIC try to capitalize on the Wrath of the Dryad. And this is where the question starts to come up. Oh, Kyrie missed the Defiant Blade on the wall. A bit of panic there. Scram got close. But the question again, Trex, and to everybody here, usually the Aurora is picked up with a combo, a Kaja, a Cho, someone with single target lockdown, and this time it's with a Belleric. Just feels a bit off.
Yeah, Belleric has to kind of search for it, and that means Sans has to constantly be there. And a big kick!
Sanzo has a passive there. Glacier popped in as well. Scram's gonna be frozen under turret, but man, perfectly timed knockout again. Uni in a bag. It's gonna be Innocent with a pickup as well as Lutpi is gonna be slammed down to the ground. Another pickup for Innocent, a double. It's 10-1.
This is uncalled for at this point. The subbed in jungler, 5-0-4. This is his second game in MSC, and he is dominating the playing field. It's a mindset, right?
Where did Kyrie's health bar go? He almost got one shot by Uni.
Where's this guy got locked in for the items right now?
Absolutely.
Where's Uni at?
I have no idea where he's at.
Start off with the Hunter Strike, typical like that. Are we all
surprised he doesn't have
Are we
Sky
into
Piercer.
third item at this point?
Dude, this guy has to be worried. Uni's doing so good. Kyrie gets the orange with the red tree still. Holy moly, 5-0-4.
All right, so SRG have now converted this huge gold lead into multiple towers. Mid-tier 3 gone, top side all gone. And the way that SRG is moving amongst the map, they are just slowly compressing ONIC into their base. They've taken buffs. It is a tough game for ONIC. How do they even find a way out? And you said it. All they really have is Keyboy for the big engager. And for him to really get a surprise engage off, it has to be a flicker. Even Lutpi, this far behind, with the amount of damage that SRG has, he can't harass the way you want to on a Uranus. And in the past, Uranus could still do it at maybe 0-2, could still do it at a 6K gold deficit, but we've been seeing how much trouble Uranus has been having in the meta currently when you fall behind like this. So it's going to be a while, if ever, that ONIC can really come online and re-engage these fights. They're going to have to let SRG come to them and look for the counterattack.
Yep, Kai can only just retrieve the purple buff. That means it's going to be free neutral objective unless ONIC get a pickup, but it's going to be SRG with a move. Sounds of the flicker out already. Yooms! Tikuno with the flicker in the way. The Dragon straight up with the Stormy Sky Piercer. Big Purify coming down now as Kelrock is able to get the Blazing Duet down into the back line as well. Stormy melted down by the god in the gold lane. Kai with those blades picked up now as SRG are still able to get a 2-for-2 trade.
Very well done by ONIC though. Kelra. We fail to talk about Kelra. He's 2-0-1 right now. He's been having the gold lane experience. He's been waiting for his time to shine, and we just saw the damage come out. Innocent, though, does lock in Holy Crystal. It's going to be more damage from him as well. Let's take a quick look at the replay. I want to keep our eyes on Kelra because he knows he has to move down. Keyboy comes in a little bit late to pop that Wrath of Dryad, and right when it pops, Kelra BMIs forward, uses the Blazing Duet on the backside, and outputs the damage, matched up by Kyrie's Tempest of Blades, and then able to just get away. Uni doesn't go down, no, they're not able to get the big shutdown on him, but still, they're able to kind of slow down SRG a little bit.
Gotta give props to Uni though there. It really looked very dicey, but he was able to get those stacks back up, get the damage reduction out so that it doesn't die to Kelra on the Blazing Duet. But Yums, he's had one member in his eyes. It's just Sans, dude, every time. Walks up, sees Sans, especially when he flickers, boom, Yums is on him.
All right, ONIC, they do have some ability to defend here, right? Retry down for the purple buff. Kyrie is able to get it. It's going to be helpful in this next big push as Kelra moves forward. And SRG, I think at this point, take these tier 2s. If you get anything more, it's definitely a bonus. But with a 7K gold lead, they could try to force things open.
Oh my god. On the Uranus taking that much damage. Holy Shield procs in the end, and the charge still comes through. SRG now looking to get 2. Holy Shield's down before the 12th minute of the game. Innocent popping that damage again. The Synchro Fission doing work.
It's a scary bottleneck to come into against ONIC right now, even with the gold advantage.
Oh, no wonder. Look, Holy Crystal picked up already on a Harith. 11 minutes in, and he's on the way to the Divine Glaive.
It's definitely trouble for ONIC, but SRG respects the composition, right? You walk into that tower, you get hit by a big Frigid Glacier, you get hit by any of those big AoE skills. The possibility is there for a quick table flip, a quick turnaround by ONIC, so SRG has to play this smart. They can't brute force ONIC's base open right now. 60 seconds for Lord, they just freeze lanes.
Solid for SRG. No real reason for them to push the tempo anymore. No real reason for them to take any risks. They have the lead. They can play it safe. Heck, Cram can take a beating as well, and he can get away from it. It's all good. Divine Glaive for Sans, though, and it's only a second item.
4.8 gold.
That's painful. Kelra able to spot Yums in that bush.
4.8k gold.
This is going to be big right now. Yums going to go for the cut right now. It's Kelra. He's going to get caught as well. Blazing Duet pops in. Oh! A kick, but he's going to get canceled. Now Stormy dives in, picks up the kill with the Sky Piercer and the Lantern Flare. Kyrie with the blades. Uni jump in, and again, the Purify out for Lutpi. But Kelra has finally been taken out.
2-for-1 trade for SRG. Right in front of the base, 10 seconds before Lord. It's exactly what SRG needs. They're finding these quick moments that they know that as long as we get one more hero, we can go for this big objective. We won't have them harassing us, and Kelra was the big problem in the last fight. So they know who they needed to lock onto, and Uni hasn't missed. 6-0 in 5, and with Kelra finally down, this is going to give the advantage to Innocent in a lot of these fights. We saw the gold lead earlier. We saw how much damage he can output as well. So if Uni does start to fall off, that's going to be their next saving grace. A beautiful engage. Keyboy tries to stop it. He almost saves Kelra. He almost stops the big advance, but Kelra still gets caught off.
And this is the right side of that double-edged sword for Stormy. So many times in this tournament, he's going in, you know, even flickering forward, Crimson beaconing forward, and it just looks awkward. But that's where you find, you know, the benefits of having this crazy aggressive style on your mid lane on Stormy. When it works amazing. That shot into Kelra. This is such a good turret to take as well, man. It's going to be the far lane up there. Wait the dragon onto Lutpi, Frigid Glacier, able to lock him down just for a bit as Yums is able to flicker out of it. Frozen Innocent, no Purify burnt out. Lord going to be dealt with as well. And SRG are happy with just the base turret on the far lane.
Clock is ticking though, they're at 10k. I think one more base turret could be helpful. Kelra getting faster and faster as this moves forward. Kyrie also, even though it's an assassin jungle, it's gonna start scaling eventually. SRG has to be careful about how long they want to let this game last.
I think at this point, SRG, they should be still very, very comfortable. Yes, ONIC have that scaling, but as long as SRG play around these side lanes, utilizing that advantage, there's not much ONIC can do, right? Because with this kind of composition, SRG can actually still blitz around the Lord. Now, once we get into Evolve Lord territory, that's where it will get kinda dicey for SRG, because then I don't think they will have enough firepower to burst the Evolve Lord. But for now, it's still chill.
All right, so So basically, ONIC just needs to survive this next one, right? Survive this next push. We get into Evolved Lord territory. Taking a look at items.
3 more minutes.
3 more minutes. I mean, they have 2 inhibitors left. They have 2 inhibitors left. It's going to push down the top. I'm just saying it is possible.
It is.
Kyrie, Kelra, Loopy, all of them have been playing a good game. Anyone else in SRG might have tried to finish this a little bit earlier. Anyone else with a 10K gold lead, they might have tried to shove things in, but the respect is there, and I'm wondering almost, is it too much respect? Are they playing too passive here? Kelra now also looking at almost getting maxed out on items. Kyrie, fully stacked as well. All they really need at this point is Loopy to catch up, Keyboy to catch up, so that you actually have a bit of a front line to survive the damage that Uni, Innocent, and Stormy are bringing.
For sure. I think the biggest gap right now has to be between the frontliners, man, because the damage dealers, as you mentioned as well, they're on the way to their full items, right? We're going to get to a point where it won't really matter. That, oh, hold on, Loopy takes a big beating. Doesn't use the Purify, though, as this is a pure 50-50. Now onto it. Kyrie doesn't get it. It's going to be Uni and Innocent, I believe. Kyrie wasn't able to get his hands on it, and without a purple buff, this will just be another free neutral objective, and then it's going to build from there, Trex. SRG, they're playing a safe game because they know as long as they're able to build these small wins, get those neutral objectives, and then transition them into structures, in the end, it's going to be very, very difficult.
He saved his retry. I'm wondering if the reason why is because Kyrie wants to try to go for the steal here. Maybe. They wanted to bait out the retry so that he wouldn't have it to try to contest. ONIC is keeping a close play. Look at Humes right now.
The Cram as well in the back. Jikundo now the way to drag him, but it goes into a different angle. In the back to Mikael with a crown as well. He's going to be caught in top spot right now. Makai finds Innocent in the fight. Now he goes for the damage. It's Oni picks up that godlike as he takes Kelra down. Both gold laners out of the fight.
This is huge for ONIC right now. Kyrie, and this is what I meant. They hold on to it. Yes, we don't get the purple, but as long as we can as long as we can hold things out a little bit, they do have a chance. The problem is that long lane. SRG's okay with playing it slow. Wow, SRG's okay with chilling it out. The engage comes in. Kelwer gets a good chunk of damage, and Keyboy plus Kyrie on the boss side freeze Innocent, stop him, and Kyrie's able to get the kill. And in that moment, SRG knows they have to back off. They don't want to play the long fight.
You gotta give props to ONIC, man. They layered their skills very well. The Wrath of the Dryad baited out the Purify. Then we saw the Frigid Glacier. Not the stun, but just the damage. Right as Kyrie jumped off the Finch Poise with his own Defiant Blade to burst Innocent down. So now Innocent, he's also fallen. Both gold laners aren't deathless. The only man who's deathless right now is Uni. Bro, 7-0-5 on a Paquito.
Who would have thought? Who would have thunk? Another pick that's, you know, another crazy layer to the meta right now. Something that at first you see it, you doubt it, and SRG is making it work very well right now. But they are having some trouble closing this out. They're finding great position. Humes always in a side bush. Cram always looking for an angle as well. ONIC has to watch out for it.
SRG are going to go for the commitment here. They see the Ling. It's insta-commit. No way for ONIC to respond to this. They still want to try, though. Look, Picard again. It's going to be the taunt landing with the Shun Boost right there. Uni with the retreat. Keeps it clean. Sounds to the background, waiting for a Frigid Glacier. Place down as the passive. Going to be procced in the sky. Jumps in on Innocent. Picks up the blades. Picks it up. Waiting to try and appeal again. It's that's going to be Kyrie with the blades. Over and over again. It's Crab in the back, waiting for a position. Signs for Innocent, but SRG got the neutral objective. Kai with the chase now onto Cram. No flicker available. Kelra wants to go with the chase as Keyboy cuts him off.
He doesn't have a Wrath of Dryad.
No, he doesn't. Doesn't land a taunt either. It's not the Evolved Lord yet, so ONIC, I feel, get the win with a mid and a gold traded. But if SRG can stop these three members from recalling, it's going to be massive.
The pincer's here. Uni comes in. This is going to be bad for ONIC.
Oh, watch how Stormy he goes. We're trying to disperse the damage. Kyrie able to get the Fine Blade as Cram. Tries to get him down. Wave up top, and the Lord is going to come crashing down, but the mini wave's actually going to spawn in time. Look be there. Kyrie with a Tempest of Blades gets him out. Look pay against 3 on this Uranus.
All he's got to do is keep him away from the base as ONIC tries to clear this Lord. All he's got to do is buy a little bit more time.
The Lord and the minions almost won SRG the game. Lutpi falls in the end. No consecration, and now it's Innocent back up in the Lanadon.
ONIC with a Hail Mary play there, and SRG responding so cleanly, but it's not over yet. SRG still at the door. They're waiting for another wave to come down.
Oh no, Frigid Glacier, the Frozen as well. Innocent jumps over to Monfort, but now he's going to Kelra. Going with blazing new by Innocent. Takes him Uni!
Kyrie's trying to save it, but Uni wants to stop him. Kyrie gets the shutdown, the double, the back and forth. Neither team wanting to give this up.
We got a game in our hands. SRG versus ONIC. This really should have been a knockout stage game, but we find ourselves right here, right now, seeing it.
Every time you think it's going one team's way, something else happened. Uni with the immortality, then takes the shower shot by picking up the winner crown, gets the kill, but Kyrie pulls up in the nick of time. Not only is the game back and forth, but every single fight at this point is just tit for tat, punch for punch.
And now there's only one. It's just Cram who's deathless on the Hilda.
There can only be one.
There can only be one.
The wise man once said.
Mr. Cram on the Hilda. Can you imagine that? The guy's like up in front, always flanking on a master
Normally
assassin.
that's the hero that should be dying the most. You know, that's the one that's like, oh, we just sacrificed the Hilda in the early game.
For sure. I mean,
not Cram though.
Not Cram.
Not me.
He's built
no way.
different. 3-0 and 13.
All right. 3-0-13 is insane. We're at 20-9. ONIC finally with a grip on this game. It's down to tie game mode. The problem is Lord spawns on boss side, long lane, looking hard for ONIC.
Oh, this is gonna jump in. Oh, when is he gonna burst it down? Straight up, what was that damage? Kai and Kelra together with the combo. Now it's up to Stormy and Uni, Cram and Yums in a 4v5.
Uni needs to find an angle in before Kelra shreds this down. Kyrie as well.
They got no red tree. They gotta play it slow. Kelra jumps with the BMI over on Cram. Now it's Lil P zoning in the backline as Cram tries to run away. BMI back again from Kelra as Lil P tries to stop Uni from getting into this Lord pit.
In the backside, a big kick from Yums.
Over on Sans, now with the follow-up. Yums goes down to Kelra. ONIC playing this game. Wave up top is good for SRG, but ONIC want to go for the Lord. Wave, wave, wave.
Someone's got to go back and someone's got to stay.
Oh my God.
Because if they lose this Lord, they may not survive the day.
Kelra over the blazing duet. Stormy gets on the Crimson Beacon. That's going to be him jumping back again with a nature from Kelra. Sans pops down the frigid glacier. It's time to Uni. Kai gets a shutdown. Cram's first death in game one.
And the crowd is electric right now. And we are losing our minds through this game. We're 22 and a half minutes in. It's Stormy and Innocent defending the base. A Lord will be coming soon, but ONIC is already at the inhibitors.
Look at the death timer, 16 seconds on Yums, 30 on Uni. Cram is down for another 40. The Evolved Lord is going to spawn in the bottom lane. And ONIC want to utilize it. Innocent and Stormy. They've done this before.
They have done this before, but Kelra is shredding. ONIC doesn't want to show them the same respect that SRG showed them 10 minutes ago.
15 seconds now on Uni.
On the line.
They're buying good time. They're buying really good time. They actually saved this mid turret.
SRG.
They're going to have all 5.
Yeah, they will have all 5. Does ONIC fully commit to this here? There's so many towers that they have to get through.
This is
the
a big
Lord will
Lord.
take a good chunk of damage.
Tier 2 up top, gonna fall down as well as Kai deals with the waves, but now it's gonna be the Evolved Lord into the bottom lane. Winter Crown bought again after using the Wind of Nature in that previous fight. Look, P.
Looking for an angle in, they're able to make their way forward.
Defense. Oh, Kelra! Again with the jump is Keyboard, who's able to find the Rattler Giant. Innocent falls, Uni's next, Crab and Yums cannot defend.
Oh, what a comeback!
But ONIC finally pulled the game back into their hands. And that's only game number 1. Wow.
Kaya nga, game 1 pa lang yun.
Game, I mean, not a series, because we're just getting started right now. ONIC takes them the distance in that one. Pure insanity, and SRG played so well. Uni.
Napamura tuloy si Burgosa. Nadala ng damdamin.
But ONIC, I think, you know, I said it.
Yeah,
I said,
you
listen,
did.
If they buy too much time, I think they need to end this now. SRG being a little too passive.
Grabe si Kelran.
And they let it happen.
I think it's a mix as well, right? Like they were playing passive when they shouldn't. They were playing aggressive when they should be the ones playing passive as well. so many of these skirmishes were a bit too unnecessary with the 10,000 gold lead, having the macro advantage on the map as well. Here as well, right? I mean, the dive over under tier 2, it made for a hell
Kung
of a
walang
highlight
Kendra,
for Uni.
kanina pa sila
It
talo.
wasn't the right call if you look at the macro
Grabe
decision
yung
making.
nilaro ni Kendra dun.
Why dive a base turret?
Well done, ONIC.
Calls were made, plays happened, and SRG takes the first loss in this best of 3. But the possibilities at this point are endless. But Calra, it took him a little bit of time. The moment we saw that first fight where he got the big blazing duet off up in the top lane, we knew the damage was there.
Hello,
Once he got his Holy Trinity in, as he
Q1.
collected more items, he didn't even have to be passive about it. He could just jump into 3 or 4 of them
Game
and
1,
completely shred
ONIC.
down Stormy. How we doing, Virgo?
Dude, I'm looking at that play again,
Well,
right?
say hello.
I
Say
know.
hello to the people.
I know. I just want to look at that play because
he's got to go back and let us know about it.
Dude, Kelra, I was just like, I don't know what that damage. I think he was fully stacked up. I think that's exactly what it is. He's fully stacked up on both corrosion, yeah, and his art of thievery. So that's why it looked like insta burst. It wasn't
literally
even
just looked like
DPS.
he blew them up and did not
Yeah.
shred them down.
That's why.
It
That's
was
why
no longer a
I needed to
shreddle.
look back.
There's definite insanity. Taking a look at some of these stats. You know, we got to go back to Uni, man, because he did have an amazing start of this game. This guy didn't touch anyone for like the first 6 minutes of the game.
Bro's 001, I think, for the first 6 minutes of the game, and then he was able to get 2 kills on Stormy and I think Yums. Stormy and Yums, a double up top, right? We get to see the
Next
highlights again,
series,
and that's where you're going to see the stats
Falcons
that he was able
PH
to hold
versus
on to before that
Falcons
blazing
Mena.
duet. I mean, what a game. Hey,
I love the smiles.
There's
They're ready
a
at this
game
point,
for
you know.
ONIC and
We saw some
SRG.
reactions as well from the side of SRG during the game. Uni felt comfortable, but you never get too comfortable. I think SRG got too comfortable in that game, and the pressure was on for ONIC, and they thrive off of those types of
think so,
games.
too.
It's not the first time we've seen them make insane comebacks like that, where all it takes is one play. And it felt like when it was needed most, Kyrie and Kelra, and even Keyboy as well, were just working so well together in those fights. You mentioned it during one of the moments where the layering of skills with everybody, from Sans getting involved as well with the Frigid Glacier, I mean, all of it, from back to back to back to back.
It was well played. It was fantastic. I mean, when you see the guys who
Galing ni
lost and they're
Kelra, sabi ni
laughing, they're
Albert. Nabuhat,
smiling,
no?
They know
you
they
know
had
it was
fun.
a good game, right? Like Uni, after a fantastic performance, you saw it right there.
Kailangan
Uni was
kasi
laughing. He's probably
talaga,
like,
di ba
"Dang, it's been a
mag-item
while.
club.
I'm just happy to be
Medyo
here. I came in
matagal
one game,
siya
got a game against GK, said it was easy
i-online.
on stage, and then now it's like, I mean, he proved himself, man. He had an amazing game. He's made me an Uni believer.
Yeah, so as we take a break and take a breather and prepare for the next match, we have something for all of you. Some more confessions.
Oh, God.
From what I hear.
Sekai's in kaya sa next game? O hindi talaga siya maglalaro?
Ooh,
just kidding, bro. My bad. It's obviously nice.
Play is in our DNA.
Ay, may promotion. Kinemerling. Mute ko lang saglit. Hanggang matapos yan. Jolinda, hello!
Welcome to a new segment here for the Mid-Season Cup. My name is Chris, of course, and we are doing Confessions with Lafel.
What am I confessing to? Like, why is this called confessions?
Nakambak ONIC.
Nice watch, by the way.
Nakambak na nga ng ONIC.
What am I? Okay, fine. Why do you want me here?
I heard.
Okay, what did you hear?
That you're Moonton's favorite talent. Do you agree with that?
Considering I've won basically all the trophies, you know, I've won multiple Best Talent Awards. That's the Greatest Talent Award, which is basically like international, you know, from everyone, and I won that one. Plus, considering all the jokes that I've did, and I'm still not fired, yeah, it's an accusation that's hard to say no to. I love them too. You know, they're my mama and papa.
So that's it. You kind of, you know.
Hey, you know,
Kulit talaga ni Lafel, no?
why are they not loved?
You know what?
Is it me?
Let's gaslight them actually instead. That's a good idea. We'll gaslight them instead. That's more than fair. I heard you're a big fan of Newton. So what is your favorite Newton's law?
The law of motion. And the reason why I like it is because there was a time that we had to prepare for tomorrow's show. But I got very bored. So I spent 3 hours learning physics about how Newton's law of motion really discusses about how sound is created, which TLDR is just a bunch of particles in the air that expand and contract, and a disruption in the air creates the sound.
I don't know whether to believe you based on what I just read elsewhere. Apparently you like to come up with things that don't actually make sense. So you could be lying straight in my face.
I could be lying, but hey, considering I'm Asian, I'm probably correct.
Did you have a smooth travel here, particularly for wildcards?
Do I smooth travel?
Did you have a smooth travel here?
Well, that's a good question, Chris.
The French.
That's a very good question. So first of all, getting here was already trouble.
Kasi di mo kahit din sa RRQ.
One of my flights here, they give me a ticket.
Wala lang, na-share ko lang. Nakita ko kasi.
And my house is 1 hour away. So I had to break a lot of traffic laws just to be able to make it to the airport so that I can check in time and then we can actually go in. And then when I finally arrive right to the airport, out of hundreds of people from the plane, they pulled me to the side. When I say they, I mean the police. The police pulled me to the side, and then it's like, okay, I brought all of my documents, showed them, and it's like, okay, you can put them back. I'm like, okay. So what's gonna happen? And they're like, oh, we're just gonna search you. And I'm like, oh, do you do this all the time? And then he was like, oh no, this is takes out his phone, presses a few buttons, and after 1 minute and a half, it's like random. This is a random search. And then I had to go through all of that, and then he spilled shampoo on my shit. So I'm like, it's been fun so far. It's been fun. The police make me feel like a VIP, where there's two guys in front and 2 guys behind.
Escorting you in, yeah.
It's escorting me, essentially. Yeah, I felt very much welcome. I have a very long name, by the way.
Give me it.
Muhammad Amirul Aiman bin Muhammad Kamal.
That is quite long.
Or you can call me Lafel.
Mine is Christian.
Haba naman ang pangalan nila.
Nice. I met a girl named Zoe.
Wala akong natandaan sa pangalan niya.
That's it? Z first name, O middle, and E at the end.
No way. That's
Yes,
actually
way.
kind of clean.
Yeah.
That'd be great for like talent.
She's
work. I mean, thank you very much, mate. That was insightful, to say the least.
Thank you for having me. You're a very good person. I have no idea who you talk to get all of the stories, but now I need to do my own confessions, finding out who gave you all of this.
It's all right. We're gonna get some people back. Don't you worry.
Yeah.
That's my job for the rest of the week. It's all I do, actually. Thank you very much. That has been Confessions once again.
A lot of people are haunted by their past.
Name tayo, name. Uy, hello, Dan. Hi, Dan. Game ka na ba? Current PH number 1, Louis. Wow. Congratulations. Tapos na ba laro ng Team PH? Hindi pa. Pagkatapos nitong laban ng SRG and ONIC, next pa lang sila. Nagdadrop na ba sila? Iniwan tayo, guys. Charing.
Eliminating the 2024 champions and advancing into the knockouts. Welcome back to the studio panel. Renmar, Gideon here. Gideon, how are you feeling, man?
I'm feeling hot, man. How can your blood not be pumping after a game like that? When all odds looked like SRG was going to take it away because of their early pressure, somehow ONIC, they edge it out. Kel comes up, sets the standard once again.
Yeah, the winter crown plays, the wind of nature is just in time to survive onslaughts from Uni, especially right there in the end. But of course, Uni coming in for SRG as the starting jungler for this series definitely made a name for himself and showed up. 11 plus kills, 1 or 2 deaths, handful of assists. You cannot doubt that this young man is ready for the stage. Let's
Balik
look
kapag Team
at what map
PH
we're
na.
gonna be
Sige.
going to get. What we are going to get. Oh, Flying Cloud. All right, expect this to be a bloodbath. It's just going to be a lot of fights over and over again.
Yeah, and the punishes in lane might not be as hard as we were hoping to be in the previous matchup, but at least what we have learned from the drafting side, especially if SRG is going to end up back on that red side, is probably to set up that same scenario, right?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, Sans didn't have the hottest of games, but at the same time, you could tell that Innocent just wasn't 100% accustomed, because how often do you see just a randomer just show up? You know, coming into the mid, dropping down the stun, and more importantly, it's a delayed stun.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that you could really see the exact moment that it went wrong for Selangor Red Giants. Yes, it wasn't just the little decisions they made leading to the fateful moment wherein it was Innocent holding the Lord and SRG trying to bait a reaction out of ONIC, but it was answered by ONIC and Kyrie on the link perfectly, jumping on the Harith, taking the Harith out, and ONIC playing the long fight to eventually win out game number 1. Good bans here to start it out. We've talked about so many times how the Atlas has impacted this metagame, and the Marcel getting taken out by ONIC, while Juicin, used by SRG in game number 1, will be taken out by them on the blue side. ONIC continues to ban out Salinas.
I've yet to see Herrera. I've yet to see a Ling ban for either one of these teams, but I think, you know, most things are pretty similar. Seems like Yeb has decided, you know, the Marcel alongside with the Selena, both of which not to worry about. They've been banned and they just need to breathe. But from SRG's side, I wonder what the opener is going to look like, because I would assume that if Irara shows, they're going to take it. So what would be then the same response from ONIC? Is it still going to be like, hey, we don't mind Hirara into the link, or do they want to affect it right off the get-go?
If Freya's open, one of them has to pick up the Freya for sure. Honestly, I might be a little bit more in the boat that if ever it's available for SRG and you... Honestly, I feel like I don't even need to worry about the Phobius because he can slot that into the gold. Just pick up the Freya as the first pick.
Yeah, and they also have to worry about that Fanny too. So luckily, the Fanny is gone. It's all up for play. Beleric Valentina is still in play, not to mention the Ling as well as the Hirara at this stage of the game. And I think that ONIC needs to make that final choice. It's either they open up the entire thing or they just answer to the Freya, which again has been very terrifying, especially when let through.
Let's say if both assassins, top ones, and the meta will be left open by Coach CW and Coach Yeb, Ling and Herrera, will it be one of those, or will they ban out the Freya and just keep it honest with the Ling-Herrera trade? Last ban, red side for ONIC, taking their sweet time. They ban out the Freya, Ling-Herrera is the active trade.
No, and SRG, based on the information that we got yesterday, they like to go for the Hirara here most of the time. And considering that they were playing an early game composition in game number 1, I don't mind them if they do it all over again.
Yeah, could work out very well for them. I think if they want to run back wherein Innocent isn't going to be packing someone with basic attacks and they want... Well, I mean, Harith isn't as the non-traditional marksman, if we're looking at like basic attack marksman, then just pick up the Ling. But they did get their win in the previous series against GK with Uni on the Hirara, and it was a very good Hirara performance. They go for the Hirara. I wouldn't be surprised if once again we'll see Cho getting fought for in the first phase of this drafting.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised too, but at this stage now, at least we know exactly where the jungler is going to be. In game number 1, the big question was where exactly were the 2 flex picks, one on either side. We weren't 100% where it was going. And SRG was utilizing those flex picks as a mean to start affecting some of the other laners, right? And they're even using the draft bans to also indicate, yeah, we're going to be attacking you on this side. But the response, straight away, surprisingly enough, they go for Nolan.
Yeah, so that was a hero that we mentioned earlier, but that's if ever the Ling and the Hirara are taken away. So this was like, it's ONIC trying out, all right, instead of focusing too much on the Ling-Hirara trade, why don't we bring up the third option that people and other junglers in MSC have been bringing up in interviews, in quotes? They are honest and pick up the Nolan.
And I think there's a couple of interactions that will be shown here today. Number one, at least comparative to Ling. Ling is able to get across the map really, really fast, make that huge impact, and has iframes. Nolan may not have iframes, but he has a much better early game. He's got a lot more damage to work with, just as much mobility as Hirara, arguably with purple buff more. And most importantly, I think it's going to be a difficult 1v1 because Hirara's going to try and lock you down. He's able to dash back out.
Yeah, but now we look at SRG. They pick up the Barretts. Obviously going to be going to the EXP lane for this one, so that's an honest pickup. Wouldn't be surprised if ONIC just balance it out and pick up the Uranus themselves. There we go. And then for the gold lane, that's what they're going to be fighting for. Now, you already have strong burst. I think some great sources of basic attacks from ONIC would be good. If SRG don't ban out the carry, would it be the worst pickup in the world for Kelra? But if they really want to play through the AoE and knowing that technically this is going to be somewhat of a front to back, knowing that you have a Barretts that you're up against, maybe his good old favorite in the Beatrix might make a show up. I don't know why I said it like that.
I think that it's not a bad idea, especially if that Belleric is going to be able to, pick up a flicker for himself instead of a revitalize. That does give him a lot less pressure in the early stages of the game to kind of walk up and do whatever he wants, especially when you're up against someone like Eudora who can just naturally poke out these tanks in the earlier stages of the game. But coming into the second half, right, the Cho ban, as expected, we were at least expecting one of these teams to affect it, and now SRG side, they got to make the same answers. Are they going to start leaning into, hey, we don't want you to play double fighters, or we're going to target Sands again?
Sands pickups, with the Juicing gone, he can't Valentina, and yeah, the Valentina might not be the best bet here.
They don't have many good ultimates to kind of work with.
Will they just end up getting Sands on something like a Lilia?
Ooh, that doesn't sound like a bad idea, but we're already seeing that Rafa is going to get banned out early on here. One of the key conditions is the fact that Flying Clouds is the current map play. So you can revive somebody, put them on a Flying Cloud, and they lose 0 EXP in the mid lane.
Oh, this is a great ban here. Keyboy did show up with the Badang. We've seen it also in the hands of Finn in Team Vitality. Can't remember if you've picked it up. But it is a great pickup with all of the dashes that you have here. Momentum stopper with ONIC looking to play a much smoother team fight. And it is just very annoying to deal with, especially if you're up against a Barretts. That extra wall brought up by the Badang could be another extra obstacle wherein the missiles of the Barretts could knock in their opponents, and then that's just an extra way for you to get easier stuns.
I mean, let's not forget about the anti-CC in that ult, right? That's just a great way to just kind of disengage when Belleric tries to make a flicker Wrath of the Dryad play on you anyways. I do want to see what this last ban is from the side of SRG. Lo Yi is going to be the option. So Lilia, technically, low health pool. The Eudora does a pretty good job against it. Going for an artillery mage may not necessarily be that great, but Harith is going to be the red 4 pick for ONIC's side. And I like the fact that they're denying it.
I think they're going to end up picking up a Vexana. Remember, we saw the Vexana as an answer to a lineup that has a Barretts. Going up against a Eudora, they have the range. It's strong disengage, crowd control. It would set up theoretically for the Nolan and the Harith. Might be a mid lane Vexana.
It's not a bad idea. I think the real question right now is who is going to be the concussive blast user for SRG, because that mid wave, if assuming Vexana is going to be that very last pick, that's going to be like an impossible to contest for. It's just instant clear and you're just dancing around it for 2 or 3 seconds.
Yeah, Gatacacha and Hylos both want to pack up the Revitalize, seeing that they're up against the Belleric.
Ooh, actually the Hylos doesn't sound that bad. Now that Harith is already available, that glorious pathway just to slow him down from actually retreating. It's not a bad idea.
But the Belleric and the, the Barretts and the Hylos. Oh, Kufra! Another unique pick. But Vexana will mess that up if ever it is one.
Let's see if they actually go for it, right? Because doesn't mean it's the end of the world. There's not a lot of people who could disrupt people like Yves, for an example.
True. Yves still might be.
They still go into the Lily. That's so interesting.
Yeah.
I think at the end of the day, they still want to make sure that, hey, we don't have to stick around the lane for too long. I am curious about specifically whether or not this Belleric, what are the emblems? Is it going to be Ragefly? Is it going to be Concussive Blast? That's going to tell us a lot about how this game is going to be played out, especially in the mid, considering that Stormy, he wants to move out of that lane fast with Yums to ensure that Kyrie can't find an angle in for a lane gank.
SRG needed range, and they got it from surprise initiation through their Kufra, but they are very close to mid-range. While for Selangor Giants, yeah, close to mid-range too. Honest with it. Good sources of damage for both, and this should be exciting. Will SRG force game number 3, or will ONIC sweep them here to advance to the knockouts? Mirko and Trex, let's go!
We're jumping back in to one of the most grueling series we've seen so far. ONIC up against SRG. ONIC came back last game, late game. They had zero control in the beginning, but were able to still get the win, and SRG continue to evolve and grow. They're willing to risk it with some different picks. This is something they lacked in the beginning of the tournament, and we're already seeing how much more they're adapting to current meta.
Hey, that's a sprint on Stormy. That's something new, that's for sure. Pull yourself together though for Yums, Master Assassin for Innocent, just trying to win out this lane. But yeah, sprint over Flicker for the first time on the Eudora.
I wonder, I mean, had to be, whoa, a lot of damage on the Keyboy.
Toe with the fracture, not even there, it's just a passive Kai. Jumps in, picks up the kill, Yum's gonna be very low. ONIC strike first this time around, and they instantly go into enemy jungle.
Beautiful rotation from Luffy and Kyrie coming to that mid lane. Yums is gonna try to stop it, but he may get taken out here.
Yeah, Kyrie is able to take it, now he jumps on Yums. There's a few more hits to take another. He's on the board, now it's 2.
This is one of the good things about the Noland up against this Aurora. He's gonna be able to dash away, he's got the escape ability. He's not, even if he commits to a big amount of damage, he instantly dashes back, and it's gonna make it a little bit harder for Uni to catch him in some of those dicey moments. Yums may be going a little too deep. Maybe should have just let them have that one, because now that Kyrie's got 2 kills already on a Nolan, it is a picture-perfect start for ONIC.
Can't get better than this, right? Especially after last game where it was SRG who dominated the first 14 minutes of the game, right? Like, entirely early game, it was just SRG. Kelra this time feeling the wrath of Innocent in a winning matchup.
All right, so SRG, do they want to contest this? Again, they do have the Harara, one of the highest prioed heroes in the meta right now.
They're just gonna go in on Cram. He's gonna get bursted down. Sans picks him up. Lutpi is able to walk Yums down. Keyboy doing the same thing now, over to the purple buff. Uni still just level 3. It's like deja vu to game 1, but it's reversed. It's ONIC with the control. 2 kills at the start. Neutral objective without even using the retribution.
Uni using the retribution on his own purple, just like Kyrie was doing last game. It is a mirror match for sure. Can SRG pull off what ONIC did though? You know, it seems like SRG's a little bit disconnected. Yums first goes in by himself to his own death. This time Cram maybe goes a little bit too deep while Uni's still looking for his purple. The full commit's not there, and 1 or 2 of them are going in and getting caught off. And I think they have to realize that maybe it's not the time, or if we are gonna commit, everyone has to be together.
Slow for ONIC after this lead, just taking a purple buff, and only now really making that aggressive move. Double immobilization onto Lutpi, but he doesn't care. Keyboy got a position, Flicker after the Triad! Connects on Innocent, he wasn't expecting it, now an all-in on Yums. Under tier 2, a Flicker burnt out already.
And Uni has to just watch as it happens. They didn't even want the orange buff.
Nope.
We're not even going for this orange buff. We're gonna lay a trap, we're gonna get another kill. We're gonna put Kyrie at 3-0-1 and Sans at 1-0-2. Let's get these damage dealers rolling. At this point, Uni's just sitting back and watching. He's trying to farm his own jungle. He's trying, I mean, everyone's just trying not to die at this point, let alone catch a lead.
That was one of SRG's fallback plans, right? It's Innocent. If you lose an early game, you can just play around Innocent. The rest of the composition, though, is made for early to mid. Sans has to use the black shoes there. Good move by Cram with the rotation, catching him off guard. But now it's going to take a little bit more to get that plan B sorted out. They're going to have to constantly rotate with Innocent now.
Yeah, look at them, literally hovering around him right now. Stormy and Yums keeping him safe, but possible play in the mid. ONIC's going to be pushing SRG back. I don't know if this is a turtle they want to fight for.
2-level advantage on the retribution for Kyrie. Golem gets reset. Uni still able to secure it. Now looking for level 7. Kai on the purple buff though. This should set him very close to level 9.
I'm going to be honest, I don't even know if Cram should be down here at this point. Is this really a fight that they want to take? Innocent slightly behind, nothing too crazy. Does hit level 7.
Oh.
Taking a lot of damage.
That's why they went for the Lilia, man. Baraz is just gonna get shredded down, has to flicker out. He has the consecration still. Free rectory now as Yums is able to find the talent rage on Keyboy, but he doesn't care as Kelra pops into Zaman Force. Lutpi with the consecration gets away. That is nothing to Lutpi.
And this is what I mean, right? They expend so much time on that turtle. They maybe could have got a push on top tier 3. They maybe could have, you know, if Cram would have stayed up there, if someone else would have gone up there, they could have rotated elsewhere and at least made play up on the map. But instead, they spend so much energy on a turtle they never had a chance to get.
So now it's the build back up for SRG. They send Innocent to the other side of the map, trying to get him farm. That's all they can do right now. And Uni, like you said, they went in for the skirmish earlier. And against a Nolan, if you lose out there, Nolan's going to be able to rotate around the map much faster than you. So what that means is he's going to take your green camps away. That's why we see such a big lead. 3 whole levels for Kyrie on the Nolan. And again, he goes bot. When the purple buff is up, he knows where Uni is. He's constantly stealing these camps away. And it's going to get really tough for SRG because they have to feed 2. Uni and Innocent.
Yeah. It's a lot of mouths to feed when everything's being taken from you. ONIC already at a 4,000 gold lead. A lot of damage on a Loopy, though. They're going to go under the tower.
Yep. Again with the black shoes, just reacting to the Tyrant's Rage. The taunt lands on Yums, and that's the damage of the Glooms. Kelra picking up a turret for free as ONIC zone SRG away from that tier. Oh, God, it's Kai even waiting in these bushes. Again, no chance, no space for Innocent to farm.
I mean,
look at the bush.
It's been the same for Uni too. He's barely able to move around. Early on, getting pushed in on multiple jungle points, and Keyboy's been loving just hanging out in these bushes, waiting for the next target to come along.
He is the bush.
He is the bush. Keybush.
He's a tree. Conceal from Keyboy. Look at the play again. Ow. Big chomp down now. He goes in the flicker as well, but it's only Keyboy Sun's first trap down. They're able to get Keyboy, but now it's going to be Kelra with the Zaman Force, popping him down. That's Uni in the back, going for the kill, finding one, and the trade as Kai walks up, and Uni finally a bit of retaliation. Jumps on again, the Purify out, but now he's going to be on cooldown as Lutpi looks for the chase and finds the kill onto Uni.
I don't know if taking the death at the end of that was worth it. Finding Kelra at least is a saving grace. But the damage onto Cram, the burst damage of this team right now, with Kyrie being at 4-0 and 3. I mean, it's true. It is very reminiscent of how SRG was doing ONIC last game. But the problem is, I don't think ONIC's going to give him time to breathe. I don't think Ooh, Innocent in a bad spot.
He's going to have to flicker out of this, man. There's no way. He might not even flicker. He might just take it. Keyboy with a flicker in the Wrath of the Dryad. Innocent fed to Kelra. Again, not given space to farm. Yums, body block from the rest. They feed another over to Kelra.
Sometimes you got to just take it, Mirko. Sometimes you got to just accept your fate. Innocent knows there's no escape there. ONIC moving on to the tier 2.
ONIC has never won against Selangor Red Giants.
SRG on the defense. Can ONIC pull this off here? After a grueling game 1 of pushing the limits, it just goes to show ONIC's diversity right now. We can play the long haul. We can dominate in the early game. Just give us the chance right now. What can SRG do? Having the carry just makes this all so much harder too. And the fact we called it out at the beginning, taking a death early on, and now you've got 2 deaths, being unable to farm. It is a long haul. The thing is it feels like it's been 12 or 13 minutes. It feels like they could get to late game in just a few minutes, but we are just breaking 9 minutes. We're talking, it could be another 5 or 6 minutes till Innocent even has a chance of really outputting damage, till Cram can actually hold down the front line. ONIC didn't really have the game in their hands until 18 or 19. That's a long way away.
Can SRG do what ONIC did to them in game number 1? Those are the questions that we need to ask right now. With this kind of composition, it's going to be difficult. They don't have the clear. Holy Shield already down, up top again. Now down below, Lutpi ushers those minion waves in to deal with the Holy Shield. Takes a bit of a beating, but it's all for the orange buff to be taken by Kai, who's 5 levels ahead. Use with the rage, but it's going to be responded over by Sons of the Black Shoes. Now as the taunt lands on Cram, and again it's Kelra. Oh! A big chop down thrown again, but he has to purify. Cram low, has to flicker back. And that's two big flickers as Kai secures the Lord.
They do bide some time though, clearing out the waves, but another wave is coming soon. But SRG doesn't have the greatest comp to defend. Yes, they have the carry to Shred, who has gotten in the Trinity, but still 1.5k gold behind. Taking a look at the jungle, it is a 4.1k gold lead. Uni just got his second item in, just got War Axe in.
The last time they met at a major international, it was SRG who knocked ONIC out of Group B in MSC 2024 with a 1-1 draw.
Well, revenge is here. It's in ONIC's grasp. All they got to do is close this out. And last time SRG was a little bit too patient. ONIC is ready to kick in these doors.
Wait.
And whoa, yeah. What? Was it a flex or what is it, a misplay?
We'll see with the result of the game. Comes down to that. Depthless Welcome coming down onto the Uranus now with no winner crown, no problem. Silence deals with him. Wave in the mid lane is good. ONIC gonna look for the slow build up into the siege right now as they go over the top lane. Lutpi holding in the front. Is it gonna be Kai with the dash in forward as Kelra jumps in again. The fracture lands on Yums. Lord cleared out. Black Shoots comes down. Uni goes down. Kiboy with a rapid drive to the back lane. Is now gonna be innocent with a pickup. But ONIC clean sweep. Salamo Red Giants to make it a top 8.
Sweet bullet.
After game 1, pushing themselves to the limits, and then to prove they can finish things in style, they win game number 2 in a very quick fashion. You can see the smiles on their faces. Kelra, Keyboy, happy about it.
Laglag ang SRG.
In this group stage, almost every
Watching web series and this notification. Imposter. Hello. Raj, hello, Paolo.
They will. Top 8. Selangor Red Giants. They will unfortunately be the ones eliminated.
Si Kais pa nandun sa
as well. The revenge was very late.
Ba't kaya di naglaro si Sakais?
2024 was when it happened, when SRG knocked ONIC out of groups. It took them 2 whole years to regroup, to relearn, to improve. And fate had it with this matchup. SRG dropped down early by Pro. ONIC dropped down late by Aurora Gaming. Into the last chance for both these teams. It looked good for SRG at the start of game 1. They couldn't close it out. It looked great for ONIC at the start of game 2. They went for the throat.
Yeah, they weren't wasting any time. They knew that they had the advantage. They didn't want to make the same mistakes that SRG made, and they were able to pull through. But with that game over, let's send it back to the stage. Rose, who we got up there?
What a series, honestly, guys. This is a matchup that we didn't see coming. Closing the group stages.
May laro pa, yes, ang final match. Falcons versus Falcons.
ONIC secures a 2-0 in the
Falcons PH versus Falcons Meta.
Giants. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Kyrie! Kyrie, congratulations. How do you feel after finally getting your vengeance up against SRG? Because if we recall correctly, they dominated and defeated you guys back in MSC 2024. That ended your journey, and Kelra last year's journey too for MSC 2025. So how do you feel today?
Okay. We've been waiting for a long time for this match, and happily we succeeded today.
Happy. I'm pretty sure you guys are very happy. But did you ever expect that this moment would come at this period of time? Group stages elimination match, lower bracket, ONIC versus SRG. Or did you expect it, you know, in the knockout stages perhaps?
Yeah, we expected to meet the champion teams in the knockout stage.
You're the only one left right now. ONIC is the only one left because 2024 champions are gone. 2025 champions are gone. What does this mean? Do you feel like it's coming back to Indonesia? Do you think it's coming back to ONIC?
I hope so. That's all I can say.
Now let's talk about game one just now, okay, Kyrie? Game one, you guys were shaky. You guys were behind
Falcons
by a
versus
lot.
Falcons na.
You know,
oh.
how did you guys
Sunod
keep
na yan,
yourself
guys.
composed to be able to make a comeback to secure the win?
We just looked at the enemy zero, the SRG zero, and they were using Paquito and Hilda, which are very good at early game, but not that good at the late game. So we just had to be patient.
So the plan was technically to let Kelra snowball as much as possible, give him the resources, so that when the time comes, it's gonna be him and you versus the world.
I think so, yeah.
Now, Kai, you guys are heading later to the draws after the last match. Am I right? So you guys will be seated in seed 2 with all the 2-1 teams. The 2-0 teams will be picking. Who do you think will pick you guys today?
I don't know really, but I hope it will be Aurora.
Why do you want to meet Aurora Gaming again?
Just because we didn't really
Oh, Aurora.
lose that easily, you know, against them, and I think we have a chance against them.
I agree. You guys were the only team that managed to push Aurora Gaming to a 2-1, and people are saying they are currently the strongest team in MSC. And if people are saying that, I think we want to meet the best. No, Kyrie? So is there any message for Aurora Gaming? Who knows? Maybe that will make them pick you later.
Just good luck.
And of course, a message to the fans.
And so my fans, thank you so much for supporting us, especially my team, ONIC, thank you. So all the Filipinos out here, thank you so much. And I hope you guys still keep supporting us in our next match. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kyrie. And now, are you boys ready to crush some keys? Okay, first up, first question, ONIC, who wants to be the one crushing the key? Keyboy? Keyboy? Okay, let's head to the back. Come on, guys, follow me. It's time to crush some keys. And as we head our way to the key crusher, Keyboy will be the one leading the pack. So, Keyboy, you may head to the key crusher. And of course, ONIC, you may watch. All you have to do is press that lever all the way. All right, guys, ladies and gentlemen, as of this moment, ONIC officially eliminates Selangor Red Giants in their journey this MSC at EWC 2026. All right, it's time to see the keys as we show it to the camera. It will take some time as the keys are oh so shattered. All right, look at the keys.
Parang nadikit yung
And with that, let us throw it over to the desk to break down what happened in this series.
The hope of a returning champion. Now from 3 at the start of MSC, it's gone down to 1. With the key crush from SRG, it is just ONIC who remain, who have been your MSC champions here, ready to do it yet again if the tide is right. And they don't mind going up against even the best, or at least people might be calling the best, Aurora Gaming so far in this tournament. I love the shout out. I love the confidence. Pick us. We had a good chance against you. We want to take it again. Rinmar, Gideon, this was a game that went all the way on it, but they did it with class, they did it with a style, and they feel very confident as they should with a win like that.
Yeah, and what I liked about it is it was clean. They are playing against around a Nolan in their jungle. Clean burst, they got that very quick win early in the game, and they didn't stop from there. It's classic ONIC.
It really is classic ONIC, and not to mention that just so many things that could have gone wrong in that early stage, especially in that first Litho fight, calling in the Uranus alongside with the Barats. Had it not progressed in that manner, maybe it would have been an entirely different story. Truth be told, I think that so far, ONIC have seemed to adapt it a lot better than SRG, and I think that's what really is why they took the cake here in game number 2.
There was also something personal on the line. You could hear it was Kelra, Kyrie, who had their journeys cut short because of SRG. SRG's dominance, not just in Malaysia, but in international tournaments. That was something that they were up against, but it felt like they paid special attention to this matchup, and they were ready for it.
Yeah, just look at the numbers there on the Kyrie. 20,000 damage. It felt like he dealt more. But you were mentioning Gideon. It was a Sans game.
Yeah, it really was, because again, Sans was probably the biggest person they could have looked to punish here in a lot of the times. And we were discussing whether or not the Vexana would have been a better fit. But unfortunately, I think that Sans, he was mad after game number 1.
Yeah.
When he was getting oppressed on this Aurora, now he decided, you know what, I want to be the oppressor, and I don't care how many super subs you're going to send in, I'm the dominator.
Yeah, he wanted to be continuous with it. He wanted to make sure that there's constant pressure coming out from his Lilia, the constant use of the Glooms, maximizing it, even using the Black Shoes at the right time to bait out SRG into going in for some questionable dives at some point, especially for Yumes, especially when you're seeing the Lilia, you're thinking, oh, I think I can get the Lilia down here. Oh, wait, no, I've wasted my Tyrant's Revenge and maybe even a Flicker out because the Lilia still has the Black Shoes. I know he's thinking about using it so that he can force the Black Shoes out, but sometimes you're just gonna have to think it's not worth it.
Yeah, it really isn't. And not to mention that once Lilia comes online, it's very easy for her to be like a strong anchor for the team. She sets the battle lines, and then she can just walk away and do whatever she wants, and then come back to reset it again once the team has finally recalibrated and regrouped. I think that unfortunately, as much as Innocent is a great player, he won the lane technically, but then the rest of the paratroopers decided to come on in to invade his side of the world. So at that point, they're just falling behind.
Yeah, this is a tough one, and obviously it's always difficult in these moments where you have somebody who does their best and it doesn't quite get them where they were hoping for. And the side of Malaysia and SRG, well, they're going to have to be content with their 5-time PL champions and championships. And of course, the fact that we now have a chance to do an exit interview, not with any of the players, but with an analyst from SRG as well, to learn a little bit more about what went wrong.
Hey, Turner here, and we're backstage with Coach Becky from SRG. Maybe, Coach, you could give us a little bit of information as to what happened in that match against ONIC.
I think what happened in the match is, I think that we were very confident going to the game 1. We did not manage to really win that game 1. Going to game 2, I think the adjustment was not the best, because I think we were left behind in the meta as well, because we were trying to adapt. So I think in the game 2, it was just too hard to play. Yeah.
After game 1, were the players kind of down? I mean, considering you had a big lead and then you weren't able to close it.
When we come to the backstage, I see all my players are still in a good mood. Actually, going to game 2, are still in a good mood. I think when it comes to game 2, I always just say that our strategy did not work. And that was the main reason why we lost in game 2. Yeah.
Okay, so the strategy didn't work out in game number 2 as well. And this is, I don't know if this is a sensitive question or not, but I'm just going to ask.
I take it to heart.
What did you think about the fielding of a new person in the jungle? It was Sakai's before, and then we saw the substitute yesterday for Uni, and then Uni's
Break
playing
time
today.
after series,
what
15 minutes.
Because
As break
we
time
wanted to play
after
Skies for this tournament,
game.
so we started him.
10
But
minutes.
going through when it comes to here, and then when it comes to practice, when it comes to tournament, things are not really going well. So we tried to
Pag
foul
hindi
Uni
nag-long
today,
game.
and then because Uni, he's also
Kahit
very
3 games, no?
I would say very
Hindi
talented.
din.
And then I think that yesterday was the
Mag-i-introhan pa
time that we
mamaya.
should let him try and see how far we can go. Yeah, then that's where we try to play Uni. But in my perspective, I think both of them are really amazing jungler.
I agree. And Uni did really well.
Yeah.
In
He
that
really
last
did very
game,
well.
right?
Yeah.
So what are you going to tell all your players after this when you get to meet them?
When I get to meet them, I would say that I'm still really proud of how much they have gave. And then there was a lot of discussion. There's like, this team has always been like a big part, like big family for me. So we really care about each other. We love each other. So I just felt like, what I can do is I just have to be better, you know? I just have to be able to lead them better, think about what I can do for them better, and then, yeah, let's come back from these losses and take it as a huge experience and learning. Yeah.
That's what we want to hear. Very excited and anticipating the
Wag lang
next
late game.
international performance from
Mga
SRG,
ano,
obviously. But
15
Coach,
minutes
I
per
know
game.
it's done here for
15
SRG, but
or
obviously there's
less.
still another Malaysian representative still fighting for their life here, Vamos. Do you perhaps have a message to Vamos who's still trying to get that trophy?
For Vamos, it's great that we have another really good Malaysian representative in this tournament. You guys are really strong. You guys are getting a momentum. And then especially when it comes to Aero, I really see how well you are playing this tournament. You are really a shining bright jungler in our region right now. So let's keep that momentum and then make Malaysia proud. Maybe this time you guys will be the champion for us.
Amen, amen. I think everyone out there is proud. And talking about everyone out there, do you have a message to the SRG fans that has, supported you from zero to now?
So for the SRG fans, thank you very much for always supporting us, especially when we are having a hard time as well. But I know in this tournament we really underperformed and then we did not deliver up to the expectation. I'm really sorry about that. And then, I mean, I don't need to say that I will take a blame, but people, this is just part of the game. And then, we really did badly. And then, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Coach. I know this was not an easy interview to do, so we really appreciate it. Once again, good luck for your future journey. Thank you so much for your hard work here at MSC. And we are going to throw over to you guys.
Well, wishing the other Malaysian representatives proud. Team Vamos, Aero 404, maybe one of the stars of this tournament so far. Certainly look like they can make a run for grand finals. SRG, a nice exit interview with Ozo Revecki, their analyst. And big thank you again for everyone who does those for us. Not easy to do. Rimar, I want to come back to you because we talked a lot of the story. I want to talk now more of the game, as we have one game coming up, but you took some info and you got some stuff ready for the telestrator for us after this Game 3. Tell me what you got.
Yeah, well, we're going to look at the draft. Coach Vecchi did mention that when it came to the draft in game number 2, that they felt like they were a little bit left behind in the meta. So we look at one thing first, and that's going to be the Atlas ban first up. So if you're going to ban the Atlas, it's either expected you're going to be first picking the Belleric, knowing that the Hirara link trait is still active at this point later on, because you will see that ONIC will leave it open. So then you're thinking, okay, maybe Belleric's going to be coming in as the first pick. We did make a point earlier that it hasn't always worked out well, but if you're not prepared with a roamer, that is one of the surprise responses to not having the Belleric Atlas available for you, which is these two right here, the Badang and Cho, which were banned out by ONIC in the second phase because SRG went out of the second phase. Then it is safe to assume that the Belleric would be a great pickup for your very first one. You have 2 assassins available, you will get that. But it seems like they feared the Hirara a little bit too much. The order has already been shifted here. This is post-exchange, but the Hirara was the first pick of Selangor Red Giants. Then ONIC comes in with a surprise by going ahead and picking up the Nolan. Now, Nolan is one of the names mentioned in terms of, hey, if Hirara's not available, if Link's not available, maybe we could pack in a Nolan there in the jungle. And they played it really well. It's up to their tempo. I was making a big case about the Vixana, although we did already mention the Lilia heading into the picks for ONIC. But the Lilia and the Nolan, I am reminded just how well they complement each other. Constant pressure from the Lilia where the Nolan can sweep, or Nolan with the sudden burst with Lilia to sweep and finish. With ONIC getting the Belleric, and then of course SRG picking up the Kufra in the end for them, they just didn't get a favorable matchup in the center of the map. It could have gone also SRG's way for the very first trade, but you see the little differences here and there. Belleric being able to heal himself, just the raw damage output a little bit better from ONIC, and of course that is the playstyle that they love. They love that aggression. These two, you need to watch out for future drafts coming up, the Lilia and the Nolan together. You know that ONIC wanted to play this fast because they even closed it out or started it off with a Harith coming on later in the draft, excuse me. You knew that they were just going to go for pedal to the metal aggro. Now I go back to the pick yet again. I know it's meta. I'm not saying it's terrible, but we've seen too many drafts at this point where the expectation of Eudora getting picked ends up becoming the point of, it's like a turning point for the draft of the opposing side that doesn't have the Eudora. They look at the Eudora and say, we know that's already gonna pop up. How do we make the most out of this? Alright, so for ONIC in this regard, it's we'll take out the best roamers that you could pair up with it and then force SRG to play a different roamer instead. They played the Kufra because once again they banned out the Badang and Cho. I'm not saying completely forget about the Eudora. Yes, I acknowledge all the amazing Eudora games we've had. Team Liquid lost to a great Eudora game by Shin yesterday, and there have been plenty of great Eudoras today as well. But teams are starting to look at that hero and the lack of range it can provide, and not being able to get that quick turnaround right away that you want from the Eudora as a means to suddenly shift the draft in their favor. Once again, just revisit the priority in Eudora. Don't forget about it. Just revisit it.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a Beleric as well, you know, you don't really have to worry about. Eudora could work with that, but if you're not going to have it, that could be the issue. They ban out the Cho, they ban out the Badang. That's a great analysis there, Renmar. Thank you. Gideon, you know, as we head to kind of looking at the next series, but before we do, finishing this one, any final thoughts on seeing two champions of MSC going down, one left to go in ONIC?
You know, it just means that right now the level of competition has definitely gone above and beyond most people's expectations.
Absolutely.
I think, you know, it's really understandable that most of these teams, especially with the confidence that they have, one patch could change everything, and maybe there's something that you miss. It also helps that a lot of these, you know, high-level teams kind of want to keep those secrets for themselves.
They sure do.
And unfortunately, other teams figured out something else and they just didn't see it in time. I think that's the unfortunate truth of it all.
It's a great look at what's been working and what hasn't. And some of these top teams are exposing matchups we haven't seen before. And these are the results to prove it. Team Spirit and Pro Esports move on. GZG into T7, who took down Team Liquid PH yesterday. They are out, and so are Selangor Red Giants, your grand finalists last year, the winners of MSC the year prior. 5-time MPL champions in Malaysia, and ONIC have taken them down. Next up, it's a battle between Falcons and Falcons, and if you think you know who's going to win,
okay na,
go ahead and get your pickups in. By the way, if you want to know a guy who knows what he's doing, he's sitting to my left here.
Hirap
Renmar's like second in the pick'ems leaderboard at this point. So whether you agree with him on Eudora or not, you should agree with him on who is going to win. You must have voted like for somebody unexpected to win one of those games.
Busy magbuhat.
Leaderboard I showed you?
Pagod pala
No, that was
magbuhat.
the trivia game we were playing.
Oh.
Yeah, unfortunately, thank you, but my predictions have been very wrong this MSC in terms of the matches.
You know, and that now it's all making sense because
Parang karamihan talaga bagsak sa prediction
the
ngayon.
fan base anymore, but at this point,
Sobrang grabe nangyayari sa MSC ngayon.
as were a lot of people, but
Surprise mga nananalo.
I take it all back.
Mga natatalo. Surprise din mga natatalo.
All right, in this break coming up, we're gonna have a lot of fun and let you listen to the players' reactions with the Saudi radio comms. When we come back, our final series of the day, it's Falcons PH versus Falcons Meta.
Luto. Lagi left side winner, no? Sumakto nga naman eh. Lagi nasa left. Parang nung day 1 lang sa group A, puro left side din nanalo dun. Wala lang, na-share ko lang. Maaga na tulog, 5 PM. Mic check nila. Lagyan natin sound.
Nice. Yeah. Đi gọi là luôn, có bao điều gì này à? Sao
Ở đây đây. Fan đi nó phải ở đây. Đây lại check. Fan đi ở đây.
Hey, right, guys? Yeah, we can.
That is Lord, by the way. I think we can defend with my ult, guys. Check me.
Oh, can we come?
I think we lost.
Too much.
I just got mid lah.
Boleh tiap aku tak Justin, guys?
Boleh sih.
Tiap aku?
Nice.
Lo.
Aku stand dua.
Mati. Aku aman.
No puri ah.
Aman banget, bro. Boleh dah? Lagi?
Boleh. Sampai tak belum.
Menang dah.
Link dia pakai.
stakes and the hopes of a nation all on the line. Support your
Balik
country
yung
and fight
pag-BRB
for a
ko.
championship for the first time ever. It's the
Bumalik agad.
Esports Nations Cup in November in Riyadh. Make sure to tune in. Apex will be there. MLBB will be there alongside 14 other amazing games. And I got to say, the passion has already started here in the MLBB community. It's been a pleasure to join, and it's been a pleasure to see all of the story unfold. I think I picked a
May
good
laro pa po ba ngayon? Yes po, ito na ang final match. Falcons PH versus Falcons MENA.
That's right. That's right. And speaking of passion, well, I don't know. I feel like this is passionate maybe for some, but for others, if you're a Team Falcons fan, you're gonna get Falcons representative
Feeling ko sinadya talaga ihuli yung PH.
That being said, two very different teams coming from different regions representing different journeys. MENA coming all the way through the wild card. Team Falcons PH, the last Filipino representative here to make it potentially to the knockout stage. So huge chances there. We will see how this all goes, but one thing we know for sure, Falcons will continue their club championship title race with a potential knockout representative. We just don't know which one that will be.
Something I noticed here with the walk-ins, it seems like, of course, the Falcons MENA boys are really locked in. Falcons PH boys, they're a little bit more with their usual loosey-goosey vibe. Flap this time around, actually jamming out to some tracks. We didn't get to see that the last time he was walking out.
Hey, big shout out to...
Hey, they know. He's back.
Yun na naman si Flap.
How do they know? How do they know? Someone said, okay, you're live right now. That makes me wonder what all the people playing it cool were like. They got told they were live and they're like, yeah, I'm gonna act like I'm studying up in here.
Gotta look cool, gotta make sure.
Oh, no, yeah, I'll make
something
that.
post on Instagram later.
Yeah, exactly. Just faking it.
Studying stats.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Flap
They're clearly told they're live, so whatever I see now, I know you're faking it if you're trying to pay attention. Guys, this is a fun one, and also to end the day, it carries the weight as well of the same element of all of these series, where one team is going on, elation, one team is going home, despair. But can you really call it that at this stage? Is there a team that would feel that despair more than any other in this matchup? Or do both teams at this point feel like we played well, we're okay with how we did, we'd love to do more, but what we've done so far is good?
Heavy is the head that wears the crown. We are still in the middle of what people would call the Philippines era because of how many times a Filipino team has dominated in international tournaments. We've been winning world championships since M2. We've been challenged in MSC, but we've won a lot of those as well. I'm pretty sure the pressure right now is a little bit on the Falcons because they can't just go thinking like, oh, Liquid's still here. Wait, no, Liquid's not here, man. It's just us. We're the only team left representing the Philippines, a country with a lot of pride when it comes to MLBB. I mean, some people would say a lot of pride, but as a Filipino, I feel like it's just the right amount, you know, but...
It's a different baseline for everybody. Okay?
It is.
But understandably so, I think what's really scary is that despite having so much weight on your shoulders, there's still that gnawing thought of like, maybe this patch is not us, you know? Maybe this patch is what makes it so coin flippy. One bad mistake could end up getting us knocked out. And I can't imagine a world where a Filipino representative doesn't make at least top 4.
Yeah, and that has been kind of the shift. That's why this has been such an interesting one to jump into.
Grabe pressure sa Falcons
Team
PH.
Falcons PH representing the Philippines. It's been an up and down journey for Philippines here at MSC. We've obviously seen one of the #1 rated teams in Team Liquid PH go down. This is Philippines' last hope, but it is a good hope because this squad definitely knows how to get the job done. From Haji, Ogwin, Super Marco, Kyle, and Flap, they're all about to take stage. But before they did, we wanted to see how in sync these players were with some other opinions. That's why we asked them a little bit of this or that.
Hey guys, my name is Afel, and we know the players. They can play well in-game, but let's see how they do in real life. Because this is this or that. I'm with Super Marco, Kyle, as well as Ogwin from Team Falcons Philippines. If you guys are in sync, you're good. If you're not in sync, then you guys basically can hit each other with a hammer. So if all are good, I want you guys to line up. The first question. If you can time travel, would you rather go to the past or the future? Go. Hey, he wants to go to the future. He wants to see what's up. All right, so this one is going to be tricky. If you have to choose one for your life, would you rather never listen to music again or never watch videos again?
Oh, hirap naman nun.
Go. You're really not the same as them. Okay, for the next one. Would you rather give up your phone or give up your bed.
Phone or bed?
In 3, 2, 1, go. Yeah, I mean, like, come on, who needs sleep, right? Who needs sleep? We got 2 more. This is Jungle Heroes. In 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, finally, you're the different one.
It's better.
I agree, Dominic is better. The last one. Say you guys have been caught. 1v5. Who would you trust to save you guys? Flap or Haji? In 3, 2, 1, go. Yeah, I trust Haji, right? Of course. All right, so it looks like it's not super in sync.
Have the hammer.
Whack your team. There you go. This is Team Falcons. I gotta say, all the teams love this one. We'll see you guys next time.
Some of those were some serious hits right there. The Stealth Assassin, I love it. Team Falcons PH, a little out of sync, but all fun and jokes in that one. I'm sure they'll be in sync in game when we get started. And that turns our attention over to Team Falcons again, but this side, the MENA representative. Remember, GK Esports qualified as the MENA representative, but the likes of Sanji, Boyet, Cuffin, Troll, and Sano qualified through a 10-team wild card, where only one of those teams could make it to MSC. Finally getting here, they've now put themselves on the door to being able to have a chance to qualify for the knockout stages. And of course, they've got everything to play for.
And now we are with the coach of Falcons MENA, Coach Pawi Byrne. How are we doing?
I'm good, I'm good.
You're good. That's not what you said to me earlier.
I'm good, but yeah, I'm nervous.
Nervous, okay. So can we talk about that a little bit? Why are you nervous?
Yeah, because of course the enemy is Team Philippines again. And of course, they are one of the strongest region, right? And yeah, they were our, screaming partners as well. So we don't know what will happen.
I heard about that.
Oh,
Is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? What do you think about being screaming partners and now you're in the lower brackets with them?
50-50, yeah, because we know their heroes too, and they know ours. So we'll see.
Is it weird for you going up against Falcons?
Weird.
Weird. Because I think some of them shared that they were a little bit sad up against the same org.
Same as, for us too. We're really sad that we're gonna fight our, sister team.
Yeah.
Philippines, but it is what it is. We just need to, play and see what we can do.
Do you have maybe a message to them before your match?
For our Philippine team, good luck and have fun, guys. And I hope we play our very best.
Play our very best. So I want to rack your brain a little bit. Like people and legit player, coach, everyone, they're talking about the meta right now. I mean, you played in the wild cards and now you're here. How different is the meta from wild cards to now?
It's really different because we're not expecting they will drop a big patch, after that MSC wild card. So it's really big. And then as I think my player said, told you guys that we're not practicing, right? Like we just got here at 19, I think, and then we started practice that day. So we only have like 1 day or 2 days practice to to check the meta if we can play it or not. Yeah, but I think right now we know a little bit. So just
Team na.
we'll see,
11
So it should be
na.
okay.
Should be okay.
So is that your main challenge now?
Yes.
The meta.
Meta.
What about, if I had to ask you about Falcons PH, what's your main challenge up against them?
Main challenge.
Baka mabot din ng
Don't give us jungle tank.
12.
Okay, so you don't want to be forced on a jungle tank. So maybe we'll see an assassin showdown.
Maybe.
Maybe. All right, Coach, I think that's it from us. Any last words that you want to mention?
Thank you for all the fans that supporting us, and now we're gonna fight our sister team. Good luck, and have fun.
Thank you so much and good luck to you. And we're sorry, what? You make me nervous now. I mean, we're throwing it over back to you guys.
Did I just see Eterna lose an interview? Oh, man.
Oh, that's a rare result.
I think that's the second one.
All right,
Tagal.
She's like 18 and 2
Laglag
now or
Falcons.
something. Maybe 28
Laglag
and 2.
Falcons, guys.
She's probably
Hindi
at
lang
least
natin
30.
alam kung anong Falcons.
Solid record. A+ still.
Pero sure,
Eterna, I will say,
malalaglag
I
ang
like that too.
Falcons.
That was a nice little merch plug right there. Falcons, it's all
30
Falcons.
minutes
So we're
commercial.
talking
Parang
about
hindi
it,
naman
obviously, different
15
regions.
minutes
And when you
na
speak of the
break
MENA
na yun,
region,
di ba?
they have yet to qualify for a knockout stage.
Yeah.
at an
Overtime.
international. And this is an opportunity. I mean, 2 games away, Rimar. You look at, I mean, that's not that far.
Yeah, but it was these boys under a different banner in the M6 World Championship where they were right there. Just they needed that one series win to go into an even deeper stage into the M6 World Championship. It was them also, right? Like with Troll, Saji, Coffin, Sano. I hope for the best for them. I hope for the best for these two. I know it's not easy.
It's so hard to kind of encompass
Sure,
how
Falcons laglag, no?
Falcons Mina actually is, because genuinely each one of them has something going on. This is technically a hobby, with the only exception being Boyette here being the full-timer, and the amount of practice that they get in has to be at 100% efficiency, if not at 150%.
Papalitan kaya sila ng trash talk. Si Boyet, di ba gigil? Grabe din adobo si Boyet.
Every year to push themselves to the next level. In comparison to, again, Team Falcons PH, they've won titles before. They've gone through the most difficult region possible to be able to get picked up by one of the best orgs in the region.
Well, Team Falcons takes the stage on both sides in just a moment. It's PH versus MENA. One searching for the knockout stage to represent their region when we thought we'd have more representatives, and one looking to do it for the very first time and make their region proud. The showdown begins.
Well, my friends, the saying goes, one team's victory is another one's defeat. A huge moment as ONIC take down the MSC 24 champions and
Sabihin na natin.
Giants.
Nice G Falcons.
And well, sadly, break my dear Rose's heart.
Yeah, that was a tough one to watch, and it's always tough sending a team home, but it's even tougher knowing them personally in a sense, you know? But the show must go on, because right now, the same org
pag di nag-choke si Flap, panala na. 2-0 din daw sabi ni John Airwell. 2-0 para matapos agad.
Oh yeah, this one is gonna be fun. So ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Team Falcons Philippines! A team that has experienced the highs and the lows, ready to reclaim their dominance no matter the opponent. They are doing this for them. They are doing this as the last Filipino representatives left at MSC at EWC
Lungkot ng Baby Rose natalo SRD. Malaysian pa naman siya. Oo nga. Vamos na ng pag-asa ng Malaysia.
They're not the only region that is fighting for their only representative. Please join me in welcoming Team Falcons MENA! The last MENA representative remaining at MSC 26 joins us on stage for a mirror battle for the ages. After defeating Ignite
Champion,
Gaming and putting in
MPL
Cool
champs.
versus Vamos, all eyes are on this match that could be historic for their region, Middle East, North Africa.
Whatever happens today, history will be written. And no matter what happens today, Team Falcons will win.
That's a perfect way to put it, Rose. Couldn't have said it better myself.
Yeah, so you know what? Teams, you may now take
Alam
your
niyo,
seats and of course
jokes
place your
natin.
keys. And of course, captains, don't forget to meet
Ang
in
ganda
the
ni
middle.
Rose. Tama.
A brother going up against a brother. This will be an interesting match for sure.
Expected nila isa sa malakas SRD. Pilputin na nila strat.
This is an exciting
Kahit
match. I
TL
think
daw
it's going to be a
tinalo.
chaotic way to end the group stages. So with that, let us head on over to the Land of Dawn.
Di din natin sure.
Well, a wise man once said that the only things certain in life are death, taxes, and Rhino Day. That's right, it's Rhino Day live in the shop. Make sure you grab your new interactive effect. Happy Rhino Day, everybody. Spam those emotes and join us.
I've been trying for so long. My wife has been actively telling me, I swear to God, if you propose to me on Rhino Day and I don't get to celebrate it, we're done. And I told her, okay, I'll avoid Rhino Day. Jeez, wow, man.
Yeah, I once slept through Rhino Day.
Good thing the cameras aren't on me right now.
Hirap din kasi patch ngayon kahit paano. Pero totoo malupit yung yung meta ngayon. Ang gulo. Ang gulo pero nakaka-enjoy panoorin. Kasi hindi ka sure kung ano talaga yung magandang gamitin. Diba? At least hindi na siya yung usual na madalas na nakikita na ginagamit ng team. Basta. Pero sana hindi maglag ng ganyan pag naglalaro.
Just the tip of an emotion or a bad play can end up causing the
yung Aurora, grabe yung laro ng Aurora.
Again, brother against brother, sister against sister, brother v sister, doesn't matter. At some point, somebody is going to start playing dirty. And that's when all the secrets start revealing themselves. That's when you see how personal this might actually be. If both sides keep it calm and don't reveal any information, technically, it's good for the Team Falcons as a whole for club championships if they want to get further into the tournament.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing the reactions and the bans.
Game
those surprise bans, and then suddenly the coach from the opposing side is either going to be angry or just laughing. It's like, haha, yeah, we couldn't get that past them because they knew.
Well, Broken Walls will be our map reveal. And I like it too. You're talking about the reactions and the bans. What are our expectations here? Two teams that have fallen down into this position, one to be eliminated, one to go on, but both have struggled in different versions of this tournament that they've been in. What's your take, Gideon, that we're going to see now?
I think that right now, what it really comes down to is whether or not you can get as chaotic as possible with the Filipinos. And I think especially for the MENA, they've shown in the wildcards that they can get underneath people's skins if they get just a little bit of a lead, like a 1.2K, a 1.5K type lead. Considering what everybody is banning, it feels very standard. They've already initiated the Hirara trade. They're probably going to leave it up because Atlas needs to go. And now this should be a pretty simple first pick unless they want to show us like a different angle.
I think this is actually a little early for Belleric from what we've seen. Although it does, like, we've been seeing that 1-2, right? With the Hirara or the Belleric, the Eudora. I almost don't want to say it in front of you, Renmar, because I know you're done with it.
His fist is already clenched.
But a chance for Meta to set the tone, and it's Hirara with the Ling and the Fanny Ban.
Yeah, no surprises here. And I think really understandable that getting rid of the Belleric makes sense. It already kind of forces the initiation of, hey, do you actually want to play Valentina? If you don't want to, then maybe you can just get rid of the Atlas and save everybody some time here. And let's make sure things get a little sweaty. Your reign is rather interesting. We're seeing more teams actually lean into the more reliable sandbag.
And Zushin still available too, but the Selena picked up. Look, page out of Rosa's book.
Yeah, some big evolution here by Falcons PH. While for Falcons Men, it is also an evolution for them. Usually they're the team that we look at as, oh, they want to force those utility tank junglers. But this time Boyet and the rest of the team stepping up to the plate, showing us that, hey, we're ready to play the Assassins and we're ready to play the game of this meta. With both roamers gone, I think we're fighting for Cho and Badang now. But don't take away the possibility that the Gotcha still might show up with Revitalize, High Loss as well, but that's a little bit lower in the totem pole.
I think as of right now, there's a couple of unique picks that have been circling around in my head, especially in a meta like this, especially when you have very key picks with distinct characteristics like Selena. Is there the possibility of maybe finding a stronger engage? The Cho and the Alice do show up. I was thinking whether or not they want to play something like a Lolita, but I don't think there's enough information yet to get that guaranteed. Most likely probably going to show up on that second phase, but let's see here, right? They have to complete their first three, and I think most of the time it's usually two tanky boys and then the Selena, but if they want to initiate the Ling, oh wait, Ling's already banned out, they gotta figure something else.
Yeah, I think you just go in and pick up the Badang. Honestly, it's fine, it does the job, it has that anti-CC. But with the Alice around, fighting underneath the Throne of Ruin of the Alice, and of course her passive, considering you don't have a lot of crowd control, yeah, you need that crowd control. Just go ahead and pick up the Badang. go into the second phase without your jungler, pick it up later. Oh, okay, no, they'll pick up the Nolan first. So again, we're seeing now here the reprioritization of Nolan, whether or not the
No
Ling
need
is on
meta
board.
daw kung binasa ka gumamit
trying to
ng
match
hero.
it, right? Match
Tama
that
naman
pressure.
din.
And so
Kung
far, if
gamay na
we're
gamay yung
comparing
hero.
the Nolan Selena versus the Hirara
Maglalaban
alongside
ulit
with the Cho,
ONIC
that early
at
game is generally
Aurora.
pretty
Hindi pa
even,
sure.
slight advantage over to
Mamaya
Falcons Mina.
yung knockout stage draw
Where do we go
pagtapos
from here,
nitong
right? There's still a missing support pick coming in for the side
nitong series
of PH. And
ng
ideally,
Falcons.
I think going for the Badang may not necessarily, they don't necessarily have to hold on to it. They can go a little bit further. They still need a concussive blast user.
Yeah. A little bit of a faster clear of the center. They might lean towards picking up the Gatat Kacha. Okay, I think this is one of those bans of like, yeah, we know you,
Perdita
so
na
we know what you
and-
guys like to play. Let's go ahead and ban out the Clint.
Oh, do they want to set up for maybe double fighter, high snowball style composition, strong side lane, so that no matter Nolan, wherever Nolan decides the path, he has a potential to set up for a gank.
No basic attack, all just hit each other with our hardest hitting skills. I wouldn't say no to that. That's fun to cast. Well, I'm not casting, but it's also fun to analyze.
It's also the premise of Fight Club, but we don't talk about that here.
What's that?
Second,
great answer.
What else can they get rid of? Because there's so much priority going towards this gold lane, and I totally understand now that Cho is in play, that gold lane really boils down to who has the better battle spell. But now I don't have a choice. I have to go Purify every single time, and I can't get away from this Alice if I don't have that Purify.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough to play a carry. I think
Kala mo madaling
Falcons
araw.
one of these two might want to consider just playing for like a lot of range. They ban out the Valentina. Are
Pag
they
alam
setting
mo
up for
dahil
something
hero
big in
mo,
the
kaya mo
row?
ng sariling highlights.
Why? What other ultimate
Manalo
are we kind
matalo,
of missing out here?
important.
What are they trying to set up
Part
for in
of
terms of a counter engage?
experience.
I would have imagined that it would lean more into the EXP, but they already have the Uranus.
Here's a funny suggestion, throwing it back a little bit back. Tigreal.
Ooh, not a bad shout. I don't think I think that there's a lot of logic in this, especially
Nolan.
if Hirara tries to go in for the engagement. There is a way to kind of counterplay it, or at least kind of keep up with her tempo.
Conversation now starting to get a little bit more tactical.
I keep forgetting about the Minotaur.
With the Minotaur banned out. And now Falcons turn to pick up a roam.
They really know each other well.
Yeah.
That's what it feels like. Oh, I get rid of the Valentina. There's no way they're gonna steal the Minoan Fury. Banned.
Cream body nga daw sila
With the
kaya alam
range,
nyo
with the
yun.
bolts, might be seeing a different style of mid here.
Style.
I think Falcons are
Yung laro ng
they're
isa't
just gonna
isa.
go ahead and show the Claude. Might have been worried that you're gonna be seeing like a artillery mage from Falcons Mena, so they just go ahead. They're zeroing in on dive. This is all in for Falcons, and this could be a very risky gambit.
What kind of a support would technically field well here? Something that... I don't think it's a bad idea, but then for Mina, at least we could see that they've got the stronger engage on their side. They have ways to kind of initiate, but where is the damage going to come from? With Harith already gone,
Balik
Clint
nila sa
already gone
meta,
to kind of
Layla
guarantee
tank.
the lane-winning matchups, does that mean that they have to go back to something a little safer? No Claude as well, so Brody?
Yeah, Brody. Oh, Brody should be good matchup-wise.
Zushin comes in late.
Oh.
Left on
she's alive, yeah.
the available list, and the Moskov.
Yeah, with all of this
Ito nga
dive, good
pala ang
space.
match
I'm
nila.
honestly really liking this
Falcons
Falcons Mena
versus
draft.
Falcons.
Unless Falcons PH decided to pack a surprise in the roam, or they'll just settle for the Badang. Again, we pose the possibility of a Tigreal.
Yeah. Overall,
missing here.
We've seen carries late.
Ang
Brody,
PH
you guys
yung
mentioned
letter
as well, could come up.
N
Looking
as
for that pick in the
nanay.
gold lane.
Claude's
gold, sorry, in the gold lane for Claude.
Yeah, they've already got the Claude at this stage, and I think that now they're just looking for like a support pick that
M
kind of
as
either
mommy. Falcons
leans
Mena.
into their strong lane or something that completely counters like two of their engagement tools. And without the Minotaur, it only really just leaves us with the Tigreal as a means to kind of get away. There's also the Lolita, but there's not a lot of projectiles to reflect anyway, so it's kind of not worth it. Badang feels all right, but at the same time, it's just not enough to kind of maintain that pressure. I like the Gatot. It fulfills all the checkboxes. Clears waves fast in the mid lane. Can support the Selena. Most importantly, disengage.
And you have Revitalize with you.
All right, well, you see the lineups here. Falcons Mena versus Falcons PH. Guys, any edge either way?
Para mas malinaw pa nga. Yung logo na walang bilog, yun yung PH. Diba? Mas mabilis na explanation pala yun.
PH as well, but I think generally safe composition, it's Mina.
Yung may
Everybody
bilog
seems like they've
sa
got some win
Mena.
conditions here as well. The Nolan we saw win last game. Zushin left off the ban list also and back in the side of Mena. They've got a good lineup on both sides. What else would you expect from scrim partners who share the same organization just from different regions? It's Falcons PH versus Falcons Mena. One's trying to go to the knockout stage for the first time. One's trying to bring the knockout stage to the Philippines one more time. Let's send it over to Brigida and Mirko to get this game started.
Thank you so much, panel. Welcome to game number 1 in this elimination bout. I know one thing's for sure. Falcons gonna win.
Falcons. Falcons, Team Falcons. Yes, that was something Rose mentioned earlier too, and that is the only thing guaranteed, at least heading into this series, where I feel like a lot of eyes are definitely watching out for. Considering what has been a very unexpected turnaround for the PH representatives already so far here in MSC, there's a huge task and challenge for Falcons PH this time, but just the same, Mina, they've finally been stepping up. And they're just one step away from getting into knockouts right now.
And that's been the case. Let's see if Falcons Mena can actually pull up an upset, right? Because so far it's been crazy upsets here and there, even yesterday. All in though.
Oh, that's a crazy arrow. I don't even consider that's crazy. It was just right in front of them. Troll doesn't have the flicker. At least he will survive this though. But a great start somewhat for a Selena on the side of Falcons.
Yeah, pick up already, and they want more. Ogren with the unbreakable. No, it just gets the wave shoved in over to Falcons Mena. Now, all right, one thing the panel was questioning, if Haji can land the arrows, right? That's the goddamn Kadamashi, bro. I think he can land some arrows. He went for Season Hunter, though. That means he's going to go for the fast clear onto the neutral objective. So already a different approach on the Selena for all the other Selenas so far.
Yeah.
Sana's doing a good job in lane. We've been seeing more bargain hunters from Moreno, My Goat, Wilderness Blessing for some other Selenas. But Haji's gone for the normal Season Hunter.
Yeah, and I think we've all been wanting to see that KDA machine gameplay, Kada machine gameplay from Haji, which I feel like hasn't really been the case for Falcons PH so far. Again, when they went up against Vitality, it's really Moreno as the highlight of that match. Now it's Troll already poked down to less than half HP. How do Falcons Mena actually dance around this?
That's a good question. Falcons Mena do have a lot of ways to engage, though. Troll and Sanji mainly. Falcons PH are going to be the ones having to kind of react to these engages unless they just start it again and blitz it down, and that seems like it's going to be the case with the Season Hunter.
Oh, yep, that is the game plan. Right now, Falcons Mena, 0 trades across the map so far. They aren't able to really get anything out of that. It's just Boyet still farming in his very own jungler, and the way that Falcons PH have been controlling the mid duo has been spectacular. They aren't really enabling Boyet to just go in for any burst nor pickoffs just yet.
Yep, it's gonna be slow. Haji!
Oh, another arrow onto Coffin. Doesn't use the flicker. There's the knockup from the Lantern Flare. But that's about it.
Even Flap coming by as well. These Falcon boys, man, are playing it so macro, Kyle, using the space to invade in the jungle. So it's all about building up those small leads for Falcons PH. They might be able to steal this. Oh, the retreat from Kyle! Takes it away from Boyet. It was on cooldown for Boyet.
iframe's forced out too. Now, initially, what has just been Falcons Mena sticking to the jungling, sticking to their very own farm. Now it's been successfully infiltrated and interrupted by Falcons Mena. An arrow, if it weren't for the Shumpo, that would have been very dangerous here for Troll. But this is a Selena which is actually working in the early game.
Yep. They definitely took a few pages out of the Vitality book after losing to Selena. Abyssal Arrow!
Onto Boyet of all members, and that's gonna be a pickup as well. Hypnosis already picked up by Kyle too.
Wow.
That's the start you want for Falcons.
Oh, another!
Oh wait, there's an AOG. Everything just used to secure the kills against Falcons Mena.
No ifs, man. No ifs, all right? Haji doesn't do if, buts, or maybes. He just does absolutes, bro. It's when he lands the arrow, not if. Oh my goodness, the Kadam machine. Haji's just been landing these back-to-back arrows like it's nothing against Falcons Mena. The lead, basically, it's all onto Haji, right? I mean, all because of Haji, sorry. 3,000 goal lead almost. at 4 minutes in the game, 3 kills. All with the arrow.
Yeah.
One on Jusin, one earlier, and now on the turtle.
Yep, the Jusin is pretty much dealt with at this point, at least in the early stages of the game, so it'll be a struggle for them to catch back, but that's the Throne of Ruin. It's gonna catch Kyle!
Oh.
We have the Dragon onto him as well as Soti connecting, and Sano makes it to the team fight! Sanji finds the kill, the knockup onto Owen. He's still trying to sustain it, but Flap though, he tried to find Boyet there. Another episode of Arrow connecting, Haji will go in again, and an AOG! They still want more! Haji's on a killing spree!
Boyet!
Okay, knockup onto Owen, but Haji finds a double!
Again, it's the arrows and Haji keeping them alive. Falcons Mena, wait a second, what happened there? Falcons PH, it looked like they want to blitz, but then it was Falcons Mena just forcing the issue, finding the fight, the Throne of Ruin in the flicker. Caught Kyle off guard, a good Jeet Kundo to follow it up as well, so there's still going to be ways for Falcons Mena to pull off a victory here, and it's through forcing these team fights, and Falcons PH gotta be ready for it. They can't be caught off guard like that.
But Falcons PH are just so good. They're just so good at managing the man-to-man defense. The members of Falcons Mena individually, you saw how Flap just had his eyes set on Boyet, and he was capable of dealing with him all alone, enough to put him at a very low HP. And on the other side, even though they were after Kyle, the arrows from Haji, they're just something Falcons Mena are yet to really find a way around. Every single time a team fight breaks out, these arrows just interrupt so much of what Falcons Mena want to happen.
And so it builds up again. Kyle, luckily, bought the Sky Piercer after the death. Flap, though, will not make Boyet's life easy. Chases him under turret, pops in the Consecration as well. Classic Flap on the Uranus.
That's been the case for Boyet and Flap for the past 6 minutes. It's always been Flap on Boyet. Troll shows up. Fracture already used. Another episode trap. But Falcons Men are holding on to this mid turret. But it feels like they haven't been able to move out of it as much.
Look at Kyle.
Kyle? Okay, he's onto Sano. SOD connecting as well. Crimson Beacon in! Troll doesn't land the kick onto Kyle, but he does find Haji. But do they have enough damage to deal with him? They finally get to shut him down here or not! They do, but even at the expense of Sano, they had to lose him just to take Haji down.
Usually I'd say it's going to be worth it for the Selena to pick up the Moskov, but he gave the Moskov a big bounty. That was a 4-0 Selena. Now gold given over to Sano. Falcons PH will still capitalize over this neutral objective. That's going to be free. But man, great targeting by Falcons Men. I really thought they were just going to go for Kyle. In the end, Troll picked the right guy. He went straight for Haji, who had a bounty, who could actually, again, beat a turn for Falcons Mena.
Yeah, I thought so too. I thought it was actually Kyle they were after all along. But at least in turn, I feel like this somewhat allows Falcons Men a bit more room to go for more plays. It does grant a bit more wave control, but I think the fact that Sano has been forced to at least participate in the fights more frequently than we're used to seeing gold laners do is somewhat slowing things down a bit for Falcons Mena. It's maybe also because Coffin hasn't been having the best time in the early game, which is why they needed to compensate for damage in other departments. Oh, but Troll, he finds one. There goes the follow-up from Coffin. They find the knock-up on Haji with the Lantern Flare, but the damage, it needs to come from Boyet. Iframes trying to dash out. A flicker from Flap, though. He doesn't let Boyet get away.
Okay, the first time is going to be worth it to get the kill on Haji because of the bounty, but the second time around for Boyet's life, not that worth it. But then you look at it again, and Falcons Mena were able to get a turret in mid lane. Luckily for Falcons PH, they also retaliate with a turret take. So in the end, it's Falcons PH who get the benefit of that trade, the advantage. Chapsize Pauldron done for Sanji. That'll certainly help in their endeavors to fight around in these 5v5s against Super Marco.
Yeah, you know what reminds me of? When I see Sanji on the Alice, it just brings back memories, you know?
Yep.
It just brings back memories of Wildcard. But now it's a much bigger task at hand for Sanji. He does have to give up that turret, though.
At least it's not one of those wildcard games where Sanji went 0-7 on the Alice, right? It's a good game. Oh, arrow!
Oh, it's not a good game for Cuffin, though. That's for sure. Now that the Throne of Ruin already forced out, he does land it onto multiple members and figures out safely. And I guess they're just trying to buy more time. Look at what Sano's been trying to do on the Moskov.
They are able to get a tier 2 down below. The SOD doesn't land, and it's Falcons PH who are just getting the better trades. They get a kill off of that on Cuffin. They get a base turret as well. Falcons Mena only got the Holy Shield, but hold on. If Falcons PH commit onto this, the Moscow might be able to go for another turret. No, it's too fast.
Okay. Sano just gets the purple instead. There will be Haji to deal with the waves too, but even the placements, just look at the placements of the traps. I mean, it'll go down a few, but I think that's helping Falcons so much. Just play around their macro much more easier. A Malefic Roar pickup for Kyle. Ooh, it's been so tough for Cuffin, honestly, in this game.
Yep.
The positioning has been a struggle. The Crimson Beacon used to reposition or even go in aggressively has been a struggle because the arrows seem to be punishing him always.
Let's take a look at the equipment here so far in the game. What has Falcons PH been able to get with a 6,000 gold lead in their hands? 1,000 in between the gold laners. That means Super Marco ahead in the Swift Trinity build. Sano, though, following through, able to pick up the DHS. That makes it Swift Trinity Power Spike as well.
Conceal from Owen.
They still have to clear. Oh, Spear of Misery. Wow.
Knocks him back, but they'll have to let go of their turrets. Arrow gets dodged, but Holy Shields are about to go down. They lose 2. I mean, they only have 2 left, but the damage from Kyle is insane. Falcons Mena at least have room to deal with the Lord for now, but you saw that single entry from Falcons, and it's not looking too good for them.
It's all about defense for Falcons Mena, for Falcons PH. It's all about trying to go for the siege, so they need to find some angles for the arrows to land, or they start zoning Falcons Mena from these structural objectives. Troll with the conceal, cancel AOG.
Oh, Throne of Ruin casted does get him immune from that knockup, but Sanji doesn't find any. Has to flicker out too just to survive. The damage from Boyet doesn't seem to be enough. Sano's just dealing with the waves as much as they can. Goes in! Super Marco. Oh, that made me nervous.
Marco gets the Malefic gun. He'll be able to get that range advantage. Arrow from the side.
Okay.
But it doesn't land. Again for Falcons Mena, though, they have amazing clear as long as the Moskov is left untouched. As long as he's able to pierce through these minions with the spears, he'll be getting free farm. So I think for Falcons PH, the right move right now would be to freeze up these waves, deny farm away from Sano. Because he's not far, 1,000, but not as far as you would think, right? With a 6,000 gold lead here, you wouldn't expect a little bit more of a lead there to try to deny the Moskov. It's actually more on the jungle. Kyle's been gapping Boyet in farm. Oh my goodness.
I gotta say, Flap's been doing a great job at helping Kyle get this lead over Boyet. The fact that they haven't been able to really utilize the Hirara to in any way try to burst down a member from Falcons. Not even Haji, who seemed to be one of the best possible targets in the early, or even Super Marco. So it's been great. It's been great for the Bulletproof, and now Ogwen just gets to pick up the Chastise as well. So majority of the damage you're expecting from Falcons Mena already have somewhat of an answer from Falcons PH. And there's another Lord spawning in just 3 seconds, which I feel Falcons Mena are really going to struggle to try and attempt for a contest, if any.
It's double Season Hunter plus a Claw. They can burst this Lord as long as it's not Evolved Lord. Super easy. Look at that. Oh man, you blink and you miss it.
Yeah.
Lord gone, taken by Falcons PH. Purple buff taken by Boyet though, so he's able to get a buff in hand. Flap's good. Malefic gun though for Sano.
Yep.
One thing we can't talk about is that the additional range will help him to clear even more. Wishing Lantern already done with Ice Queen 1. And it's just a Malefic Roar, that big, oh my god, 2 items difference between the junglers. Kyle has a Sky Piercer, even though it's only on 10 stacks, and an endless battle. So that's gonna be true damage that Sanji, Troll, and Cuffin are gonna have to deal with.
Yeah, Super Marco's looking like he's on the road to building a Winter Crown as well.
Got it.
That's Sanji taking it, and that's a conceal play. Ogwen trying to show up. Doesn't get to taunt anyone just yet, but that's just space.
Yep.
Falcons secure this mid-base turret. They get to find the Lantern players onto Flap, but he doesn't care. He's just gonna go in. Consecration already used. They're looking to take out all the remaining base turrets, but the damage from Super Marco.
It's just there, it's just a bit of poke. Falcons Mena know that they cannot fight, and the reason they gave the mid turret is because they would rather lose mid and top, no problem, over their last side lane turret. Falcons PH don't want to take this down.
This Troll finds something here. Oh, it's Ogwen who goes in first! Are they looking to punish him instead? Sanji finds a set in the back lines, but all the while that's been happening, the rest of his members have been falling too. Boya dealing a bit more damage than we expected him to. And it's been 3 members of Falcons PH going down so far, leading to a canceled out Winter Crown just in time! And the BMI
gets to escape, but they lose 3.
That was insane. The arrow looked like it was going to land on Cuffin, but he popped in the Crimson Beacon, so it actually landed on Sano instead. In the end, Falcons PH still took a fight under turret. Look at this again. Slow-mo. Ogwin got both. Sano and Cuffin. This was the dream start. Haji throws it, and look, Sano was left to deal with the Abyssal Arrow. Haji got it. Yes, Sanji got a massive set. But damn, fighting under turret against this composition still super difficult. It was just so difficult for Super Marco to find a target to actually attack as well, just because of the iframes. Great cancel though on Troll. Amazing Jeet Kundo. Purple buff steal for Boyet, finally.
Wait, did he? Or is it? Because I think I see a purple buff in...
Oh, Kyle secured it? Kyle secured it, okay.
Got it,
I thought it was a take with a red tree. Both of them red tree.
Both of them. That was close. It's still a 7k gold lead though for Falcons PH. So we saw how, as you mentioned, Falcons Mena have been struggling to go for that fight even when it was right under their turret. So it's still not looking as great for them. At the very least, things could have been different if only Sano didn't go down there. Maybe if they only had a bit more damage to rely on to execute the team fights, but even Sanji's just starting to feel the damage from the fractures.
Kyle took it away, the orange buff with the retribution. Playing with the timers again, knows that Falcons Mena cannot blitz this Lord, so it's just the retry used by Kyle to constantly suffocate Falcon Mena carries. Top wave has been dealt with though, and they know the retry's been used. The Troll is looking for the play. Abyssal Arrow.
He gets caught by an arrow! He uses the Way of the Dragon just to push the other members away, but he will not survive. Crimson Beacon out, just so Cuffin lives too. And that's pretty much it. Falcons PH get this guaranteed Lord.
Yet again, it's Falcons PH, man, controlling the game. Falcons Mena have only had one neutral objective. A say, only had one say onto the neutral objective. All the time it's just been Falcons PH with the burst on the double season hunter. Ogwin with the flank.
With no base turrets left, this isn't looking too good for Falcons Mena. Majority of their wave clear is just really Sano. But if Falcons decide to sync up the waves, this is gonna be tough. You have to expect Abyssal Arrows everywhere, and looking at the items. Okay, Boyet still needs one more.
That they do. Still needs one more item, but I don't think he's gonna be able to get it in time. Wind of Nature for Sano. Oh, actually he gets a Sea Halberd, there you go. Full items on the damage dealers of Falcons Mena.
Okay, just in time for the fracture! Forcing out the Winter Crown from Sanji. Throne of Ruin forced already too. AOG in from Ogwin, but Flap doesn't have the Winter Crown. Does he get punished here?
Sano!
No! Haji finds another kill! And the fracture just lands on multiple targets! Falcons PH ends game 1 right here!
It was a full defense for Falcons Mena the whole game. From start to finish. Falcons PH, though, able to stay consistent, constantly throw in these attacks at the base, sieging it through. And the last one, it looked a bit dicey with those health bars a couple of times. Sano, good positioning, but at the end of the day, that Lord, those members, that front line from Falcons PH, and those dang arrows from
First Blood PHK.
Too much for Falcons Mena to handle. They're gonna have to take the L in game number 1. Try to go back to the drawing board. And for Falcons PH, hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. The Selena, if it's open again, I want the Kadam machine on it again.
It posed a lot of questions for us. We were, and even the panelists, I think, had an if statement, if the arrows actually land, but in this scenario, you said it, it were only absolute arrows that came in from Haji. Complete control over the map.
What? That was not supposed to be a killing trade.
This one too. This one as a highlight for Haji. He got the most important person in that team fight.
Nice game, Pinas. Joke daw sana. Grabe.
We were thinking Falcons Mena came out with a better
Galit si Flap. Natalo kasi si Carl siya daw babawi.
What happened from the panel? Let's ask the panel to break down this game number 1 for Falcon versus Falcon.
Thank you. It's a battle of the skies, as they said, and it was PH who took the win in this one. Falcons happy about that. You see Kyle and Flap rejoicing in their victory, and guys,
Ban Selena daw next D. Nasa red pala yung Pinas na lito ka kanina.
Again, this one looking good for Philippines, but also just really looking good for the pacing of this game, which was pretty. I mean, I'll let you put the word. What's a word you would use to describe this victory?
What's a good word for Haji here? I mean, Mirko already mentioned absolute.
Okay, yeah.
So I think we can play around that.
I'm feeling that.
Yeah, absolute.
Yeah.
It's absolute Haji. It's like a limited edition comic book run, which were just five issues of this bangs.
Tignan nyo na lang yung IGN guys pagka in-game. Di ba may player's camera? Tapos nakalagay dun yung IGN nila.
It's just easier to execute overall while Falcons still have to make sure Falcons
Pag nakita niya IGN ng Falcons, dun silang side.
We're probably going to be pulling it up on the telestrator in just a little bit because here I would imagine there's so many ways that like Falcons PH could have kind of
Showtime malala si Haji.
that Falcons Mina unfortunately in this case can't walk up safely, and every time they do try to make walk up safely, they are in that firing line.
Iba na Haji next game.
I mean, has looked good every time she's been picked. Uranus getting higher and higher in terms of prioritization. Obviously, Bellark banned early, but that allowed the Uranus to show what he's done. And I don't know, I'm starting to like the Nolan. This is looking really good. We're starting to get deeper into the evolution of this draft. I know when Falcons Mena go back to the drawing board, they're going to say, we probably can't let this happen. We'll probably target ban. You would expect a potential Selena, but Renmar, I know you've got some telestration lined up for us. I want to hear you lead us into it on the back of these highlights.
Basta yung logo na walang bilog, yun ang Falcons PH. Pinaliwanag ko na kanina. I-zoom ko guys.
I feel like because of how much, dare I say, squishier the heroes are, easier to kill the heroes are.
Yung logo na walang bilog, Falcons PH. Yung logo na may bilog, Falcons Mena yan. Okay na, gets na.
It is so devastating to lose one that Nolan looks so good in this current metagame. We're going to play this out, and this is an example of what Gideon mentioned of how dangerous it is to step up. Look how far Falcons will continue this push. They're going to be willing to give up the little bit of control they have in the bottom lane just for sheer focus and will to break down the first inhibitor up top. After they get the second tower, they will continue. And look just how
may IGN din naman guys. Siguro naman kilala niyo yung IGN ng Team Falcons.
That's the -1. The siege minion makes it through, meaning that they get to pop the passive, and then they're going to be continuing this into a push with the rest of the minions.
Before you end this, can I ask a question?
Sure.
How do you feel about the Moskov far on the right side there when the team's defending? Is that a good decision?
You see a lot of teams with the Moskov want to do this.
Yeah,
they want to open
go.
up the map on the other side.
Okay.
And then if ever Falcons had an error here and they didn't get Coffin, maybe let's say they were a little bit too aggressive with trying to get that tower down, they weren't patient, then the Moskov comes in with an SOD. Yeah, and it turns the fight around. Now we go into the second one, and I feel like this was already a big lead for Falcons heading into this, but this was the dagger, proving once again why Haji was the biggest question for this one, and he answered this absolutely. It was pointed out by the casters. Ogun gets that double taunt, but Haji will also commit the flicker just to finish this off. But I also wanted to capture this moment because this is how you envision how it would go good for Falcons.
Ito commentator natin may pag-asa pa PH. Tama.
With the Throne of Ruin and the other members of
Tapos ginulat ng ibang pick ng Falcons Mena, no?
Let's go with right there. Just trying to make sure that they can hold on and hope that the rest of the team will be able to take down the Alice before the other members of Falcons Mena will be able to get out and join.
Nanalo ba ONIC kanina? Yes po. Panalo ONIC, laglag ang SRG.
And they needed the help of the turret to do really well with this. But even with the help of the turret, it was still a trade that went very well for Falcons. They lost members, but Kyle and Supermarket
Gusto ko pa din malaman, ba't kaya di naglaro si Sakais? Baka may nasagap kayong chika doon, guys. Tapos natuwan daw ng Mena. Oh no! Aray mo.
Indication there too. I'm going very in depth. Could you bring that back up real quick? I wanted to say something about it. If you can, no problem. It was a 15 Moskov going against a lot of level 12s, 13s, 14s, but 0 kills. Yeah. So this just indicates that despite the Moscow pushing and trying to get what he's supposed to do, he was still being completely outfarmed by Super Marco.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Because again, it's about how much actual money is on the map at one time. There's a couple of ways you can get it, from kills, which unfortunately Falcons don't have access to, the lane, or even jungle creeps. And out of those things, Super Marco can hit 2 lanes, 3 lanes at the same time, clear up the enemy jungle while they're doing it. He will always have double the farm, double the money in this particular scenario. And like Renmar mentioned, right, especially they needed this turret specifically to deal damage because unfortunately for poor Moskov did not have 3 items at that point of time. So that's the only other way.
Yeah, it's an interesting point because you look at like where your win conditions are, and it's kind of I don't know, a popcorn term, but it helps to understand what went right, what went wrong, and what has to go right next time around. Obviously, that gold lane matchup really important, and for a character, you know, like Claude to be winning at that
Masakit
high
daw
level, and
daliri ni si Kais, kaya hindi
to me, I
naglaro.
think that seems like they did not do enough in that matchup to really put pressure
Boses
on him.
pala kung maganda na. Ano yung boses ba?
Didn't put enough pressure.
I'm gonna bring in some favorite basketball terms here. They
Come on, man.
Baka kasi din sa dito sa mga nagsasalita.
I didn't mean for that to rhyme.
Malungkot mga TLPH team kagabi. Talo sila sirat. Oo nga. Kahit naman siguro hindi fan, malulungkot. Depende din. Hindi ko naman nila lahat. Pero meron pa din na nalulungkot kahit hindi fan. Siyempre PH representative pa din yan, guys. Sa gitna ka, sa gitna nga ako hihiga next game. Muntikan na ako mahulog. Nakatulog ka na. Pili ka, mahulugan ka ng phone sa mukha o mahulog ka mismo sa hinihigaan mo.
But his influence could never go down to the gold lane. Every single time it occurred, Falcons PH one step ahead, either having traps for vision, more importantly, sending in supports to cover that side.
Yeah, and since we're still on basketball, the balls on Team Falcons PH.
Come on, man.
Like they were honest with it, man. Nolan, Selena, they were just saying, we don't care, man. We're going to be able to execute this.
Yeah.
You need a lot of bravado to make this work, and they were so confident with it.
I love it, man. And Team Falcons PH dunking on Team Falcons meta just to continue with it. I also got to ask you guys got a basketball go? Because I already know my answer. No, you're not going there?
It's MJ.
MJ.
It's MJ.
Mine's his protege, you know, Kobe.
Kobe.
Kobe, man. Come on, I'm a Kobe guy.
Pag natalo ng ONIC ID ang Aurora, alam niya daw. ONIC ID ang mag-champ, ganun. Gusto ko mahulog sa baba, wag lang sa taas. Pag nahulog ka sa taas, nako, iba na yun.
Team Falcons meta and Team Falcons PH is how they're utilizing their drafts and trying to catch each other off guard.
Basta ako win streak sa buhok.
Second or third layer of the response. And I want to point out the fact that the
ilan win streak mo? Bawal pala number. Sana 2-0 laban, baka comeback. Malala daw makabawi. Ate Dan na po ba naglaro ang Aurora? Oo, kahapon ng Aurora kalaban nila ang ONIC. And since natalo nila ang ONIC, wala silang laro ngayon kasi yung mga naglaban-laban ngayon, yung nasa lower bracket.
We saw ONIC do it earlier against SRG.
Absolutely, but that comes with a couple of conditions
2-1 daw, so papahabain ang series.
Needed to get rid of the Atlas on their end, so they're just gonna have to roll the dice a bit. But if, let's say, right, you know, in a perfect world, they swap sides. I think red side comes
Tapos may ano pa pala, mag-draw pa sa knockout. Kaya abot talaga ng alas 12, guys. Abot yan. Kahit hindi mag-game 3, kahit mag-fast game. So, panalo Aurora kahapon. Yes po. Knockout stage. Secured na sila.
Not terrible bans, But maybe we're slowly starting to see a little shift away from rushing the Hirara right out of the gate. Because with heroes such as Selena, I'm not saying pick the Selena over the Hirara.
Yeah.
But now there are answers, risky answers, not
Tagal ng game.
absolute
Eto na,
answers.
mag-i-start na.
Maybe?
I think, because every time we see
There it is.
Yeah, every single time, right? It's about building the system around the Hirara. Do you have a strong enough mid trio to
Yura,
enable this
first
first
pick.
blood, or do you at least have a sandbag to kind of
Hira
control that
sila
side of the
ng
wave?
Hirara.
Well, I like the adjustment because we mentioned going deeper into the assassin ban and not prioritizing the Hirara.
Piliin
They take out the
sa
Selena as well, which we
kalaban-
mentioned. Ling
kalaban
and
niya,
Fanny
ONIC ay
gone,
yun.
which forces you to go
Yun
deeper
nga
into
yung
that
sabi
pool if you
kaya
want to grab
kanina.
it. The Hirara taken
Sana
on the
piliin
other
sila
side, but
ng
the Uranus
Aurora.
taken on the side of Falcon's Meta. They liked how
Para
it
na,
worked.
bawi daw,
The
bawi.
Belric's still available, which is a dangerous composition. And the Claude, that's an early prio. Gideon, you're
I'm
questioning
surprised.
that?
I'm very surprised because now they can pick up Beleric on their side and even look to actually secure their mid lane down. But maybe this could be like an attack, right? This is a hidden attack. I'm saying if we finish our first three, we get to the second phase, we're looking at your gold laner if you don't pick it up in the first three.
But isn't Beleric Eudoric too good here to pass up? Or
Yeah.
would you?
That is the trap that a lot of...
Never mind.
Why are we shifting it now?
Yeah, why?
This is like third level. These teams have done this before to each other, it feels like.
I think we don't see their jungler just yet. They might keep the option open
roam yan.
I think they need to.
put the Sakai into the jungle or roam, and then you pick up the Eudora here, as mentioned by Rain. Then,
Whoa.
they're going.
Hey, this is...
Hindi, jungle,
I
okay?
like what I'm seeing. Just because I don't see the
Makukulat yata ang
for that sole purpose. Is it questionable? Absolutely.
Man.
Because I wish they held on to
Big
the
damage
flex option
beans.
instead of showing it right away.
I agree, but at the same time, I think they also recognize that, you know what? There's a pretty good chance that Bulletproof Marco is going to do Bulletproof Marco things and try and dominate that side of the lane. So at least let's affect it by forcing him to take a Purify. That's number one. The second thing is, I don't know how they're going to play that early game now, because now that Akai has kind of revealed themselves alongside the Chill, the early game isn't exactly leaning towards Falcon's PH on this Hirara, right? Because I would imagine that with Hirara, you want to set up for that level 2, but it's just too much stats.
Okay.
Wow.
They go ahead and pick up the Esmeralda. There's one pick right now that Falcons Meta needs to ban, and that's the Valentina. If the Valentina gets through, this is going to be really tough for Falcons Meta. Yes, Falcons PH won't have the range, but it's Haji. This is his signature hero in MPL Philippines Season 17. He'll have a wealth of options, and he's just going to be looking at two. Heavy Spin and the Way of the Dragon.
Yeah.
With just those two ultimates, it changes the image of team fights to favor Falcons PH more.
This is an interesting one, guys. I mean, I almost thought... I thought a lot of things. Now, who knows what we think. But of course, the Valentina looks like a pretty smart ban. A lot of really good ultimates on the side with control for Falcons Meta. Just showing you a little bit here. The Hirara stolen and the Uranus stolen. So swap there. The Selena no longer involved in a major prioritization in the Claude and the Cho.
I think Falcons PH might let the
Grabe
Hara
naman kasi
through because
ginawa
they
sa Dina
still have an
kanina.
option to play a glue roam if ever.
Yeah, Blue Roam is also pretty good. I'm also thinking whether or not they need to get rid of the Lilia
Oh,
at
no,
this
signal,
point.
di na
Because again, these are very
napipili.
like picks that kind of signal what they
Dati,
think is going to be a problem for their
nababan
final
ko.
comp at the end of the day. And the peel is good. Not to mention, I mean, there's still also the Zushin that they could have picked up later on the line, get a nice Queen's Wand, and then still peel off this tanks. So the question is, do you want to peel them, or do you want to be a legitimate threat? If you want to be a legitimate threat, there's still Vixana, there's still Lilia.
Some really good choices here for the mid lane. For the gold, I'm pretty sure the Falcons man is also thinking about what to give Sano. He has two signature picks with his most prolific heroes, Moskov, Bruno. And if you're a Bruno player, that means you also play Brody. So you have three picks to choose from. And Falcons needs to be very careful with what they show at Red 4 because that'll make the choice so much easier for Falcons Meta.
We don't talk about Bruno in my house.
All right,
Okay.
all right.
We're big Encanto fans. My daughter cannot stop singing it.
Until now, it's been a while. Hey, look, it is really catchy. It is super
Come on, man. Lin-Manuel Miranda, come on.
Kausap ko si
Looking at these
Boyet
final bands, though,
kanina,
I
benta
think
niya
this one's a
Falcons
really, really
fans.
tough choice for Mina.
Kasi Team
At this
PH
stage,
siya
you've
pala.
kind of gotten rid of like the big team fight,
Yeah.
the big team fight ultimates, and now that you're also getting rid of one more, You've opened up the Valentina this time round, but do you really want to spin Beyblades against the Akai, or like how are we doing this?
Spin it. You get the Valentina, then you get the glue. Because with the Minotaur ban, I feel like that's a huge signal that they're going to be going for a...
There it is.
Valentina.
They close it up with, I guess, Harith, and then...
Harith Zushin, but that wouldn't be enough damage unless they play like early game Akai invades.
Here's a question. What problem have they addressed from game one so far? And I'm talking Falcons meta, but what problem are they potentially letting go with this draft?
The fact that some of their biggest ultimates are going to be also in the hands of Falcons and covering what Falcons needs in their draft.
Did they address something in last game, though?
The Uranus.
Okay.
The Uranus was answered.
One, at least they get to control at one side of the map to actually sandbag it, right? But in terms of tempo, I don't think they've answered it just yet. I think they still are going to have a bit of a tempo problem here, but you've already got at least the Cho to help that out. The Moskov as well, okay, totally fine. There's the Jushin, and now we have like a strong, solid mid trio that's very, very hard to punish.
Glue? I think it's just glueable,
For sure. For sure, right? What else? Well, I mean, what other supports do we have to think about at this stage, other than maybe like the healed up Max? Yeah. And even then, it's like not the greatest. You're only going to play it around Super Marco and also the Hirara.
Yeah. Energy on stage, sometimes you got to mention it. It's actually caught on this cam, some daps, the coach is going back. I mean, it felt like they liked their draft.
Yeah, it's solid. It goes back to the identity of Falcons meta. You get Boyet on the utility jungle. You get Sano on a signature hero, and of course, it's Gacha. Just every time when I think it's going to be something different, it's just a Gacha again.
But I can't clear waves. Gato shows up once more. But both sides have very similar idea of how their compositions want to work. The early game is where we're going to have to see whether, you know, Falcons PH can set up that early snowball in that first blood. If not, I think as mid-game starts to come around, there's a lot of defensive tools that Mina can use to deter them. Like, stay back, but I still, as long as I hold my ultimate, you have to respect me.
Yeah, it seems like a disciplined game would benefit Team Falcons meta because they have a lot of ways to use that utility, but can they apply enough pressure to get ahead and snowball, especially if they get in this position where they are down and almost out? One game to tie it up or one game to send them home. Team Falcons PH on the verge of victory. Let's send it back over to your casters for game two, where they might find themselves in the knockout stage.
Falcons.
Here we go into the ladder dawn. Falcons meta backed onto a wall. On the brink of elimination, they rely back on their main identity that won them the wild card. Boyet on utility, Sano on a carry, Coffin on Juice.
I was about to say, it's comfort. Going back to comfort for Falcons meta in this very dangerous spot that they're currently in. A do or die up against Falcons PH, who based on this series alone have seemed to figure out what has been lacking for them in their previous series here in MSC. You see how they've been very proactive in setting the tempo. And now that they're on a Hirara, it's all the more reason for them to do the same.
Oh yeah, definitely. Let's take a look at the emblems here. Sano taking a Master Assassin, but losing out already. 1v1 up top. At least the Letho gets taken out by Falcons meta's Boyet. But you can definitely see the clear speed difference earlier. Kyle got level 2 so quick, he was able to get the gold crab. So at the end of the day, a full clear plus a gold crab will be a bit better than the Letho plus semi-full clear because he didn't get the lizard up top.
And let's see Falcons meta to play the mid differently this time, because earlier it was a clear struggle for them to just rotate out of this. Once again, you see Troll on the Troll, but nonetheless, it's not a guarantee that you have the Spear wave clear and you tend to win it out, because right now Falcons, you don't really sense where Kyle is just yet. Buffin might just get caught here. There goes the flicker. Forced out again just before the objective spawns.
Falcons PH are just so good at this. Right now it's 2 times. First time it was Haji on the Selena who's forcing it. Haji.
Okay, he gets caught there. Fortunately has a dash. So he will get away, but Troll is actually going for it. First blood over to Falcons meta. And isn't this great? They have an Akai in their side, and they take out the mid from Falcons PH right before the objective.
They bet out the flicker of Coffin, but yeah, that's definitely way more worth it for Falcons meta. They're able to pick up the kill. Just when I was about to say Coffin needs to be way safer up against the Assassin, we see Haji step forward a bit too far, and now it's Sanji who's zoning them away.
Unbreakable doesn't land. Sanji flickers out. Troll trying to look for something. Space creation is the name of the game. Sanji actually creates enough and also secures the objective for himself. Heavy spin used defensively. The SOD does land, but Falcons meta, I think it's a clear re-engage from them this time.
There's a reason Falcon. Oh, Troll!
Oh, never mind. Re-engage once again. All over again. Falcons Mena. They find Ogwin.
Wow.
Troll goes down in exchange, but that's the heavy spin copied by Haji. They're not going to proceed with a fight.
A 1-for-1 in the end on top of the neutral objective. Sanji.
Oh, that's remembers. He's not going to get out of that. It's Kyle providing the damage. And so it somehow equalizes the trade. 2 for 2 now on the board for Falcons, PH and Mena.
You're right. It's 2 for 2 now. It's just a neutral objective diff. And hey, believe it or Falcons PH to be able to come back from what looked to be a great play from Troll. But we see now why Falcons Mena were able to win the wild card with the utility jungle. It just seems so different from last game where they were playing the Hirara, playing the new meta. Doesn't really suit them, right?
Yeah.
Go back to your trump card and then play around Sano. Marco with Blazing Duet.
Okay, it does get the gold crab. It's a small win. And yeah, I feel like the pacing changes overall when Falcons Mena are just on these kinds of lineups. Coffin and Troll seem to be playing a much more confident game, while it also probably goes hand in hand with the fact that they are up against a matchup which doesn't have as much range and doesn't have as much surprise potential, with the Abyssal Arrows just falling all over the place. But Ogwen now below half HP, does have the AOG still. Not going to use it just yet though. But that's clear control for Falcons Mena so far here in mid.
It's all about mid-prio whenever you have the utility jungle. Same playstyle from the wild card again. Boyet every single time after full clear goes into mid, consistently helps to get that mid-prio to secure these neutral objectives. Down below, it's Flap who wins out the XP crab battle, and it just seems like we're setting up for this neutral objective. Great read by Falcons PH though. They know when it comes to the 50-50 around the neutral objectives, it's not going to be good.
Yeah.
They have to look for a win elsewhere, but they can't look for that trade up top. Sano's playing too safe.
They spot Kyle already. They know Kyle's already within the area. Knockups from the Lantern Flare. Troll trying to look for a target. Crimson Beacon in from Cuffin. Ogwen already very low. Troll with a 3-man knockup. Sanji too, pretty low. Might have to get away from this. But then Sanji, for the second time around, secures the turtle for Falcons Mena. Flap and Haji trying to chase after Boyet. Heavy spin already committed. And Troll, both Troll and Cuffin just get to protect their jungler from that.
Kyle.
Oh boy, it's low.
Yep, shoot away from it. Conceal coming down now. Ogwen wants to take control over this purple buff. But yes, Sanji secures the neutral objective. Falcons Mena again with the Akai. Pulling a win over the neutral objectives, but that's what it's meant to do, this composition.
Yeah.
Now we have to go back to the fact that Falcons PH, they can still scale, but so can Falcons Mena. So it basically makes it all even. Falcons Mena getting the neutral objective isn't a way to snowball. Rather, it's a way to stay neutral in the game. Something that they weren't able to do on Assassins. Now, they can play for the scaling on Sano. It's protect Mr. President. As long as Sano continues to farm this way, and Falcons Mena are able to keep the gold lead from staggering out of control, it's a-okay. It's back to Falcons Mena playing their signature game.
Yeah, but I think Falcons PH are too good at keeping it really under control. It's not growing into any significant lead just yet. Falcons Mena, they're not able to convert it into any structures, and so we see that the lead is something you don't really get to feel, at least for now in this game. But that's a really high cut for Sanji. There's a response coming out from Falcons PH this time just because of that, and he will go down. That's another kill over to Kyle, or actually the first kill. The second one he's able to get in this game.
Let's see, they're able to bait people down into the bottom lane. That means a turret up top. Wait a second.
Oh.
AOG?
Could that have been the plan? Ogwen goes in with the AOG, yes, but it's not going to break out into a fight just yet. They have their eyes on Troll, however. He might be the pick-off, but he has the Jeet Kundo. He is going to survive.
And no turret for Falcons Mena.
Okay.
Great defense by Falcons PH, really just keeping that turret from going down, but now it's Boyet up top. Kyle onto the neutral objective first. Same level, it's 9-9.
Sanji already using the consecration, trying to get some info. Troll gets revealed here, and Kyle for the first time actually secures the objective away from Falcons Mena. The SOD did land, but I don't think Falcons Mena want to commit to a fight just yet.
Nope, not just yet. Not until Sano gets the 3-item power spike. But again, it'll be the same for Marco. Wait a second.
Oh.
Sano will be able to get a turret down below, so that makes it quite okay. Marco, though, obviously always there to get compensation off of these trades, right? Falcons Mena are trying their darn best to get some trades on the map. But Falcons PH always refuse for it to be an equal trade. It's always a kill on top of it, a neutral objective on top of a structure. And that's why they are the ones with the 1,000 gold lead, despite Falcons Mena's hold onto the two turtles.
Yeah, I wanted to say it looked equal, but then I looked at the gold lead and it's, for some reason, not. Falcons are the ones getting a better hold of this.
Look at Marco.
Oh, again.
Yup, it's all about the macro plays right now, taking the structures around the map. It's the same though for Falcons Mena. They are able to push up top. It was basically broken at top. So low. Just needed one more minion. Little strike down from the Winion. But now it's back to the scaling game. Wait a second, wait the dragon.
They find Flap. Do they have damage though? That's a really good AOG from Owen just to stop them in their tracks. Crimson Beacon out from Cuffin, and now they might have to run away. They wanted to go for Flap, interestingly enough. But the damage again, I think it's a question mark.
And again, even in that skirmish that looked like Falcons Mena were the ones being proactive, it was Sano who had to burn the flicker.
SOD,
Whoa!
He actually escapes. Whoa, Sano with that play. Okay, at least they don't hand over more and more advantage to Team Falcons PH.
Not gonna lie, that was kind of clean with it. Great escape, man, against 4 members of Falcons PH. Any normal player would just be like, all right, I'm dead. But Sano refuses to play safe gold lane. He is the definition of play safe gold lane. He knows if 4 members are coming up, how to handle them. Up top though, Marco's gonna try to build a slow push. And Falcons Mena won't actually be using Moskov, Sano. Oh,
yeah, he's here in mid, and because they need the damage, they pin down Owen, they want to burst him down. Flap goes in with the falling star moon, but the Crimson Beacon too as a response.
Flap?
They want to apply a bit more crowd control, and now he's slowly being shredded down. Silencers from the sides, but he doesn't seem to land the damage onto anyone. It's Saji, just needs one more hit. It's a flicker from him to finish off the kill on Kyle, but Marco going in. This might just be the turnaround. Buoyant stays alive for too long, but not until the damage from Falcons PH arrive.
Both Falcons want to go toe-to-toe, head-to-head, fighting fire with fire. They started the fight with a pick, with a Way the Dragon on Ogwen. It ended up being 3 for 2 in favor of Falcons Mena. The 2,000 gold lead for Falcons PH now crumbling down to 1.7k, and you see again in the skirmish, Falcons Mena really utilizing that man advantage for a while. Thank God for Haji getting that angle to go for the pin on Sano, because if not, it would have been a bad fight for Falcons PH to take. Marco was just way too late in the skirmish. Again, Selena, Valentina, it just seems like it's Haji who's holding down Ford.
Yeah, it looked like a really good entry from Kyle too, but the fact that the damage didn't really land onto anyone was just so unfortunate. Okay, it's different this time, yes. So they might have a bit more advantage. Oh, Falcons PH though, they go in for the engage. Sanji already very low, but the Leo the Dragon!
Wait!
They find Haji as Soti does not connect. Sano might have to commit to the push. He will as the team fight still continues to break out, and Kyle will secure the objective for Falcons PH!
It was a 4v5. Falcons Mena held them down for so long, but in the end, it's Flap with a triple. But a base turret up top might be taken by Sano. The rest of the team want to punish this. Sano, I don't think you have the minions, buddy.
Oh, he just wanted the turret, but now he might have to go down to no SOD available. And the kill goes over to Super Marco.
What a crazy sequence of events. They tried to go for the 4v5. Initially, it looked good. They got the pick off on Haji, but they really used everything for it. Even the heavy spin that was supposed to win them out the red tree battles. Again with Kyle, able to stitch out that damage together with the red tree, chaining it, securing the neutral objective. Sano, I really feel like that was already good. The fact that they were able to get a tier 2, but they wanted more. And in the end, now they might lose a base turret because of it.
Yeah, they desperately wanted that because they lost on the objective fight. They wanted something, but now it's Falcons who is trying to set up something with the AOG troll. Finding a target! He finds Kyle! Falcons gonna take down one crucial member. The damage seems to be enough. Blazing do it though as a response from Super Marco. They might want to calculate it a bit. There's the knock-up on Super Marco. No kick available. The falling star moon from Flap. He's starting to become a massive threat, but Troll is yet to fall. Sanji is still alive too. Falcons Mena, none of them are going down.
Marco gets the Melfic gun. He's so confident. Kyle gets taken out, but there is no bounty, so it's A-okay. Falcons PH can still chill even after that skirmish. Oh my god, it's just back-to-back fights. Falcons Mena now. It's all about scaling again for Sano. The Melfic gun already for Marco, so now it's Sano waiting for his own Melfic gun. Let's take a look at the items real quick. Melfic gun on the way. The Fury Hammer is next. I thought maybe there's a possibility for him to go into nature, just looking at the amount of damage that Falcons PH have on him. But yes, he needs the range. He needs to be able to dish out the damage when his frontline tanks it up. But that gold lead is ridiculous, 1,500. A whole item with the Melfic gun. He's gonna be able to get the win of nature before the Melfic gun of Sano gets completed. Now it's damage on Troll. Marco as well.
Oh, who got it? Okay.
Buff Boyet. Boyet still got it with the red tree. Kyle had his red tree on cooldown.
At this point, it's just the mid duo of Falcons Mena who are slightly ahead, and it's not even a significant lead. It's just that they had a bit more advantage, and you saw that, I mean, from the early up until the current point that we're at here in this game, and that's a Sky Piercer on Coffin too, so I guess it's at least successful scaling that you see from Falcons Mena at this point onwards. It's just that maybe the decisions should be something they really take into consideration, especially that one time we saw from Sano earlier on. That cost them a bit too much, and now Falcons PH, they are setting the tempo all over again for this upcoming Lord fight.
Sano's in the bottom lane. This is going to be this looks great. Oh, Marco low though.
Oh, Boyet, they don't want him to get near. But Boyet's trying his best. Heavy spin, 2 heavy spins. SOD could have made it. Haji goes down though. Falcons PH do get the objective, but Falcons Mena now on the fight. AOG from Ogwen, that might just have been the means to stop Falcons Mena. Super Marco landing the free hits. He finds a double on both Sanji and Boyet. It looked too good for Falcons Mena, but the AOG and now Sano. Can he get away from this? He's still trying to survive, but Kyle will find Troll.
Falcons PH played the long game in that skirmish. They got the Lord. It looked great for Falcons Mena as they got one man down straight up. But it wasn't enough in the end. Falcons PH waited for the resources to be spent, to be burnt down. Then they re-engaged. Marco on the claw, that blazing duet, and the clutch factor you have when you have Mr. Bulletproof in your team. It's just ridiculous. Now, Falcons PH are gonna be looking for the throat.
Okay, that's a blazing duet from Super Marco, just blasting Sano, and that's one of the most important members you have on your side of your team, Falcons Mena. It just seems like such a big difference. It's the sides that you're seeing from Falcons PH really making work. Falcons Mena, they had so much promise in the early for their mid, but now it's Kyle on a killing spree against Sanji. Boyet catches multiple members. It's over. But what can they do? Coffin flickers out. The Lord is still up, and Troll goes down next. It's a triple from Kyle to close out this game and to close out these series and making it a Maniac 2. Falcons PH.
Congrats, Falcons PH!
The only team left representing their region, and they made it a 2-0 win against their sister organization.
Buhay pa ang PH!
It was GG, well played. Only one Falcon can prevail, and today, it's the one from the Philippines.
It's so weird seeing same exact jerseys, but it is what it is. They know each other so well. Our panelists have mentioned it too. Scrim partners even. This isn't the first time. They've been up against each other multiple times, and you see how they really fought until the very end, especially for Falcons Mena. Reverting back to comforts, taking the risk, trying to play for Sano in the late game. But it didn't work out for them. Falcons PH seemed very much more polished compared to their previous performances here in this series.
Absolutely, they really fixed a lot of the errors that we saw in their match against Vitality here. They're finding their craft and playing it clean, not panicking. Especially here, you know, committing, making those decisions, the right ones, not hesitating a single time in this game. Even though there were some dicey situations that Falcons Mena placed them in, again, it looked really good. It looked like this pickoff was great with Haji down 4v5. But they'd already used all their resources, and Flap and Ogwen, these two were too darn tanky. They were too darn good. At the end of the day, with Sano dead, there was no chance for them to defend. Haji with the constant pins, these heavy spin steals, man. Wow, the Kadam machine.
Haji, Kadamashine, Selena, Valentina.
Kadamashine.
We're gonna throw it over to an interview on stage.
Ay, ako si Mirko talaga.
Yes, my friends, we're here with Flop. It's Falcons PH that take the win in advance over their sister team. Few questions. What's it feel like to be back here on the international big stage?
We feel really good to be back in international, yes.
It's a hell of a moment here, but not only are you coming in and being the only Filipino team that's advancing on in the knockouts, but you're also representing the EWC 2025 Club Champions. What does that mean to you as a person and as a team?
I think it means a lot because I need to win this one for my team and my bosses, so...
That's an extra bit of pressure on here, but you've got a lot of people that are giving you that energy all the way from home. So is there anything you'd like to say to the camera here to all the Filipino fans out there cheering for you?
Maraming salamat sa sumusuporta sa amin. Kami ang last hope.
The last hope, there it is, Flap and Falcons PH taking it and advancing on to the knockout stage. But you know what that means. It's time to crush a key. Come on over, my friends. All of Falcons PH, and let's head all the way back. Our final key to be crushed here in the group stage of MSC at EWC 2026. 16 teams are now down to only 8. There's one more to fill in the gap. It has to be a team-on-team kill. But it's Falcons PH, the only and final hope for the Philippines that get to crush, guess what? Team Falcons' own. Whoa, back. There it is. Congratulations, Team Falcons PH.
Siya na din nag-pull up.
Eliminate Team Falcons Meta and secure their own spot in the knockouts.
Grabe, durog na durog yun.
The key is crushed, the heart is done, and it's one Falcon that'll fly out of the nest. Where's the other one? They're just gonna have to go back home into that egg and prepare for their next bout. And that is our group stage, but that is only the beginning.
Enter the knockout stages. I think it's gonna be so crazy. And you know what? The group stages, it's such a roller coaster. The teams that we were expecting to smooth sail it all the way has unfortunately dropped. We lost the defending champions yesterday. Today we send home the 2024 champions. I honestly cannot believe this is how MSC 2026 is playing out, Milosh.
It just means that if you want to compete
Yung kamay sinalpak doon.
you have to
Ko
constantly
madudurog.
be on your toes. It's an important thing here.
Halbit ka, Boss Marvin. Relax. Page naman nanalo. Oh, chill lang. Huwag kayong mga away,
And
guys.
that applies the same way to MSC 26. Every single point, every single moment has been earned by our victors. And from here on, we move on to knockouts.
But you know what's gonna be exciting about this
Knockout
knockouts, Milosh?
draw
There's a lot,
mamaya.
but yes.
One thing that could be a possibility that for the first time in a very, very long time, there is a high chance that we will be crowning a new region as the champions in MSC. And oh boy, I am excited for that.
It really gets you pumped up because then you think, hey, the crown is up for grabs for anybody, not just here, but it sets the tone for the future, right? M Series, MSC next year, but we're still in the here and now, and we have to decide how teams are going to be seated and playing up against one another next up, and that all depends on how they're selected based on their seeding and performance.
Yes, sir. So we have two seeded
So,
here
team
for the
vamos.
draw.
Ah.
Seed 1 teams will pick from the seed 2-2-1 bracket. And of course, how they are allocated is based on their winning game time. As you guys can see on your screens right now, Team Vamos is leading in the #1 position, followed by Yangon Galacticus, Team Vitality, and lastly, Aurora Gaming. Gaming. Now, some people might ask, like, why do we have Aurora Gaming in the last place despite them having 2 9-minute and 40-second game? Simple. Their last match here in the group stages ended in a 2-1, which gave them a little bit more time. I think they could have been easily number 1 if it wasn't for that.
Yeah, because you're trying to have cumulative good performance, right? If you're already moving out and having that first seed in what is essentially 2 victories in a row, then of course that adds to it. But those are the seed ones. They're already set up in the final bracket. They're gonna have to choose from 4 other teams, and that's where our second seed comes in here in our draw show. So please join me welcoming to the stage our second seeded teams. And we'll see them heading out. Team Spirit with Kid Bomba, Pro Esports with Saw, ONIC with Calra, and of course Falcons with Ogwen. And Falcons PH, that is, if you just missed the action, these 4, one of them will be picked first by one of our teams on the other side in the seed 1.
Yes, indeed. So, you know what? Are you ready for it?
I'm ready for it.
Let's call on the team seated. In the first seed, we have Aurora Gaming, Lunar, Team Vitality Shogun, Yangon Galacticus, M-God, and Team Vamos Error 404, who looks like he's the tiniest among the bunch.
He packs a big punch when it's in the game. I can tell you that much. But this is quite simple because the running order is, as Rose mentioned, Vamos, Galacticos, Vitality, and Aurora. They'll be choosing one by one whoever is on the side that they would like to play against. They don't really know what the others are planning on picking. So, Team Vamos will be the first one to choose. So, Error, please join us on here.
Hello. How are you feeling today, especially knowing that you're the first to choose, which gives you an advantage?
Feels really weird because we got to pick first, you know, out of all these strong teams.
You weren't expecting that, huh?
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that.
Okay, so the moment of truth. Who will you pick in the second seeded team?
Team Spirit.
Whoa!
Wow, okay. Kid
Come
Bomba,
on over. Kid
Bomba.
Vamos versus Team Spirit.
Why Team Spirit?
Because I think we are really confident against them. Yeah.
That's a lot of confidence. Are you gonna let him talk like that?
I mean, what should I say? He can say whatever he wants. We will see in the game.
All right, gentlemen, come on close. Come in. Stare down. Let's go. Face to face. Let's see if you can hold this one, Air. Let's go.
Serious face
May
on.
ganun.
Final word before we send you guys off.
Good luck,
Good luck.
Gentlemen, please shake hands. Good luck. And you can move out from the center all the way to the middle. Our first matchup is set. As you saw it, that's Team Spirit versus Team Vamos.
Ooh, that's gonna be a spicy one. But of course, we have the next team.
Pwede na matulog, oh. Tulog na guys. Good morning, no?
I'm fine, I'm fine.
You're fine, okay. How are you feeling about, you know, the remaining teams here?
Oh, they are so good. They should be the one in the doozy.
So, moment of truth. Who do you want to go up against?
I'm gonna choose Pro.
Pro
Esports again. We're gonna have a rematch here.
So, Aurora,
I have to say this, man. He's asking for trouble.
ONIC, Falcons, and...
Do you think you're gonna
Yeah,
take him down this time, really, for done?
Let's see, let's see.
All right, let's see, gentlemen, please. One more time, up close. Final words before we get this show on the road.
Good luck. Good luck also.
Good luck. Shake hands, please, friends. We're not doing weigh-ins for this
Manuelito,
one, that's for sure.
hello.
We're doing size-ups
EY sa live. Welcome po. Balik ulit kayo. Ba't nyo na may follow, guys?
Dude, that is
Biglang ganun.
crazy. Yangon Galacticus is the reason why they were even dropped to the lower bracket in the first place.
Revenge tastes so sweet in knockouts.
Ooh. I think it felt so good. Yangon wants to do it twice.
Naka-ano nga, no? Ibigay yung ONIC Aurora.
Only 2 options, but with only 1 team that can choose first, and that is Team Vitality. Join us up here, please.
Come on over, Shogun. Hello, sir.
Hello.
Kasi kung ONIC, Pwede ba yun?
Not really. So between these two, who do you want to pick and who do you want to leave with Aurora Gaming over there?
I think we're gonna choose Falcon PH.
Oh! ONIC Aurora!
Falcons PH though.
We love greens.
They love them greens. They love the greens.
I mean, look, it's no secret, right? Team Falcons, Team Vitality in the club championship, they had a big rivalry. What do you have to say to this, man?
It's a rematch. Yeah. So we will do our best.
We'll do your best. All right, please come on in for one more face-off. I don't think people can keep a straight face and try not to laugh through this. But
Oh, but can you flex the Shogun? Oh, yeah.
Ooh.
Now we're talking.
all right, final words, gentlemen.
Good luck.
Good luck, pre.
There you go.
Good luck, pre.
Shake hands, my friends. And off you go. That's a third game set up. Falcons
Pinagbigyan,
versus
no?
Vitality. Not only in the context of MSC is that super cool, but in the context of the Esports World Cup Club Championship, that adds a lot more to it.
Overall, just an amazing matchup. And you know what? For the last matchup, come here, Lunar. Come here,
Hindi na
Lunar.
pala yung
Who do you want to be,
volume.
Lunar?
Sorry.
That's a pretty hard choice for me, but I will go with ONIC.
Yeah, so hard. Hardest question of the day.
Honestly, did you expect to pick them? If you had the choice, would you pick ONIC?
Either if you're first to all, no, but if you're third, I think yeah.
Okay. There's a bit of praise on there. What do you got to say?
I'll just take my revenge.
Oh, it's all revenge matches in this coming knockouts.
What do you got?
For our group stage match, you also said revenge.
Oh!
Getting close. Bottom orders, gents.
Init.
Good luck.
Good luck, good luck.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Please, you may leave us on the stage. There's love between all of our teams. That's a big part of the competition. But when we're walking in the server, it is on another level.
Yes, but just a reminder to everybody and to all the fans that are watching, the order that we pick the players and the teams today does not determine the final schedule for match day itself. So don't forget to wait for the official announcement. That is it from us on the main stage for the group stages, but of course we have to throw it over to the panel to break down what happened in this series and in this draw.
Thank you,
Laban
Rose and
guys sa
Milos. What
Wednesday.
an exciting time. Those were some fun head-to-heads. I like that trash talk. They said revenge already, and so now they're finding
Di
a way to
kaya
see if it'll be real
ihuli
this
nilang
time
ONIC
or if it'll be a little
Aurora.
deja vu. I love what we get to
Good
see
luck
there,
natin.
and also all of them
Ako
having a
may
little bit
lalaro.
of fun with it as well. Welcome back to the panel. I'm Rain Day, Renmar, Gideon, guys, closing out the day. We've got the bracket coming up soon. That will tell, like Rose aptly put in. Actually, it's here now. It's not necessarily the timing of when we'll play these games, but here is what it is going to look like. Team Vamos over Team Spirit. You know what?
pala.
You guys can read it
Kala
out.
ko
Why don't you
bakit
focus
good
on the
luck eh.
matchups that are most interesting to you?
A lot of rematches. I think Vamos Spirit are the only ones that isn't a rematch, if I'm not mistaken. And the theory of everyone that Vitality and Aurora Gaming might just be the grand finals of this MSC, the possibility is still alive.
It really is. It's pretty crazy how this actually turned out to be so many rematches. Like, of course, I'm excited to see how Young Galacticos are going to face up against Pro, because that was already a banger. You can only
Oh, ano
imagine
na
that they're going to push it to
pala.
the 45 minutes rather than the 30s.
Walang lower bracket na
I'm really
dito.
excited about this, again,
Laglag
because
na
of all
talaga
the
pagka
dynamics we've
natalo.
seen throughout this tournament. It is also really important to mention that we do have a Filipino representative. That was going to be the question. You haven't seen a lot of international tournaments, a lot of tournaments at all without a Filipino representative, and you still won't see one in the knockout stages here
Good morning sa lahat.
without
Boss
a
Marvin, wag
PH
na
representative in the knockout stages because they made it through. But against a
Good
tough
morning,
opponent, Team
guys.
Vitality, who a lot of people are thinking could be front runners and taking us all.
Yeah, Team Falcons
games.
PH are gonna have to really do a lot. I mean, we already saw in their game one of their previous meetup here in the group stages. They were taking it to them up until Moreno on that Selena said, no, I'm taking over. When Finn on the Badang said, it's pretty much done for this Fanny, and then the Sana in that game number 2. So it will be a climb for Falcons PH, but I know and I hope that we just get an unforgettable series from that, no matter the result.
I mean, let's not forget that there's also club championships on the line as well, right?
Every
So
day
again, this could really
naglagan.
not only affect the positionings of the overall
themselves, but more importantly, the further they go, the more points they get. The more points they get, maybe they'll get a fat bonus on top of being champions. So I'm just saying, there's more than meets the eye.
Gentlemen, I mean, $1 million for the winner.
Next
Tons of
laban,
prize money,
ano na,
100,000
tulugan
guaranteed
na.
at minimum for top 8. Talk
Wala
to me
na,
a little
tapos
bit
na
about the
yung,
reset that we're going to go through, a couple of days to
laban
practice, to
today.
prep, and then get ready for this storm that is about to take over the land
Good
of Dawn.
night na.
Well,
good
I
night.
think knockouts, the first few games we're going to be
Thank
seeing
you
for every
po sa
matchup. We're going to start seeing some crazier
manonood.
picks.
See you sa
The
knockout
theories about the
stage,
fighters in the mid lane that we
guys.
haven't seen yet.
Bye-bye.
Nolan coming back up as a priority over the Ling. This draft might just evolve even more. This meta might evolve even more.
I think there's still a lot to be said about this meta currently, because not only is it flexible, but it's also about understanding, hey, that those first 3 picks, it's the setup for something later down the line to start hurting either the side lanes or the overall composition. So I feel like we're just scratching the surface. Every day we've seen a new element to the meta.
Now we have 2 days that are going to be happening between the next time we play. Obviously, adjustments are going to occur, but for you watching at home, it must have been a blur. This MSC, and we've seen online, we've seen whether it's Reddit or the communities on Facebook or Instagram, talking about how memorable, how unusual this MSC has been. But the beautiful part is it's unusual for MLBB as well to be here in Paris. It's a fresh look. It's a fresh look for a lot of the esports that have transitioned here as it's been hosted in France, which is an exciting time, but it also means it's a new time. It's a time to pay attention, and it's a time to show up big. So everybody who has made MLBB the most watched esport of EWC so far, tune in next week because the action continues. My friends, final words before we take a couple days break and come back for the knockouts.
It has been an honor. It ain't over yet, and I can't wait for my mind to be blown with the action we're about to see.
I hope we break more records here. I hope we maintain the most viewed esports, because so far, I mean, newer viewers can understand you don't need to know much about the game to see how exciting it is, especially with players of this caliber.
Renmark, Gideon, great job today, guys. It's been a pleasure hosting this with you. I'll continue to be there next week after some much-needed rest. For everybody who's watching, everyone a part of the MLBB community, we appreciate you. We love you. Congratulations representing your teams, rooting for the players that you love. That's the passion we love to see, and we accept it, we appreciate it, and we hope you bring it next week because knockouts are upon us. $1 million on the line and a chance to lift a trophy on the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. My name's been Rain Day, and as always, my friends, never give up, never stop gaming. We'll leave you with the SDC recap and say goodnight from Paris.